All right, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, that is, I believe we are live again today. This is maybe the 10th consecutive day in a row. I don't know, something like that. We are just here all day around the clock. Welcome back. Thank you for tuning in. First off, it is Wednesday, June the 18th. We are halfway through the week. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be continuing our live broadcast coverage of everything that is going on around the world, primarily at this point, what is going on in the Middle East. We have Iran, we have Israel. Now, what do you notice immediately upon this stream going live? You notice we have a Jerusalem feed. You notice we have a Tel Aviv feed. Both of those are live. It's nighttime over in the Middle East. You also have, right below me, a multitude, 7 in fact, of feeds coming out of Iran. Okay, well, guess what? We've been keeping an eye on these Iranian feeds for the last couple days, seeing what is going on over there. Well, as of a couple hours ago, the entire internet is down in Iran. I'm looking around, I'm Googling, I'm checking around. Iran doesn't have internet. So we are going to keep an eye on this Iranian feed. We have Tehran. All of these are from Tehran, all 7 of these, the big capital city of Iran, but they don't have internet. So presumably in the last couple hours, maybe over the night, maybe their internet service provider was blown up in an airstrike, or alternatively, and once again, I don't have confirmation on this, so I'm just kind of thinking out loud, either it was blown up and destroyed by the IDF, some type of air raid, some bombing campaign, or, folks, maybe Iran shut off their internet on their own. Maybe the Iranian regime said, you know what, no more internet, it's causing too many problems. I don't know. We are in the middle of a war. Well, America kind of is in the middle of this, not quite. We're still kind of looking from the outside right now. We have dipped our toe in the pool, so to speak, but we haven't cannonballed in yet. That might happen today, though. We're going to talk a lot about that today. We might be dropping cannonballs later today, and by cannonballs, I mean 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs from a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber on various Iranian nuclear enrichment facilities. But so far, it is undeniable. Iran and Israel, they are at war. This is a war. Things are heating up. And over the last couple hours, we have actually had Khamenei, the leader of Iran. He has been saying on Twitter, we're going to take a look at this. He's posting all types of stuff. You know, in fact, I'll read one right now. The Zionist regime has made a grave mistake and committed a serious crime, and it must be punished. We have other updates, but this guy all day, Khamenei here, the glorious leader, he's going off all day issuing threats, saying Israel's going to be punished, the Zionists will be punished, etc., etc. So here's what I want to do. It does seem like at the moment, things are at ease in the Middle East, which is fine because we have a lot of recap to do. A lot has happened in the time that I've been offline. So I want to do a little bit of a catch up with you guys. Also, at some point today, we're going to change up the show a little bit, folks. If it's okay with you, give me a yes or no in the live chat. We are going to watch the Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz interview that came out. In fact, it's actually live playing right now. So it's a live broadcast, but we're going to double back and watch that entire thing. Tucker and Ted Cruz, as I have heard, this interview is a little bit confrontational, a little bit bombastic. Tucker and Cruz are on opposite sides of the equation here. The topic at hand is obviously Israel and Iran, and they are representing different viewpoints, both from the right. Both of them are on the right side of the aisle. Both of them are Republicans. Both of them are Trump supporters. But this is what we've been talking about the last couple of days. There is a big split, a big fracture amongst conservatives right now. How do we handle this situation? Iran, Israel, should America be involved? Should we have boots on the ground? Should we overthrow the regime? Should we drop a bunker buster? Should we not drop a bunker buster? Should we say, good luck, Israel, we don't want anything to do with it? What should we do? You might have noticed. This is a hot topic. It's a very hot topic right now. So this thing is going viral. We're going to get to it soon. I want to do a recap first, and then we're going to watch this entire thing. I don't know how long this is. It might be 90 minutes. It might be 2 hours. So, hey, here's my promise to you. How about I'm just here all day? How about I'm here all day? How about all of us are here all day, and we go through everything, and we really get a better grip of what's going on with this entire situation. So once again, thank you all very, very much for tuning in. I appreciate that. I still can't believe Iran doesn't have internet. And I'm going to try to get to the bottom of this with you guys today. Was their internet service provider nationally blown up, or did they shut it off on their own? I don't know. We're going to get to the bottom of that. Like I said, folks, this is an ongoing war. This is an ongoing conflict. Iran came out earlier today and said that around 600 people on the Iranian side have lost their lives over the last week. That's terrible. Most of those people, I presume, are innocent. A lot of collateral damage. That's the way it works in war. You have a lot of civilian life that's lost. It's terrible. And there have been innocent lives on the Israeli side that have been lost as well. It's a very bad situation all around. Okay. Now, let me get a hold of these super chats here, and then we're going to dive into this. So Papa Smurf, thank you very much. He says Iran did, in fact, cut off internet. Elon Musk enabled Starlink. I'll take your word for that for now. I'll look into that. Thank you. I'm gonna get a confirmation. I think you're probably right. I'll take your word for it. Thank you. Andy Lunchbox with the $10 super chat. Thank you very much. And also we have Michael P, who is always chiming in with the massive super chats. $50. He says, Matt, just because you're awesome and hitting the big time, your coverage is the best and your subs and views are tremendous. Can't wait for your views on the CRUZ and Tucker interview. I was watching it until you went live. Morris Force takes priority. Thank you. Thank you. You're really pushing the Morris Force. The Morris Force. You're tuning into the Morris Force. Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much. Yeah, I still don't have a name for my show, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it is just becoming the Morse Force. Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, no, I don't really know what they are going to be saying during this Ted Cruz Tucker interview. I don't know. I don't really know how crazy it's going to get. I haven't seen any of it, so this will be a fun one. This will be a crazy one. But we have some other stuff to talk about first. We're going to go through some recaps because, before I went live earlier today, it is now just about noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. on the East Coast. Things have already been happening. So here's what we're going to do. Why don't we take a look, a little bit of a daily recap and see what's going on. We have Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Fox News issuing a statement about this ongoing situation in the Middle East. What does he have to say?
When you say
Oops.
That's misleading when people hear that number because they think 60% enrichment and 90% is what you need for a weapon. Actually, 90% of the work it takes to get to weapons-grade enrichment is getting to 60. Once you're at 60, you're 90% of the way there. You are, in essence, a threshold nuclear weapons state, which is what Iran basically has become. They are at the threshold of a nuclear weapon. If they decided to do so, they could do so very quickly. If they stockpile enough of that 60% enriched, they could very quickly turn it into 90 and weaponize it. That's the danger we face right now. That's the urgency here. That's why Israel feels urgency about it, and that's why we feel urgency about it, but not just us. Throughout the Gulf region, no country in the region wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And you also talk about not just a weapon. They have long-range missiles that they can deliver those weapons to. This is a very grave risk. And they are enriching at that level, and they're openly doing it, by the way. In fact, their Congress, their legislative branch, actually passed a law requiring them to enrich at a certain level because JCPOA, the Obama deal with Iran, was canceled. So this is a critical moment. The president has made it a priority, and now people understand the urgency here because they are fairly close, too close for comfort to a nuclear weapon. We have to roll that back one way or another, and we hope it's peacefully and through the process of negotiation.
Okay, so that is Secretary of State Marco Rubio just hours ago, earlier this morning on Fox News. This is, I'm a layman. I'm not an expert. This is what I'm thinking, though. And I believe him. I believe they have enriched uranium up to 60%. I believe I take his word for it. If you can go up to 60%, you've already done 90% of the work. Going beyond 60%, you're pretty much already there. Okay, I'll take his word for that. I'm not a nuclear expert here, but here is where my brain goes immediately. Right now, Iran is facing existential crisis. Right now, the regime is in tatters. They've had over 10, maybe 20 of their top nuclear scientists blown up or assassinated over the last week and a half. We've had Iran has had dozens of senior-ranking members of the IRGC, the Iranian military, assassinated, blown up, taken out by Mossad. So their military chain of command is in tatters. Their nuclear program is in tatters by nature of losing at a minimum 10 to 20 of their top-ranking nuclear scientists, nuclear enrichment specialists. Khamenei right now is receiving, or yesterday received, what is effectively a death threat from President Trump. As you all saw, President Trump yesterday on Truth Social, he typed up, "Hey, Khomeini, we can kill you whenever we want. We know where you are. You're an easy target. If we want you dead, you're dead." That was the message that President Trump sent yesterday. So if you are Khomeini, or if you are his loyalists at the higher levels of the regime, of the Iranian regime, you're looking around, you're like, okay, everybody's dead. Our program is in tatters. The IRGC is in tatters. Our capacity to fire retaliatory ballistic missiles is totally neutered. The Israeli Air Force has castrated us in the last week and a half with these airstrikes. We are losing. We are losing. If you are Iran, you are thinking, we are losing. We're getting owned. So what is Khomeini thinking? If they have a nuclear weapon, or if they are close, and if they can make a nuclear weapon soon, folks, let me ask you a question. Are we at the point, I keep saying we, like, are they at the point where they're going to actually use it? Their back is in a corner, and they probably don't have any way out. Okay? So if they have nuclear capabilities, if they have a nuclear bomb now, or if they can get a nuclear bomb soon, in my brain, I'm thinking, if that's true, I don't know, I take their word for it. Okay, it's true. Then this is what I'm worried about it. Then maybe they're actually using one of these things soon-ish. Because if you push someone in a corner, right, that's when they snap. That's when they go crazy. That's when, the gloves come off, whatever, if the gloves ever were on in the first place. And this is when things get insane. So I hope that's not the case. Maybe this is coming up on the horizon. I hope not. And so that's why we're every day here doing this live coverage, because who the hell knows what's going to happen. So once again, thank you all for tuning in. President Trump earlier today issued a message to the supreme leader of Iran, Khomeini. Take a look at this video.
What do you say to the supreme leader of Iran said that they will not surrender?
Say good luck.
What is the end game?
Good luck.
Say it. I know locations run out. It's already run out. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Yeah, they had 60 days and a big, 60 days, plenty of time.
So in case you can't hear it, the question was, President Trump, what is your leader to Khomeini? At this point, what is your message? I say leader. What is your message to Khomeini? He said, good luck. Good luck. Then the next question was, what would you say to them? What would you say to Khomeini if you wanted to come back and negotiate? He said, we already gave him time to do that. Time's up, is what he said.
I know locations run out. It's already run out. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Yeah, they had 60 days and a big, 60 days, plenty of time. And they made a mistake. Honestly, they made a mistake. Their country's in ruins. So many people are dead that shouldn't be dead. It's a very sad thing.
There you have it. So Trump's tolerance is up to here. He's had enough of these Iranian antics coming from Khomeini and the rest of his regime. Now, we had an interesting development. I wonder, I don't have this prepared. It just popped in my head right now. I saw this earlier today, and maybe I have some information for you here if I can dig in my... Okay, I have a little bit here for you. So this is an interesting development from earlier today that I haven't seen anybody talking about, that I frankly forgot about until just now. But take a look at this, folks. So this is an Iranian airplane flying out of Iran down into Oman, okay, which is where the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran have been taking place and were continued to take place before Israel let loose these air raids about a week and a half ago now. So earlier today, at least one Iranian airplane, government plane, flew from Iran down to Oman. And also we saw a report, this is the part I don't have up prepared for you right now. We also saw an American plane land in Oman earlier today. Are negotiations ongoing? Maybe negotiations are ongoing. Maybe what this is Iran and the U.S. meeting back up in Oman and trying to figure something out. Now, given the circumstances, given how insane everything has gotten over the last week and a half or week, whatever it's been, it is hard to imagine. It's very hard to imagine that this situation is going to de-escalate. It is incredibly hard to imagine that. And then beyond that, even if we talked about this yesterday, even if Iran wants to de-escalate and negotiate, even if the U.S. now wants to de-escalate and negotiate, well, you got to get Israel to the table. This is, we all know the Netanyahu government, the one thing they have wanted for decades has been to get rid of Khamenei and get rid of his leadership structure, get rid of the modern Iranian regime. That has been one of perhaps the premier goal of Netanyahu for decades. Get rid of Khamenei. And so now he has a chance. Now Netanyahu is close. He's so close to doing that. That's been his dream for decades. Is Netanyahu going to step back from that and say, okay, you know what? We're going to call off the bombing runs. We're going to shut it down. We're going to come back. We're going to negotiate. At this point, it doesn't seem like what Netanyahu has two goals. The secondary goal right now is to shut down the nuclear program. Okay, we got to have the B-2 Spirit bombers come in and bust them up. That's where he wants to have America involved. We have neglected to do that yet. We might do it soon. But what is Netanyahu's number one goal? The nuclear thing, that's he wants to shut that down. Great. That's a secondary goal. What is Netanyahu's real, primary, ultimate goal? He wants to overthrow the Iranian regime. He wants Khamenei out. He wants all of them gone. Okay? New regime, whatever. Khamenei has got to go as far as Netanyahu is concerned. So is Netanyahu going to agree, all right, we're going to have peace talks now. We're going to have Khamenei and Trump and Netanyahu come to the table and figure stuff out. I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think so. Even if the U.S. wants it, even if Iran wants it, let me put it this way. This is my opinion here. Even if Khamenei came out and said, you know what, we will completely scrap every single aspect of our nuclear program. President Trump, come on into Iran, blow up every single facility we have. If that means that I, Khamenei, get to stay in power of the country, if that means I don't have to be assassinated or deposed, then Trump come on in and blow up every single nuclear facility we have. Would Israel agree to that? Would Netanyahu agree to that? I don't think so. Because at this point, we're so far deep into this, I don't think that Netanyahu, that's not the number one goal of Netanyahu. That's not enough for Netanyahu. I think Netanyahu wants Khamenei to be completely deposed or dead. That's what I think. But hey, you know what? We're going to have to see how this plays out. But maybe there are some type of negotiations taking place in Oman today as of a couple hours ago, maybe ongoing. President Trump then said this. Take a look.
Some of the people in the base don't want a long-term war. They're afraid that we're going to get into a long-term war.
The base does not want a long-term war. That's the question.
Not a long-term war. We're looking. I only want one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Right. That's it. I'm not looking long-term, short-term. And I've been saying that for 20 years. I've been saying it as a civilian who got a lot of publicity. People would cover it. Very simply, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. It's not a question of anything else. And if you did, you wouldn't have much of a country because they would use it on us and they'd use it on other people and there'd be a terror all over the world.
So, once again, let me tell you how I read this situation. I think there is a disconnect between the desired outcome that President Trump wants and that Benjamin Netanyahu wants. It seems obvious to me, all President Trump cares about is shutting down the nuclear enrichment program. President Trump, it is true, he has been saying for 20 years, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. He has been saying that for a very long time. Iran, under no circumstance, can have a nuclear weapon. So at this point, I do think President Trump is seriously considering, breaking out the B-2 Spirit bomber and dropping bombs to blow up the nuclear enrichment facilities. I think that is something that Trump would do, maybe will do, maybe he will do that soon. However, like we said, I think Netanyahu has a different objective. Netanyahu wants the nuclear program shut down and blown up, but also the regime to be overthrown, the Iranian regime to be overthrown. And so if Trump doesn't care about overthrowing the regime, but Netanyahu does, all Trump is willing to do is drop a couple bunker buster bombs, then most certainly it is fair to say the U.S., or let's say the Trump administration and the Netanyahu administration, they have a difference of objective. They have different objectives right now, very clearly. It seems to me, outside looking in, Trump and Netanyahu, they have a different objective right now. How do you reconcile the difference? I don't know. We're got to find out. Now, Trump also, oh, this is going on today in Iran. You know what? This is what I showed you guys earlier. Take a look here. I showed you that the Iranian internet has been shut down. Take a look right below me right now. For the last couple days, we've been watching live stream feeds coming out of Iran all over the place. We've got 7 of them right now. Well, guess what? Today, the entire internet apparatus in Iran has been shut down. Well, let me tell you one of the reasons why maybe that happened. I want to show you this. So this was posted 1 hour ago. Iranian state TV now says that if you see strange visuals on your TV, do not panic. These are the enemy interfering using satellite signals. So Iran, the Iranian government came out and said an hour ago, hey, if you guys see something weird on your television set, that's because Israel is putting it, they have hacked your television. Iran is saying, hey, Israel has hacked your television and they are putting things on the television waves. Okay. And by the way, this is, I actually believe that. I do believe that. That is something that Israel could do and probably would do. In fact, we know that Israel has done this in this is 23 years ago, in 2002, a long time ago now, 20-something years ago. Israel did something similar when they were dealing with a Palestinian situation over 20 years ago. They actually, fun fact, Israel actually put pornographic content on the television sets of Palestinians. They injected pornographic videos. I kid you not. Feel free to Google that. There are dozens of reports, and this is well documented. They injected pornographic videos onto the Palestinian TVs. This is in 2002. So this is the type of thing that Israel has done. They can do. We know they can do it, and there's a precedent for it as well. You can Google that if you want. Okay, now you remember. Some of you might remember that. Okay, now we actually have a video of what is going on the Iranian TVs before they shut down the internet. Take a look at this. I'm gonna full screen this. This is a TV set in Iran. And already, I mean, this is a 90-second long video, so I should just let this play, but already you see videos of women, first off, showing their hair at all. In Iran, women showing their hair, not allowed, not cool. So what Israel has put on, not just women showing their hair, but cutting their hair. Okay. It's like, people rising up, peace, peace, power to the people. So the Iranian government has come out and said, hey, listen, we're not doing this. This is Israel doing this. This is a video of oh, wow. This building here got blown up by Israel 2 days ago. This was the Iranian state media building. This is like their national TV station and radio station. The IDF blew this up 2 days ago. So now Israel's putting that on the television. Oh, I just realized we have subtitles too. The regime has failed to protect Iran's airspace. Okay. So Israel was putting like anti-Iranian regime propaganda on the TV. This is some Iranian TV station. Yep. That's nuts. So folks, once again, Netanyahu came out and said this 3 days ago. There's a video of it. Netanyahu actually issued a public statement to the people of Iran saying, listen, Iranians, we don't hate you. We hate your regime. The regime has got to go. Netanyahu here. I'm calling on the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow Khamenei and his regime. That was Netanyahu 3 days ago. So we already know that Netanyahu wants, I guess you could call it an insurrection, whatever you want to call it. Netanyahu wants the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow their regime. That is Netanyahu's objective right now. And so what is Netanyahu doing? He's hacked into Iranian TV and is injecting anti-Khamenei propaganda. I suppose. I mean, that's what it is, for better or for worse. I think most people would say better. But that is what is happening now. No rules in war. You're right. I see the comment here. You know, war is not only dropping bombs and killing people, it is changing the hearts and the minds of the people. You have to win over the people. Keep in mind, Iran has how many people? 92 million. 92 million? That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Okay? You're not going to have any type of successful operation going on in this country, overthrowing the regime, deposing Khomeini. You're not going to be successful at anything unless you can get the hearts and the minds of those people, the Iranian people, on your side to agree with you to go along with it. It's an info war. You're right. Yep. Can I? Oh, I want to read. What does this one say? This one says, it's no secret the Republic something has for years wasted your money on destruction. Okay. Yep. So now, folks, it makes a lot more sense why the Iranian government cut the internet. Internet is down. And so, folks, once again, if you want to see what the internet looks like right now in Iran, this is what it is. There's nothing. Total dead zone. The internet has been, they flipped off the switch. There is no internet in Iran right now. Now, somebody in chat earlier said that maybe there is Starlink. Starlink is active. I'm going to figure that out here pretty soon. So maybe Elon Musk has gotten involved. Let me take a look. I see this Iranian internal internet has been out all day. As a result, I haven't been able to find a single Iran camera online. Yeah, I think that seems to be and this is probably why. They shut it off to try to counter the Israeli propaganda, or you know, whatever you want to call it, that's being put on their television sets. Now, real quick, moving on here for a moment. This is President Trump. Also at this event earlier this morning, they put up these big flagpoles on the White House lawn. President Trump ripped into CNN. Take a look.
The U.S. response to
Who you with?
CNN.
CNN.
Fake news. Fortunately, nobody watches.
But my question
Is anybody watching CNN nowadays? I haven't seen it in a long time.
But some of your supporters are wary of the U.S. getting involved in another
Oh, I haven't
foreign
seen
wall,
it, no.
and some believe that we should support.
Do you ever ask a positive question at CNN? My supporters are more in love with me today, and I'm in love with them more than they were even at election time, where we had a total a landslide. We had, you know, we won all 7 swing states. Did CNN report that? We won all 7 out of 7, which everyone said would be almost impossible. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750
Millions and
districts
millions
versus 505 districts. Think of that, 2,750 versus 505. And CNN,
I think what she might be alluding to.
I think what she might be alluding to, you know, to be fair, like, you know, I really should not be fair to I should not be fair to CNN. It is a fair question. Hey, listen, President Trump, there's a lot of drama, a lot of mayhem, a lot of controversy going on in the Middle East. What do you have to say about it? It is a fair question, but also it's from CNN, and screw CNN. Everybody hates CNN. Okay, it's a little bit fair. Now, this is a statement regarding this entire situation from Vice President J.D. Vance that actually came out yesterday. I didn't see it yesterday, so we did not read it, but I want to read it now with you guys. So J.D. Vance weighed in on this entire situation yesterday afternoon. J.D. Vance says, look, I'm seeing this from the inside, and I am admittedly biased towards our president and my friend. But there's a lot of crazy stuff on social media, so I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue. First, POTUS, the president, has been amazingly consistent for over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish this goal. The president has made it very clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment. And he said repeatedly that this would happen one of two ways: the easy way or the, quote, other way. I think we are finding out what the other way is right now. We will probably continue to find out. Second, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of, quote, civilian nuclear power and also, quote, uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues. Iran could have a civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. Meanwhile, they've enriched uranium far above the level necessary for any civilian purpose. They've been found in violation of their non-proliferation obligations by the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, which is hardly a right-wing organization. It's one thing to want civilian nuclear energy. It's another thing to demand a sophisticated enrichment capacity, and it's still another thing to cling to enrichment while simultaneously violating basic non-proliferation obligations and enriching right to the point of weapons-grade uranium. I have yet to see a single good argument for why Iran needed to enrich uranium well above the threshold for civilian use. I've yet to see a single good argument for why Iran was justified in violating its non-proliferation obligations. I've yet to see a single good pushback against the IAEA's finding. Okay. What conceivably is the strongest argument Iran could make? I'm sorry, maybe this sounds like I'm arguing against our own interests, but this is something I like to do when I'm trying to understand other people's motives. I try to think, how can I make the opposition's, or how can I make my enemy's argument in the most compelling way possible? Because I think that if I can really understand my enemy's argument or the opposition's argument from their point of view in the most robust way possible, then that helps me maybe even better argue against it. But you need to understand it in the first place. You need to understand where they're coming from. And so I'm trying to think, okay, so what is the most compelling argument that Khamenei or the Iranian regime could make in defense of enriching uranium up to 60%? Because it's true, they don't really have a reason to do that outside of trying to send a message that they can enrich it and not to mess with them. Because for a civilian nuclear energy program, you only need uranium that has been enriched to 3% or so. A nuclear bomb is 90%. Energy is 3%. Iran has been around 50 or 60% for the last couple months that we know of, maybe longer. And so this is probably the most compelling argument that Iran could make right now. They came out and say, listen, we have seen over the last 20 years what happened in Iraq. We have seen what happened in Afghanistan. We have seen what has happened to Bashar al-Assad in Syria. We have seen what has happened to Gaddafi in Libya in 2011. There is a 20-something year history of Middle Eastern governments or regimes being toppled and overthrown. And here in Iran, I'm Khamenei. Khamenei, I've been looking at all of this for the last 20 years, and I said, I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want that to happen in Iran. What is the best thing I could do to make sure that does not happen? What is the biggest piece of security, the best security maneuver I can engage in to make sure I don't get toppled? I gotta have a nuclear weapon. Nuclear powers don't get toppled because nobody wants to mess with nuclear powers. So I've got to become a nuclear power, or at least broadcast publicly that I am capable of becoming a nuclear power, which would explain why he's enriching up to 60% now. And so I guess the most compelling argument would be that, hey, it's a rough neighborhood. It's a rough neighborhood over in that area of the world. Now, on a little bit of a lighter note, by the way, we do have some super chats. I want to take a look at this here real quick. Bobka is one of my old friends. Hey, thank you very much for that super chat. He said, hello, Mr. Stacey, fellow resident of the future 51st state of America here. Your YouTube streams lately are popping off. The glow up from WoW is real. Quitting, I told you, man, quitting WoW was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. Hey, thank you, Bobka. Bobka is a French-Canadian friend of mine. Okay. Okay. Now, I want to show you guys what went on The View late last night. When I am looking for my political opinions, when I'm forming my outlook on the world, I like to get my information from The View because I highly respect Whoopi Goldberg. I view her as being an intellectual powerhouse. So I want to know, whenever there's drama going on in the Middle East, Israel, Iran, whatever, nuclear weapons, I'm thinking, what does Whoopi Goldberg have to say about this? Let's take a look.
Just remember, too, the Iranians literally throw gay people off of buildings. They don't adhere to basic human rights.
Listen, here's the thing. Let's not do that, because if we start with that, we have been known in this country to tie gay folks to the car.
Where the Iranian regime is today in 2025 is nothing compared to the United States.
Keep hanging black people. So
it is not even the same. I couldn't step foot during the.
I have to pause. I'm sorry. We are 26 seconds into a 3-minute long video. Is Whoopi Goldberg trying to compare black people being killed in the United States 200 years ago to gay people being killed in Iran, like today, like literally right this moment? She's actually trying to say that we, as Americans, we can't condemn any bad behavior in Iran at all because blacks had a tough time in the country 200 years ago or whatever. That is her argument. This woman is a moron. This woman is incompetent.
Oh, wait. That's not what you mean to say. It is the same.
No, it's not. The year 2025 in the United States is nothing like if I step foot wearing this outfit into Iran.
Killed for I'm sorry.
Well, they wear like Listen, no, I can't have my hair showing. I can't wear a skirt. I can't have my arms out.
I'm telling you, as
I literally said it was up to the Iranian people.
Yes,
it is up to them.
And that's why I am saying that it is the same. Murdering someone for their difference is not good, whoever does it. It's not good.
But the difference is we stopped doing that. We had a civil war. We had a civil rights movement. We had thousands, tens of thousands of Americans giving their life, shedding their own blood to put an end to this stuff. We had political upheaval to put an end to this stuff. We changed our country. We had our revolution. We had our revolution to stop that stuff, Whoopi Goldberg. Has that happened in Iran? No, this type of stuff is still happening on the streets of Iran right now, right? Unbelievable.
So that's why I said you weren't saying what I heard was not what you meant.
I think it's very different to live in the United States in 2025 than it is to live in Iran.
Not if you're black.
Not for everybody.
Whoopi Goldberg thinks it is as bad to be black in America in 2025 as it is to be gay in Iran in 2025. It's exactly the same. To be a gay person in Iran in 2025 is just as bad as being a black person in America in 2025. She is so stupid. She is the stupidest woman alive. It's almost unbelievable how moronic she is.
Not if you're black.
Guys, don't go to Tehran. Do not anyone at this table to go to Tehran.
Let me tell you about being in this country. This is the greatest country in the world. But, yeah, I know that. And we all know that. But every day, we are worried. Do we have to be worried about our kids? Are our kids going to get shot because they're running through somebody's neighborhood? They are not big deals.
In what neighborhoods are kids getting shot? In what type of you know what? Never mind. Downtown Chicago? Downtown Memphis? Downtown Atlanta, Whoopi Goldberg? In what neighborhoods are kids getting shot? There's no kids getting shot in my neighborhood, Whoopi Goldberg. Who's shooting the kids, Whoopi?
And I don't mean to say they're not big deals to you, because that's not what I meant.
And they are not doing well there either. They are not doing well in Iran. They are not educated. They cannot have property. They cannot leave them.
I'm talking about here.
Nobody wants to diminish the very real problems we have in this country. That is no one's intent. But I think it's important we remember there are places much darker than this country and people who deserve rights.
Not everybody feels that way. Not everybody feels that way. Listen, I'm sorry. You know, when you think about the fact that we got the vote in 1960.
Okay, what do you think Khomeini would do to Whoopi Goldberg, right? Imagine Khomeini and various other leaders of the IRGC were sitting on the opposite side of this table. If Whoopi Goldberg is sitting here running her mouth, talking about, oh, it's all the same. Oh, listen, yeah, we had it tough 200 years ago in America. It's the same thing. What would Khomeini say to Whoopi Goldberg? Do you think Khomeini would tolerate Whoopi Goldberg mouthing off like this? Do you think the IRGC would put up with Whoopi spouting off like this? Because I have a feeling they wouldn't. So therefore, America is a little bit more lax. We have it a little. The fact that there are these people sitting around the table even having this conversation proves that we're a little bit more progressive over here than Iran. The fact that this conversation is even taking place.
65.
Okay, they don't have free and fair elections in Iran. It's not even the same universe.
They can't go out of their house. The women.
You know what? There's no way I can make you understand.
No, let me try something. It's like try to reverse roles with a black person in this country, let's say, because I think that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Just try to understand from their point of view. From that point of view, this country does not do them well. Does not go for them.
I completely acknowledge that, but
and we shouldn't compare atrocities.
If you're talking about Iran, of course, is doing worse things, but relative.
Okay, I'm gonna say something incredibly controversial here. I don't know. Is there a single country in the world where black people have it better than right now in America in 2025? The upward mobility you have as a black person, or any person, but black people included in America, you have more upward mobility and opportunity and a higher standard of living and more opportunity than anywhere else. Like, go ahead and name a country where it is better to be a black person or any person than America, right? Like you can't. You're not going to find one. It doesn't exist.
Relatively speaking,
well, you know
it feels bad.
Okay, but I think you know that Iran is significantly
I guess we're going to come back and talk. We're going to come back and talk more about this.
Thank you, Whoopi Goldberg. It's the perpetual victim complex that is just, it's getting a little bit old. It's getting a little bit old, just always being a victim nonstop, always. When your entire existence, when your entire persona, hey, what are you like? What's your personality? Well, I'm a victim always. Me, my personality type is victim always. I'm a nonstop victim. It's like, okay, it's a little bit old, and it's also not even true. Well, guess what? We have another clip coming out of The View, because yesterday afternoon they had a special guest on. His name was Arnold Schwarzenegger, is his name. And I haven't seen this, but I've heard this is a good clip. I want to play this with you.
If you are an immigrant, you're an immigrant in this country. Yeah. Did you have a visceral reaction to what they're doing, what ICE is doing, when you see the videos of it?
Well, I tell you, you said that the immigrant, I'm so proud and happy that I was impressed by the American people like that. I mean, imagine they came over here with the age of 21, with absolutely nothing. And then to create a career like that. I mean, in no other country in the world could you do that. Yeah. Every single thing, if it's my bodybuilding career, if it's my acting career, becoming governor, the beautiful family that I've created, all of this is because of America.
That's true.
And so this is why I'm so happy to see firsthand that this is the greatest country in the world, and this is the land of opportunity.
I don't think Whoopi Goldberg likes that answer. That's not what she wanted to hear.
And I think because I'm such a proud American and a proud immigrant that came to America, I was asked to do, on July 4th, a big speech, the keynote speech at Mount Vernon. Where George Washington was laid to rest, and where he lived and all that, to celebrate the 250th anniversary of America, the existence of America. And I will be doing the speech there. They asked me because I'm an immigrant, and there will be 7,000 some people there, and there will be people that will be sworn in and will become citizens that day.
That's great.
So it's really a great celebration. And this is what this is all about, is to celebrate people becoming Americans and coming to America and all that. And so I just think the world of the great kind of history that we have with immigrants in America. But the key thing also is at the same time that we got to do things legal.
Uh-oh. That is not what they wanted to hear. You got to do it legally.
That is the important thing, you know. So you got to do things legal. And those people that are doing illegal things in America and that are foreigners, they are not smart. Because when you come to America, you're a guest. And you have to behave like a guest. Like when I go to someone's house and I'm a guest, then I will do everything I can to keep things clean and to make my bed and to do everything.
Look at this. She put her hand on him. She put her hand on him as if he's some crazy grandpa. She's like, oh, this is Sonny Hostin, who is also a far-left radical. Oh, you're so stupid. Oh, Arnold, you're so stupid. That's what it's like. This is so, it's that little hand movement. It's so patronizing.
I think that is the right thing to do rather than committing a crime or being abusive or something like that. So that doesn't really work in this country. So I think the important thing is when you become an immigrant to think about, okay, I go to America because I want to use America for the great opportunities that America has in education, in jobs, creating a family, all of those kind of things. Then you have to think about, okay, if I get all of those things from America, then I have to give something back. You have a responsibility as an immigrant to give back to America and to pay back to America and to go and do something for your community for no money whatsoever. Give something back to after-school programs, special.
Man, if only all of our immigrants could be like Arnold Schwarzenegger. If only all of our immigrants could be from Austria. Man, then I'm kidding. But he did it the right way. He did it the right way. He did it legally, and also he has the right mindset. It is the mindset, it's the way you do it, and it's the mindset that you perpetuate, you bring in the country. I need to give back. This country took me in. They gave me every opportunity that I have, that I've had all my success I owe to this country. I need to pay them back. I got to pay it forward, right?
Olympics or whatever it is, make this country a better place.
Whatever it is, make the country a better place. Okay, now, folks, I have some breaking news updates for you. We are talking today, you know, how these streams go these days, our head is on a swivel. So we're going to take a quick little pivot. I want to give you some breaking news updates with what is going on in the Israel and Iranian situation right here, okay? So we do have some updates. This is as of 5 minutes ago. No, this is, oh boy. Okay, so first update, 14 minutes ago. The United States Department of Defense has announced the death of 2 U.S. soldiers deployed to the Middle East as a result of, quote, non-combat related incidents this week within the U.S. Central Command. So, so first off, terrible. That's terrible that they died. Second off, they did not die in combat. It was a non-combat related incident. So what could that mean? They're like fueling up a truck and the truck accidentally explodes. They died. It's terrible. But it wasn't combat related. Like Iran did not kill them. Okay, and so by the way, I want to say their names. This is Sergeant First Class Emmett Wilfred Goodridge, 40 years old, of Roseville, Minnesota. And also Staff Sergeant Sal Fabian Gonzalez, 26, of Pullman. Montana, and this is Minnesota. Montana and Minnesota. Well, that's terrible. That's terrible news. Rest in peace. And then there was another update here, real quick. Following up on that, as of 5 minutes ago, there are a lot of preparations and movements happening right now in the Middle East in case the U.S. does decide to join the war against Iran, and these kinds of movements do sometimes significantly increase the risk to soldiers and other service members. Accidents account for way more deaths annually in the military than combat-related incidents. I believe that. These days, I believe that. That's probably true. So once again, terrible news. Everybody, this is what we did back in the video game days on Twitch. Everybody post F in the chat. F means like rest in peace. So rest in peace, F in the chat. Everybody F in the chat. That's an old video game term, sorry, but rest in peace to these two American service members. Now we have another update here. So this is, hold up, what is this here? Almost all vessels have sortied out from Solomon Port in Bahrain. These are naval vessels, a multinational naval base on the Persian Gulf. So all the vessels are leaving. Oh, these are U.S. vessels. Hold up, at least one U.S. Navy LCS, 2 different Minesweeper U.S. naval vessels, both of the Royal Bahraini Naval Perry-class frigates. Everybody's leaving. Do we have a before and after picture here? Oh, you can see. So this is after. before. You can see all these vessels here on the port, and then they're gone. Everybody is leaving. Where are they going? We're going to get updates on that here in a minute. Now, we do have a super chat here. Ranger is what my friend's name. Thank you. Let me take a look at the super chat. He says, white libs and black simps are always telling me that I have to be a victim, and it's always after they have made it. It angers me to no end. Oh, are you? The way I read this is that you're a black person and you're sick of having liberal whites tell you that you're a victim. Is maybe I'm reading that the wrong way. But yeah, no, listen, I mean, whether or not that right there is a tale as old as time. You have tons of black Americans that are like, hey, I'm not a victim. Like, I'm living my life. I'm successful and I'm happy. And then I'm having, like, 21-year-old radically progressive college, like white female college students generally like telling me that I'm a victim, telling me I'm a black man, that I'm the black man, I'm a victim. It's like, well, I don't know. It seems like a lot of people don't agree with that. Anyway, hey, thank you. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. Now, once again, the Iranian internet is down. It seems like it was not taken down by Israel. It seems like the Iranian government shut down their own internet. So we're going to keep tabs on this. But right now, Iran is dark. We have nothing at all coming out of Iran right now. Total internet blackout is what is going on right now. Now, there's another update I wanted to show you folks here real quick. This is coming from the White House, President Trump, I believe, right here. Breaking news just in 10 minutes ago. President Trump says Iran wants to visit him at the White House and he might let them. He will be meeting with his National Security Council in the Situation Room in 1 hour. So guys, 50 minutes from now, Trump is having yet another National Security Council meeting. He had one of those yesterday afternoon as well. Things are heating up. He's going to go discuss this idea, go over this idea to let some diplomat or ambassador from Iran come visit the White House to have a sort of an in-person meeting. So far, President Trump has been sending his chief deal maker, his chief negotiator, Steve Witkoff, all over the world to make these deals. Maybe Trump is going to try to make a deal on his own in person. Trump clearly does not want a war. He's working towards peace. No decision or action has been made yet. Play the video.
Contributed to that change, how you got to where you are in making your decision now?
Well, I think it started the first night. I mean, that first night was devastating, and it really knocked the one side off, as you know. It was a devastating evening, day, and it pretty much proceeded that way. I have a meeting in the war room in a little while, situation room, as some people call it. So we're going to meet. We're going to see. We're in the midst of it's a terrible thing. I hate to see it. I hate to see all that death, so much death and destruction. But death primarily is what I hate to see.
Does that mean you haven't made a decision yet on what to do?
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. I mean, especially with war. Things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other. War is very bad. There was no reason for this to be a war. There was no reason for Russia, Ukraine. A lot of wars there was no reason for. You look right up there, I don't know, see the Declaration of Independence, and I say, I wonder if the Civil War, it always seemed to me maybe that could have been solved without losing 600,000 plus people.
Yeah, maybe so. Folks, I want to ask you a question here. Just a real quick yes or no in the chat will suffice. Is President Trump going to drop the bunker buster bomb on the Iranian nuclear enrichment facilities? Is Trump going to drop the bomb? And to show you what that looks like, B-2 Spirit bomb. I'm sure by now pretty much everybody knows, but Iran has numerous nuclear enrichment facilities that are burrowed. They're dug in super deep into the side of mountains or deep underground. They are so deep underground, in fact, that only the United States has the capacity to blow them up. They're so deep underground, Israel doesn't have bombs powerful enough to penetrate deep enough into the ground to blow them up. The only way to get rid of some of these nuclear enrichment facilities in Iran is for us to get involved and blow them up ourselves. So You know, the only way that does not happen is if diplomacy is successful. If Iran says, you know what, no, we're not going to come to the table, we're not going to negotiate, then most certainly Trump is going to deploy one of these bad boys right here and start dropping these big old that bomb you see right there dropping out of the bottom of that bomber plane, the B-2 Spirit bomber plane. That bomb there, that's actually what is called the MOP, the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. That bomb that you're looking at weighs 30,000 pounds. That bomb is way bigger than you think it is. It's massive. That bomb is massive. Way bigger than this picture kind of lends you to believe or leads you to believe. So if Iran does not completely and totally capitulate to President Trump, he will drop the bomb. I think he will. Hopefully they do. Hopefully that does not come to that. Keep in mind, President Trump said yesterday on Truth Social, he said, you guys have probably seen this, but I want to pull it up just for cinematic impact here. It's on his Truth Social page. Where is it? 2 words. What did he say? Unconditional surrender. This is what President Trump wants right now. Unconditional surrender or nothing. Unless they agree to completely capitulate and give in to every single one of President Trump's demands, he's going to drop that bomb. He's going to drop the bomb. I think he will. So we're going to see. But keep in mind, what are President Trump's demands? No nuclear weapons. Complete and total shutdown of their nuclear enrichment program. That's it. President Trump is not calling for regime change. President Trump doesn't care about regime change. People like Lindsey Graham, people like Benjamin Netanyahu, they care about regime change. They want Khamenei out. Does President Trump care about that? President Trump doesn't care. President Trump, all he cares about is shutting down the nuclear program. That's it. After that, whatever. Khamenei can keep his country. He can continue to be the glorious leader, the Ayatollah, but you cannot have nuclear weapons. That is President Trump's ultimatum right now. So we are going to see as these days continue unfolding. Now, I would bet, once again, let's double also Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz wants regime change here very soon, folks. Thank you for waiting with me while we kind of do the recap here. Folks, very soon we are going to watch the entire, maybe it's 2 hours long, I don't know, the entire Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz interview that just got released a couple hours ago. We are going to watch that together live as a community here. We're going to react to it live. So Netanyahu, I would speculate that right now Netanyahu is a little bit frustrated because from where I'm standing, it seems like diplomacy is maybe back on the table. You had American military planes and also Iranian military planes land in Oman, meet up. Americans and Iranians met in Oman a couple hours ago. We know that. We know that for a fact. So it seems like maybe some type of negotiation or communication took place in Oman a couple hours ago. And now we're hearing from President Trump. We just watched the clip right here. We're hearing that Iran wants to come to the White House to talk to President Trump to work out a deal. And President Trump seems open to working out a deal. We just saw that. Netanyahu, I imagine, is not happy about that. Netanyahu, for him, seems like it's not enough to get rid of the nuclear weapons or the nuclear enrichment facilities. Netanyahu wants regime change. Netanyahu is not going to be happy until regime change has been achieved. So maybe Netanyahu is getting a little bit frustrated right now that Trump is continuing diplomatic endeavors. But so, folks, unless we have some type of update here, I'm checking around. I don't think we have any breaking news updates right now. So here's what we're going to do. Folks, if it is okay with you, we are going to, let me reload this. This is 2 hours long exactly. Oh my goodness, this is a long one. Folks, if it is okay with you, we are going to watch as a community here. Thank you all for tuning in. The entire, it's 2 hours long, Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson interview that got uploaded just a few hours ago. It's hot off the press. This interview between the two, it's more of a debate about what should America's involvement be in Iran and Israel. How should we help? Should we help? Should we not help? If we do help, should we have American boots on the ground? Should we drop a bunker buster bomb and that's it and then we're done? Should we help Israel carry out comprehensive regime change in Iran? What should we do? And so this is a debate. Now, keep in mind, both of these individuals are on the right. They are both Republicans. They're both conservatives. They both are Donald Trump supporters. But as you might have noticed over the last couple of days, this topic is incredibly divisive. This entire situation is, in a way, you know, maybe fracturing is too harsh of a word, but most certainly there are divisions in the Republican Party right now amongst America First, MAGA, Trump-supporting Republicans. What do we do? How do we handle the situation? And so Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz are on different ends, different sides of that conversation, and they're going to debate it out. So let's go ahead and play this, and I'll tell you what, as we are listening to this, we're going to be keeping tabs. We might pause a couple times to add some input, and also I'm going to continue scanning for live updates out of what's going on in the Middle East. So folks, if everybody is ready, please type ready in the chat, and we are going to do this, folks. I'm going to go to the very beginning here. Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz. This is a big one. This is going to be a spicy one here. I can already tell you. This will be a little bit dramatic. I can already tell you. I want to go to the very beginning. Okay, there we go. Here we go.
Senator, thank you very much for spending the time to have this conversation.
It's good to be with you.
So you've come out for regime change in Iran, as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran?
Somebody else in charge.
How do you get there?
Look, that ultimately has to be a popular uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and wants to kill us, or to have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us? And
definitely the latter is better.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so that's not a complicated statement. Look, I believe you look across the world when you have countries that have dictators that are viciously anti-America. Venezuela, Maduro hates us. Would we be better off with Maduro out of power? Absolutely. I want our enemies out of power, and I want our friends in power.
I could not agree more. The question is, how do you get there?
Of course.
And we've been trying to kill Maduro for quite some time. We have troops there, as you know.
I don't know that we've been trying to kill Maduro.
We have. And
folks, real quick, because I see people complaining about it, I am not going to increase the speed. We're not doing 1.5, so you can relax on that. Something that must be said here, we've got a pretty bad history of regime change in the Middle East. It's 2003 Iraq, it's 2011 Libya, it's 2000 and whatever, I don't know when you pick a date for Afghanistan, it's kind of all over the place. And it's maybe more recently in Syria. Every time that the U.S. has contributed to toppling a Middle Eastern regime or government, the situation has pretty much gotten worse. And the best example of that is obviously in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. ISIS has popped up. We toppled these regimes, and ISIS popped up. There's a power vacuum. They step in. Someone even worse fills the void. And ISIS carried out a Christian genocide. They're genociding Christians. They were doing it for years. Okay, the situation got even somehow it got even worse. The power vacuum is formed. Someone even worse steps in, and then we're worse off than we started. So we have a very bad history of carrying out regime change in the Middle East. It seems like we are, even if we wanted to, we are totally incapable of helping the Middle Easterners create new, effective, productive governments. They have to do that themselves. Seems like we can't help them do that.
I think you know that. And
I don't know that.
Okay, well, as a statement of fact, we have. So
we do have massive sanctions. We tried to pressure him out of office.
Yeah,
I'm not aware of efforts.
I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure coming from various parts of the U.S. government on that government, and it's still there.
Yeah.
Same, the country of our ancestors, Cuba, 1959, we've been working on that. Hasn't worked. So it's I think we both agree it's hard to do.
It absolutely is hard. And look, I think you're reasonable to ask, how do we produce that? And I think there's a distinction between what your objective is and the means to get it. There are all sorts of things I would say we would be better off. We'd be better off in China without Xi there. Should we invade China and topple Xi? Of course not.
Better off with no national debt.
There are lots of things.
Totally.
But it's good to say, all right, what are our objectives?
Right.
And so with the Ayatollah in Iran saying you're for regime change, I don't view as complicated. I mean, the guy literally leads mobs chanting death to America. So that's not good.
Definitely not good. But the reason I think it's important to get a little more detailed about how that might happen is because there's military action in progress, which we're supporting. And the president has said clearly, including last night, that he is focused on eliminating the capacity of the Iranian government to produce nuclear weapons. You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once. Okay. I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change. I said I support it. I would like to see it happen. You asked me how should it happen? A popular uprising. What I've advocated for. All right, let's step back a second. You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things on Earth.
For sure.
And there are a lot of things, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of foreign policy as much as you want. There are a lot of things on which you and I agree, not just a little bit, but violently.
I totally agree. I was rooting for you in your last campaign, for sure.
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic on the border. You've been one of the clearest and best voices in the whole country on securing the border and on the absolute crisis we're facing. And in Texas, I see it and live it every day. In COVID, in fact, you may recall, in the middle of the COVID lockdown, I was out walking my dog when the whole world was shut down and we were living in lunatic times. And I called you and said, Tucker, your nightly monologues are the single best thing on television. Like I watch them like an injection of crack. Okay, I'm mixing my metaphor because you don't inject.
They were awesome. Tucker Carlson has a good podcast. It's fine. He's a good podcaster. His Fox News nightly monologues, they were the best. They were the best. Nothing comes close. His podcasts are fine. They're fine. But his Fox News monologues were, nothing even comes close.
Jack crack, but you get what I'm saying.
Try.
No, I mean, you were standing up and speaking like, what the hell are we doing in a way that we desperately, desperately needed. And so whether it's securing the border, whether it's the insanity of COVID lockdowns and the vaccine mandates, whether it is the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, you and I agree on a ton of stuff. The 20% where we disagree, I do think is meaningful. And it's mostly in the foreign policy space.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would say, if you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy to get specific.
Yes.
For a long time, people had perceived two different poles of Republican foreign policy. There have been interventionists, and those have been people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham, George W. Bush. And there have been isolationists. And the most prominent of those have been Ron Paul and Rand Paul, and there are others. And people...
I have to say, I hate this word, isolationist, meaning that, because the implication when somebody says the word isolationist is that if you're not on board with unnecessary wars in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, that somehow you think America should be like a clam and close up and never do anything. No, not wanting to be involved in the Middle East or the war on terror 2.0 does not mean you're an isolationist. It just means you can differentiate between good foreign policy and bad foreign policy. Just because you say no to bad foreign policy does not mean you're an isolationist. That is absurd. That's such a mischaracterization of the opposition to bad foreign policy.
Perceive those are the two choices. You got to be one or the other. I've always thought both were wrong. I don't agree with either one. The way I view my own foreign policy...
I'm with you, by the way, for whatever it's worth. Yeah. I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't know who set up that binary, but there are lots of choices, actually.
I mean, people sort of naturally fall into... I think they want to classify people, and they're like, okay, you're one or the other, and you got to be all or nothing. And the interventionists, it seems, have never seen a country they didn't want to invade, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And the isolationists, I think, don't take the threats to America seriously. And I think that's naive and it doesn't work. And so my view, I consider myself a third point on the triangle. And what I describe that as is that I am a non-interventionist hawk, which sounds a little weird, but what do I mean by that? I mean the central touch point for U.S. foreign policy and for any question of military intervention should be the vital national security interest of the United States. How does this make America safer? How does this protect Americans? If it does, we should be strong. And actually, another way of conceiving what I'm saying, I'm speaking theoretically, but Reagan referred to it as peace through strength. And actually, I think Donald Trump's foreign policy is very much what I'm describing, a non-interventionist hawk, where he understands that, and I think this is historically true, the best way to avoid war is being strong. That weakness and isolationism, I think, encourages war. So going back to regime change, where you started in Iran.
So just to make, I don't think I disagree with anything you've said, so we may not be that far apart, really, because you said that the single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well.
I think it's the definition of it.
Yeah.
It's hardly breaking news. The U.S. dollar has been gravely devalued by Washington.
So far, so good. And so now, if I had to guess, I would guess that Tucker Carlson is going to try to make the argument that getting involved in the Middle East in the defense of Israel is not in accordance with America's interests. I think that's where this conversation is probably going, that getting bogged down in Iraq and Afghanistan and maybe again in the Middle East to fight Iran is actually, that might be good for Israel, but it might not be good for America. I think that's probably where this conversation is going. So we're going to find out. We're going to sit through this ad break, I guess. If we have to fix something, they should pay us. Yeah, actually, we saw Pete Hegseth and J.D. Vance effectively echo that sentiment when we were bombing the Houthis a couple months ago in defense of European trade and Egyptian trade. And I was like, yeah, I can get behind that. If we're gonna police maritime trade and make sure the oceans are safe, then we better be getting paid for it. If everybody is going to benefit from our Navy making sure maritime trade is safe and secure across the world, they should be paying us. Europe should be paying us for making sure that shipping lanes are open. If we're the ones making sure everything works properly, we should be getting a stipend or something for this. No doubt. And I was proud to see J.D. Vance and Hegseth say that not too long ago.
Watching that now.
So I think we are. And from what you've said publicly, I think on Iran in particular, you and I disagree. And all right, let me contrast it when Obama was president. When Obama was president, you remember he talked about wanting to have military action against Syria.
Some Carl James in the chat says, this happened days ago, old news. This interview actually just got uploaded 3 hours ago. Carl, this interview actually probably 2 hours ago. It's old news. No, it's not.
Mm-hmm. And at the time, I tried to keep an open mind to it. I said, okay, let me listen to the commander-in-chief, describe to me how this is in America's interest and what your plan is. And Bashar Assad was a bad guy. He was killing his own citizens, and he had chemical weapons that were very dangerous. I could conceive of a commander-in-chief laying out a plan for, okay, we're going to go in and say, grab the chemical weapons and leave. Like, I could see that if there was a real threat to America and there was a plan to prevent that, I could see supporting that. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I listened both in classified briefings and public questioning. And number one, their public defense of it was incoherent. So John Kerry said, we're going to engage in an unbelievably small strike. I think that's a quote. I'm like, okay, and to do what? At the time, there were 9 major rebel Islamic groups in Syria. I'm like, okay, I agree, Bashar Assad's a bad guy. You topple him. And one of the 9 other groups takes over. 7 of them were affiliated with radical Islamic terrorism. You had Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. I'm like, wait, how is it better to have lunatics who hate us in charge? Assad's a bad guy, but I don't want worse guys in charge. Obama administration couldn't give an answer to that. And ultimately...
And by the way, not a single Republican right now that is pushing for American boots on the ground or regime change has an answer for that either. Lindsey Graham doesn't have an answer for that. So we say, okay, listen, we could very easily change the regime of Iran right now. In the next 20 minutes, all we have to do is drop a bomb on Khomeini. In a way, in a comical way, the easy part is killing people. The easy part is blowing up the regime. We can do that. We snap our fingers. All of them are dead. We're America. We can kill anyone we want. It's what comes next. What happens then? Then what? And nobody is asking that question. Okay, we've killed all of them. Then what? And this is the problem that we've gotten into on 4 occasions over the last 20-something years. In Libya and Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria. Then what? We have a power vacuum. A power vacuum is formed. Somebody worse steps in every single time the situation has been made worse. None of these people are asking, then what? Which is actually the most important question.
Ultimately, when you press them, John Kerry in particular I pressed, and he would say, well, we need to defend international norms. Like, what the hell's an international norm? I don't know what it is, but I'm not interested in putting U.S. servicemen and women in harm's way to defend one.
Amen.
So I opposed the Syria attack and opposed it vocally. And it was interesting. Rand and I agreed. Rand's a friend of mine. But we agreed with that position for different reasons. What I was asking is I think the question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration couldn't give me an answer, so I opposed it. I think Iran is very different.
Let me ask what you think of how Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular leader in a religious and ethnically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge of Christians.
That's right. I'm happy because in the last 6 months, you've had thousands of Christians in Syria that have been genocided by nature of being Christian. Is that a win? Was that a good thing?
Christians and Alawites, is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you said is you said he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out. What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a long.
How did Assad get kicked out?
Yeah. When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple of months ago, he and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, and they took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad. And that ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now, I don't know.
So you don't think that, and I don't, it is very confusing, and I don't know that anyone really knows all the details, but you don't think that Israel or Turkey or NATO ally Turkey played any role in toppling Assad?
I don't know. I don't know that they did. Look, my understanding of that, they clearly took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah. They've decimated Hezbollah, but Hezbollah was waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America, too. I mean, Hezbollah hated us.
John Jones, real quick, says, never forget Operation Ajax. The CIA regime changed. That's the whole reason Iran is a citizen now, and it happened way back in the 50s. Well, this is the curious question. How did the current Iranian regime get in control of the country? Who put them there? How did the current Iranian regime that now we hate and we're talking about blowing up, how did they get there in the first place? We effectively did that. We did that. So this is another failed example of regime change. Now, there's another thing I want to show you guys real quick while we have the podcast paused here. I want to show you this. Take a look at this. The IRGC, as of 5 minutes ago, has just announced that the missile launches so far, two-stage fuel. In essence, Iran is saying that the missiles they've been firing at Israel so far are actually not their newest and best missiles. They're firing smaller, weaker missiles so far. Here's a difference. Here's a video or picture difference comparison between the two. So Iran, I guess, this is probably Iranian propaganda. Of course, everybody's spewing their propaganda on every side of the equation right now. Everybody is. that allegedly Iran has not even started sending out the big missiles, the most powerful missiles. Okay, all right.
I would put Assad in the category of an unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad, I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned. Let me step back and let's talk regime change generally. I mentioned Syria. I also oppose the Iraq War. I think the Iraq War was a serious mistake. And we have a pattern, and going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist. The interventionists advocate over and over again, there's a bad guy, there's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. And you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over, and they start killing Americans. In my view, how the heck does that help us? Like, Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him. And you ended up having ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein. Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy, that under Obama, we toppled him. And you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so...
Hi there, Griffin. Hey, thank you.
And it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan? And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think... With Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point,
maybe I have a naive stance on foreign policy. I think American foreign policy should be entirely predicated on one question: is this good for America, or is this bad for America? Is this good or bad for America? If we do this, will this be good or bad for America? Is it worth it for us? That, I think, is like pretty much that's my axiom on which American foreign policy should operate. I'm not obviously calling the shots in this country, but that's kind of like, America first. Is this good for the country, or is it bad for the country? And of course, as an extension, is it good for the Americans in the country or bad for us Americans in the country? I think that is kind of what it's all about, in my opinion.
You say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know. So, right. But other than that, I don't hear anything I disagree with at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're in a complete agreement. I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure. Defeating the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War. That was the most consequential step for U.S. national security interests of our lifetimes.
Okay.
And
so you would classify that as a regime change that we affected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Look, you and I are in my office. We're sitting next to a painting of Reagan in front of the Brandenburg Gate. And up top are the words, "Tear down this wall," in German, in the style of the graffiti.
Right.
And I think those are the most important words any leader has said in modern times. And if you look at how Reagan waged the Cold War, and Reagan is very much my model for how to, I actually think how Reagan took on the Soviet Union is exactly how we should take on China. Now, starting from the point, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. In 8 years, the biggest country Reagan...
No, okay, real quick. No offense to Reagan. Everybody likes Reagan. Reagan was staunchly anti-tariff. I don't know if you guys know this. If you go back and look at old videos, Reagan hated tariffs. Reagan was not just like ambivalent towards tariffs. Reagan hated tariffs. So once again, no offense to Reagan. Ted Cruz says we should handle China the way that Reagan handled the Soviets. Once again, I don't really think so. I think President Trump's tariffs are genius. I think President Trump's tariffs and trade negotiations with countries like China, which have been engaging in predatory trade dynamics for decades now, Trump is the first leader we've had in a long time that is actually handling China the proper way. You can't beat China with libertarian style free trade principles. You're not going to beat China doing that. They have slave labor. They're going to work for 13 cents an hour. You're not going to win. They will hollow out our entire manufacturing base intentionally. That has been their plan, deliberate plan for decades now. You are not going to out free market compete them. They have slaves. Okay. So I do not think we can handle China in a Reagan-style way. Reagan hated tariffs. Trump loves tariffs.
Never invaded was Grenada. He was very reluctant to use U.S. military force.
He didn't respond after the 83 barracks bombings.
You're right. Yeah, he made the judgment that the risk exceeded the benefits. And that's a very rational decision to make. And it's reflected. Trump has made those same decisions where he is willing to use military force, but he very much asks, okay, is this good or bad for America? Does this endanger U.S. servicemen and women or not? And one of the points about the Cold War, look, nobody in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union. The two biggest nuclear powers on Earth firing bullets at each other is really unhealthy for human beings.
That's right.
Same thing is true with China. Nobody with any sense says, hey, let's go to war with China. That's really dumb, and a whole lot of people could die. But the Cold War showed we've got lots of tools short of sending the Marines to fight against a regime. And one of the most important tools is the bully pulpit. And so when I say I support regime change, I actually think just simply laying out what the Ayatollah does. And so I spend a lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against human rights abuses. I think shining a light on the depravity of leaders is a really powerful tool that America has.
Should we limit our activity to that?
It depends. Again,
because the U.S. government pays opposition groups, militarized opposition groups in Iran to overthrow the government. We've done it in a lot of different places, as you know. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's very different from what you're describing. You're saying we're making a moral case, as we did for 7 years with the Soviets. Our system works, yours doesn't.
Yep.
And I think we made a credible case for that, and we beat them over 70 years economically.
And that was a huge part of it.
Right. I think everyone would agree that was the main part of it. We didn't beat them in Vietnam or North Korea.
The main part of it, but it was tied to a military buildup. So I think it was two things. It was, one, the clarity. So Reagan came in, and he described the Soviet Union as an evil empire.
Right.
And all of the intelligentsia in D.C., all the Democrats, all the media, they're like, what a horrible thing to say. You can't say that. Reagan went to the United Kingdom, and he said, Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. People were horrified. They asked him, all right, what's...
You want to know why the academic world and the mainstream media in the 80s responded that way when Reagan said that the Soviets are an evil empire? Do you know why they said, hey, you can't say that? You can't call them an evil empire. Do you want to know why? Do you remember? It's because, as we now know, our American academic system and our American mainstream media has been thoroughly infiltrated and saturated with literal communists. Probably the single American that history has most vindicated is McCarthy. McCarthy, his hysteria over communist infiltration in this country, everybody called him a nut job back in the day. Guess what? Completely vindicated. Entirely true. McCarthy was right about everything. There has been, for the last 70 years, a deliberate attempt to infiltrate every single aspect of American academic world, media world, political world, everything, entertainment, Hollywood, by communists. And they have done it. They've effectively done that. They've been doing it for 70 years, very successfully so. And everybody called McCarthy insane decades ago. Guess what? Entirely vindicated. He was right about all of it. He was entirely right.
What's your strategy in the Cold War? He said, very simple. We win, they lose. And that was all viewed as sort of a Philistine simplicity. And I think it was exactly right. And laying that out, speaking... Do you know the backstory behind the Berlin Wall speech?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
You probably know Peter Robinson, who was a speechwriter.
Yes.
So 3 times the State Department deleted those words from that speech. And 3 times Reagan wrote it back. And the State Department argued, they said, Mr. President, you can't say this. This is too bellicose. This is too provocative. And my favorite, they said, this is too unrealistic. The Berlin Wall will stand till the end of time. And Reagan said, look, this is the whole point of the speech. And less than 3 years after Reagan gave that speech, the Berlin Wall was torn to the ground. And it wasn't knocked down by American Army tanks. We didn't shoot missiles at it.
You know who knocked it down? Everybody forgets this. It was David Hasselhoff. David Hasselhoff, personally, he ripped off his shirt. His muscles were showing, his biceps, and he started tearing down that wall brick by brick.
It was shining truth and light.
Oh, yeah.
That tore it down. It was also rebuilding the American military. It was what was then pejoratively called Star Wars, where the Soviet Union, their economy couldn't match our military buildup, and it bankrupted them. That's an example of peace through strength.
I wonder, I mean, is there anybody who was alive in 1989 who wouldn't trade that America for the one we live in now? There's not one person, I don't think.
Oh, sure.
But, I mean, just the basic metrics, debt, suicide rate, life expectancy, it was... I wonder why, after that victory, America didn't thrive in the way that we thought that it would, that I thought that it would. My family was involved in that. I mean, we were very focused on it in my house. Like, we won. And I wonder two things. Why didn't the United States kind of declare victory and make some sort of arrangement with Russia that allowed, like, mutual prosperity rather than continuing a Cold War? And second, I wonder why the United States didn't get a lot better. Like, why don't we have better infrastructure? Why don't we have fewer homeless? Why do we have all these drugs? Like, if we won, why does our country look like this? I walked across from Union Station this morning, as you do, I'm sure, every day. And all these people lying in the street and sleeping outside. It's like, what is that?
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country.
Controversial opinion. What Tucker Carlson is saying, hold up, did we really win World War II? I don't know if you guys caught that. Tucker is saying, hold up, if we actually here in America, if we seriously won World War II, then why is our country imploding? Why has our country been invaded? Why do we have homeless people living on the street? Why are veterans not being taken care of? Why do we have 100,000 or more young Americans every year overdosing on Chinese fentanyl? Why do we have Latin American cartel gangs operating terrorist organizations inside of our country, trafficking American children? What the hell? What the hell's going on here? What happened? What happened? That's what Tucker Carlson is saying. You know, I think you can make an argument that, you know, okay, all of these problems we have is not a consequence of maybe winning or losing World War II. It's what happened afterwards. Our country has been infiltrated over the last 70 years. Our country post World War II has been thoroughly infiltrated and not even really destroyed from the outside. Our country's been destroyed from the inside is really what has gone on.
Look, there's no doubt there are really dangerous forces in our society. Some of it is politics and some of it is culture. And one of the mistakes people make in politics is thinking everything is politics. So the political answer, which I happen to believe, is we went much further down the road of liberalism. You look at Bill Clinton, who inherited the peace dividend of the Cold War being over and moved us more to the left, and then Obama accelerated it a lot. And so there are lots of bad economic policies, but I also think they're cultural things. You know, the loss of faith,
I agree with all of
family.
That. I know what you're going to say, and I agree 100%. I bet there's not one word that I would disagree with. All I'm saying is, like, I think it's important to step back and ask.
But I actually think Russia has very little to do with it. So,
well, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, which is, like, we're all sort of focused on beating our adversaries abroad, but what is victory worth if our own country becomes what it is now? And maybe we're spending a little too much time focused abroad and not enough time focused on the people sleeping outside Union Station.
Very true.
So, look, I absolutely think we need to focus
on that point. We've heard from Nikki Haley. A lot of politicians have said this, generally rhino politicians. Nikki Haley comes to mind. She has this famous quote from about a year ago. She said, look, we can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time, meaning we can have a war in Ukraine, we can have a war in the Middle East, we can do everything, we can have a war everywhere. We can walk and we can also chew our bubble gum at the same time. We can do it all is the point of that. And I'm thinking, like, really though, can we? Because it seems like we can't. It seems like we've never been able to do that. Our country has been just deteriorating for decades now, as we have been sending money abroad and funding, you know, all types of foreign upheaval and overthrowing regimes and foreign wars and funding other proxy war. Like it seems like not only can we not walk and chew bubble gum at the same time, it seems like we can't walk or chew bubble gum individually. We can't walk and we can't chew bubble gum, let alone do them at the same freaking time. We can't do any of it at all, period.
at home emphatically, and we need to focus on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses. American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen. I'm 1,000% there. I also recognize it is a dangerous world, and part of the responsibility of leaders, part of President Trump's responsibility, is to keep America safe. Let's go back to where we started with
Can I ask,
Iran.
you've been in the district a long time in D.C., so have I, and the city's way more dangerous, and Congress runs this city.
No, it's a complete crap hole.
So I'm saying, like, no Iranian's ever going to kill me, but I could get carjacked here.
Well,
and I just don't understand how the Congress could run this city and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage. It's garbage.
But Congress doesn't run the city. We could.
Congress does run the city. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, but they've given home rule, so it's a Democrat mayor.
Take it back. You control the Congress.
I'd vote for it, but it is a question of math.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, why? How can people ignore? It's like if my own kids are drug addicts, but I'm focused on my neighbor's kids. It's like I'm neglecting my own kids, and there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country that elected them in favor of this relentless focus on other people's problems. That's the way.
True. Yes. True, Tucker. That is very true. That's true.
It feels as an American.
Yeah.
Look, there are lots of problems in America that we need to fix. Why is D.C. a pit? Because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys. And in every city you see across the country, whether it's New York, whether it's Chicago, whether it's L.A., whether it's San Francisco, if you have Democrats, we see the L.A. riots where they won't let people be arrested. All right.
Then why not work in regime change here? Why not use the bully pulpit?
I do. What do you think I do every day?
I never see a Republican senator stand up and say, I just walked to work this morning over people dying of drug ODs. We're going to shut this place down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin. Like, what did Putin do to Washington? Nothing.
Look, in terms of regime change, let's talk this week. The riots in L.A., I've made very clear that the cause of those riots are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And when you elect communists who hate America, who stop law enforcement from arresting criminals, you get what you get on the street.
Amen, I agree.
My in-laws are Californians, and they're wonderful people. Heidi grew up on the Central Coast of California. And I remember I was texting with my mother-in-law, and I think I sent her a video of criminals going to a store and just looting in California. And her response, she said something like, well, this is really terrible. I wish we could. It's a shame we can't do anything about this. I said, yes, you can. Go in and arrest them. Throw their butts in jail. Put them in handcuffs. 100%. And it stops.
Exactly.
And so we know how to fix these things. And D.C. is I think D.C. voted, if I remember right, 92% Democrat. Democrat policies don't work, and they destroy.
Let me give you an extremely hyperbolic example of how easy it is to fix nationwide epidemic drug problems. This, I believe, was the Philippines a couple years ago. Okay, they had a huge drug problem, drug trafficking, drug addiction, gang type of stuff, massive problem. Okay, their leader came out and said, listen, death sentence. I don't care how much you have. If you're a gang, if you've got an ounce or a gram or a pound, it doesn't matter. We're killing you. Doesn't matter. Within a year, you know what they didn't have anymore? A drug problem. They completely fixed it within less than 12 months because nobody wants to get killed or murdered by the government over a gram of weed or cocaine or whatever it might be. Done. Problem solved. Okay. These problems can be solved. The question is, how badly do you want to solve them? How badly do you want to solve the problems?
Every community that they are in charge of, they
then why
destroy.
don't Republicans assert their constitutional authority over the city? Don't they control the Congress?
Yes, I'd be all for it.
Who's against it? Do you think?
Susan Collins is really vocally against it. So on questions of home rule, so for example, let's take an issue you and I care a lot about, the COVID lockdowns. I had a couple of years ago in the middle of them. D.C. was proposing, the D.C. school district was proposing throwing out of school any child that was not vaccinated. And at the time, if I remember correctly, it was something like 40% of the African-American students in D.C. were not vaccinated. So they were talking about literally throwing out 40% of the kids at public school. And so I had a vote on the Senate floor to say, look, they can't throw kids out of school for this. And we ended up having a big argument, and part of the argument was home rule. where there was, and Susan was the most vocal Republican that's like, no, we have to let D.C. run. And I'm like, why? Constitution gives us the power to do it. And it ended up, by the way, every single Democrat, all of them, voted in favor of the D.C. public schools being able to throw out 40% of the black kids from school. And I said, look, you throw a kid out of school, you got a 14, 15-year-old.
Can I just say, why does it matter that they are black? This is something I hate about, like, our country, I guess, is are we incapable of making the point about COVID vaccines without talking about the poor little black kids? I think we are all mature enough to just, like, understand the conversation without, oh, the poor little black, and what about the poor little black kids? Okay, I get, like, why does this have to be about black kids? It's totally irrelevant.
Boy, you throw him out of school, you know what's going to happen.
What about
next.
the white
He's going to
kids?
join a gang. He's going to engage in crimes. He's going to engage in drugs. He could be dead within 5 years if that kid doesn't get an education. And the Democrats were more than happy to say, we don't care. Right now, our religion is get the vaccine or to hell with you.
But can you see, I mean, once again, I couldn't agree with you more, but can you feel the frustration of people, including your voters, every American, at the emphasis on foreign countries and the threat we supposedly face, a lot of which is fake, obviously, over the kind of slowly unfolding tragedy of what's happening to our country? The dollars spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with, the endless support for Israel, very expensive, when people are literally buying groceries on credit in the United States. Can you feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other country?
All right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel, very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell me, you vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year is the military assistance.
Is that the only assistance?
Yeah, we just have military assistance. Israel does not have additional assistance.
I'm almost positive that's not true. The number that was in my head was 18 billion a year. But maybe I'm wrong. How much money does the USA give to Israel each year in total? I do not think it's only 3 billion a year. Hold up, let me take a look around. Okay. Okay, you know, the number I'm seeing is 3.8. This is annually in military aid under a 2016 memorandum. Why did I think higher? Do we give any aid to Israel beyond this military aid? Let me see here. If so, what's the value? Just so I know, sorry, I just like to know the numbers. We give them loan guarantees, so we loan them like 0 interest loans, so maybe they never pay it back. In 2024, Congress approved $9.2 billion in humanitarian aid to Gazan victims. Okay, that's not quite Israel. We've got joint research grants and development for Israeli universities. I'm not sure if we want to count that. Okay, so, you know, to be fair, he said $3 billion a year in military aid for Israel. I see 3.8. Okay, it's ballpark. Okay.
Assistance. There's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and it's $3 billion a year.
So what is it?
Real quick, before we play I see this super chat here from Chris. Thank you very much. Modern day politics don't work because politicians are too busy championing to keep their power instead of working for Americans' term limits. I agree. I think term limits would be smart. The problem is that the people that need to impose term limits are the people whose terms would be limited. So that's regrettably probably never going to happen.
Is it costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's go back to the touchstone on foreign policy. American interest. Our support, our military support for Israel is massively in America's national security interest.
What does it cost?
It benefits us enormously.
Well, before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a year.
No, that's the aid. But I mean, the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know, and there's some lag when the administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces, and so President Trump has made some decisions that we'll know the cost over time, but I don't know the last week. I don't have visibility on that. The annual cost is $3 billion. It's a 10-year memorandum of understanding, and that's the principal driver of the cost. But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares the Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to...
Why is that? I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical here. I don't know. Maybe this is controversial. Maybe this is stupid. Maybe it makes total sense. If every country that hates Israel also hates us, maybe the reason they hate us is because we support Israel. If there really is this one-to-one connection, like you know, as why does Iran hate America? We're not even in their area of the world. Iran doesn't hate Sweden. Iran doesn't hate, you know, Norway. You know, why does Iran hate us? Well, if you probably, if you were to ask them, it's because we support Israel. And then you can say, well, okay, it doesn't matter. We should support them anyway. That's fine. You can have that opinion. But I'm just trying to figure out why is there this one-to-one overlap of hatred? What's up with that?
To defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance with Israel. It would cost, I don't know, $30 billion, $300 billion.
So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. Really? We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other. And I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all... Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us, and I'm not...
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that, and by the way, I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know. Hold on, I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest...
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several presidents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't it...
Is that true? Do we know that, folks? Yes or no? Has Israel been spying on President Trump? I suppose I haven't heard that, but Tucker Carlson just said it, so I think it's worth asking. Does anybody know? Has Israel been spying on our president? Is that actually what's been going on?
An American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us. I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're...
Countries like Iran and other extremist countries hate our Judeo-Christian system. Well, I mean, this is a Christian country, most certainly. They hate freedom, they hate democracy, and they hate, maybe you mean Christian principles. You know, like I said, this is, I guess, where I'm just confused, is that there are a lot of Christian countries, like Brazil is a Christian country, but Iran is not talking about blowing up Brazil. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, why? Once again, it's like why us? I don't know. I saw there was another super chat here before this from Zachary Gelpy. He said that it's because they perceive us as being the the head of the West. Maybe, could be. Maybe, could be. I don't know. Could be. Yeah, and by the way, thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
You're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think...
Well, I'm not for that at all. I think it's disgusting. But we don't actually pay their... we're not their most meaningful sponsor. We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
So I got to say, and this is... It's weird. We're talking about isolationists, the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel...
Oh, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are. And like the question, Israel spies on us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess... No. I'm hardly the one who's... I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel...
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship and relationship.
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen, I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
America has thousands of colleges and universities, and a lot of them, unfortunately, are basically just scams.
All right. There is a page on Twitter called AIPAC Tracker, which is, I don't know, really curious. I guess maybe it's kind of funny, actually. It's called AIPAC Tracker. Of course, AIPAC is the American Israeli Political Action Committee is what this stands for. AIPAC, TED. So Tucker Carlson mentioned that Ted Cruz has taken money from AIPAC. Almost every politician has taken money from AIPAC, which is this pro-Israel Political Action Committee. Once again, you can think that's fine or not. I don't really care. I'm trying to find this specific post. Well, okay, so this is from 2024, so this number is probably higher. It says here that, but this is all publicly documented campaign donations and fundraisers and stuff. Ted Cruz has taken $1.4 million as of a year ago. Maybe it's higher now. I don't know. Like, I think it's fair to say, even if you love Israel and you think Israel has a right to exist and defend itself, and it's great. Even if you are Jewish yourself, I think it is fair to say, is it a good thing to have American politicians taking money from a foreign political action group to the tune of $1.4 million? Like, probably not. When we talk about politicians being bought and paid for and having their preferences influenced by outside financiers, by outside money, foreign money, I think it's like, frankly, it's probably not a good thing to have this much money coming in from out of the country trying to influence American politicians. Or even if you love Israel the most, I love it so much, I think it's probably not a good thing. I just got to be honest. I'm going to skip through the ad here. Let's get back to this. Skip. Okay, there we go.
Just the truth. That's tuckerforhillsdale.com to enroll.
And by the way, I do want to say real quick, if you are tuning into the show today, thank you first off for tuning in. I appreciate that a lot. And if you're new to the channel, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. It really helps a lot. Make sure to hit the subscribe button and also like the video. Like the video today, like the stream. And thank you very much. Thank you.
For free.
When was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Name one.
Okay. Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive that gets...
No, I'm not going to do a simple...
I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government. And I don't... It's not. It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay. So it's not has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It
ZP
wants
or
America
7P?
and Israel to
True.
be closely
True.
allied.
Thank you.
Okay, but
thank you.
It's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have with the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more...
Wait, I just have to point this out. His defense of AIPAC here and the degree to which they influence American politicians in a pro-Israel way is that the Israeli government is actually probably upset with AIPAC because they're not successful enough at that goal of influencing American politicians. I don't think that is a compelling argument, Ted Cruz. I don't think that's the argument you want to make here. Maybe he kind of let it slip a little bit there. Zachary Gelpy with the $10 super chat. Thank you. How about ADC giving money as well as numerous other forensic lobbyists? Why just pick on AIPAC? Well, which group is ADC? Let me see here. So the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee. Oh, I think there's an obvious reason. Okay. So and the reason why AIPAC is different, and I think people pick it out and bully it a little bit, is because AIPAC is, for whatever reason, this is very controversial, not registered under FARA. FARA is a piece of legislation called the Foreign Agents Registration Act. So Israel has not, this is very controversial, has never been forced to register as a foreign agent, which necessitates its full disclosure of the degree to which it communicates with foreign governments. So Israel is kind of unique, or sorry, AIPAC is kind of unique in that way. I would guess that the ADC has registered with FARA, which means all of its foreign dealings are disclosed. I'm not sure, but I'm going to guess here. Is the ADC, and to be very precise here, it's called the just want to be very clear here. Google is being super. I'm getting League of Legends information. Okay, I found it. The American Arab Anti-Discrimination typo. Who cares? Registered under FARA. Let me see here. Oh, it is not. Let me see here. The ADC, founded in 1980 by former U.S. Senator James Alberzeric, operates a domestic civil rights organization focused on defending the rights of Arab Americans and promoting their cultural heritage. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I think it should. I think it should. I would hold the same standard here. I will say I don't really think that the ADC is maybe that powerful, given I've never heard of them until now. But I would apply the same exact standard here. Both AIPAC and ADC need to be registered under FARA. That's my opinion here, and I'm not really sure why they're not. Anyway, I'm going to play the video.
For U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure. Like if...
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington. I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments.
How about Qatar giving a bunch of money to not only politicians, but people like Tucker Carlson? Kind of funny. We're just picking on AIPAC. It shows evil Jews. Hold up. What is with this whataboutism stuff going on? Guys, I have the same standard across the board. Okay, I am anti-foreign money. How about this? What is up with, we're talking about AIPAC because that's the conversation at hand right now. And then I've had now multiple people say, oh yeah, well, what about that? And what about this? Well, it's because we're at the moment not talking about that. I feel the same way about all of this. No foreign money lobbying on behalf of foreign countries to influence American politicians. That's how I feel. Whether it could be coming from, my wife is German, it could be coming from Germany. I don't care. I just really don't want foreign money coming into American politics, buying off American politicians. And if it is, it needs to be registered and documented, and we know exactly what's going on here. That's my opinion. So if you say, what about that and what about this? All of it. Yeah, all of it. Yeah, you're right. All of it. Yes, Qatar, Germany, whatever, Israel, AIPAC, all of it. That's how I feel. Just to set the record straight.
I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
and
but
why
because
aren't
what
they,
you're saying is false.
Why aren't they?
Mr. Yoder in the chat says, this just makes you look anti-Semitic. It makes me look anti-Semitic to say that I don't want foreign money coming in my country buying off politicians, regardless of whether it's from Germany, Israel, Qatar. I'm saying none of it. And you're saying I'm anti. That's a that's a little bit weird. That's a little bit weird that you would say that, given everything I've said. Curious.
They registered as a foreign lobby.
Because they're not.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is that there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp. These are very reasonable questions. And you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
and of being
isolationist
feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker, all right, let's go.
We have another super chat. Do you seriously think you focus on Qatar as much as AIPAC? I've watched you for a long time. You don't at all. To be very clear, this conversation is the very first time I have ever talked about AIPAC in 7 months. I will bet you $10,000. I have never talked about AIPAC in 7 months of making videos or live streams on YouTube here. I've never. Very hilariously, 2 days ago, we had a 1 hour long conversation about Qatari money and Tucker Carlson specifically. 2 days ago on live stream. You go check the VOD, go check the video. We had a 1 hour long conversation about Tucker Carlson and Qatari money, getting to the bottom of this. I could give you a debrief on that right now if you wanted. I have never talked about AIPAC. So I don't know what you're talking about. And the only reason we're talking about AIPAC is because we're watching the Ted Cruz thing right now, and he takes a lot of money from AIPAC. What is going on? What is going on? What the hell is happening? I have literally never talked about AIPAC ever. This is the first time. And we just had a conversation about Qatari money 2 days ago for an hour. What is going on here? It's getting a little bit weird. This is a little bit weird, folks. What is going on, Michael Henton? This is a little bit weird.
Go back. I was first elected to the Senate in 2012. I came in Obama's second term. And I actually saw AIPAC be badly wounded in a way they never came back from. And the second term is when Obama did the Iran nuclear deal. And the Iran nuclear deal, I think, was catastrophic. And AIPAC went all in lobbying against it.
Yeah.
And they failed. And I was the leading opponent of the Iran nuclear deal.
Oh, I know. They definitely failed, yes.
They failed. And what happened, the Obama White House told every Democrat, when I got here, there used to be real bipartisan support for Israel. That has largely disappeared. And it's the Obama nuclear deal that caused it, because the Obama White House told every Democrat, pick. You either stand with Israel or you're a Democrat and you stand with the Obama White House. And almost every single Democrat member of Congress said, I'm a Democrat first, to hell with Israel. And then I watched as AIPAC, every one of those Democrats got reelected and AIPAC did nothing about it. And it dramatically reduced AIPAC's influence.
I agree. I watched it happen.
And by the way, I told AIPAC, I said, look, the analogy, if the NRA was supporting a bunch of politicians and cared about the Second Amendment, and you had politicians that vote to confiscate people's guns, and the NRA turned around and raised money for the people who voted to confiscate guns, you know what? No one would ever care what they said again.
So you're making the case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC.
You want it? Listen, I really try to be fair and impartial, and also I can say I've never taken any money from anybody other than you guys in the chat. I've also never taken any sponsors. Listen, you guys know I don't care about money because I've never taken a sponsor for my videos like everybody else. I will say, I also don't think AIPAC is as powerful. I think it is very powerful, but I don't think AIPAC is as powerful as a lot of people say. Like if you go and browse 4chan or something, I don't think AIPAC is as all controlling as everybody says it is, but most certainly it is very influential. No doubt it is.
AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all because it's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. Do they talk with them? I don't know what they do. I can
But why don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government...
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time. I talk with foreign countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working for Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act, and if I don't, I can go to jail. And people have gone to jail, including people I know. So
I have to say, I'm just unpackaging all of this. It's really not that much. It's only 2 or 3 people that are being hysterical about AIPAC in the live chat. We've got almost 6,000 people. I've seen 3 people that are hysterical right now, so it's maybe not that big of a deal. I'm just thinking about these foreign lobby groups that I've talked about. I've made numerous videos talking about Ukrainian money. I've made a lot of videos about Russian money, and most notably Chinese money. 2 days ago, we had a long conversation about Qatari money and Tucker Carlson. I'm actually thinking, I don't think I've ever made a video or discussed anything about AIPAC. I don't think I've ever, I talk a lot about foreign money. In fact, probably the most proper allegation would be that I am secretly working for AIPAC. I'm secretly an AIPAC shill, given I've never spoken about them. That's actually probably the most reasonable conspiracy you could put forth right now. Anyway, Michael Henton with another donation. He says, what's more powerful when looking at Republicans in their support for Israel and the fact that nearly all of them are Protestant Christians? Well, this is my thing, right? If all of the Republicans are Protestant Christians, then they wouldn't need to be convinced to support Israel by groups like AIPAC. Then AIPAC would be wasting their money. Right? It's like, okay, if you're right about that, if all of them are just default super diehard pro-Israel because they are Protestant Christians, then why is AIPAC giving them hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars? Would that money not be wasted if you were right? Because they are giving them money, it's on public record, right? So I don't know if that's the most compelling argument either.
So I don't understand why we don't just be honest and say they're lobbying on behalf of foreign government. They're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true, that is false.
They're not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money?
What?
For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
Yeah, I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do is, in my last election, AIPAC endorsed me. And they'll host a fundraiser. And they'll host a fundraiser in Dallas or Houston or Atlanta or New York or LA. And they'll do a fundraiser and they'll get someone who will host it. And it's usually a business owner, lawyer, doctor, someone who hosts it. And you'll get typically at an AIPAC fundraiser 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 people who live in that city.
Right.
Who care about a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. Yeah. And if they have, 50 people, each of them writes a $1,000 check. And you raise $50,000.
Yeah, I've been to an AIPAC fundraiser. I know what it looks like.
But that is not. And by the way, there's no representative of the Israeli government there. You have when you're in Dallas, you're meeting with.
This is such a false and silly conversation. I know all this. The question is are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Okay, that's a really simple from question. Lobbying on behalf of.
It's a simple question. Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And I'm just going to ask you a question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Okay, are they shaped by?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking with them? Yes.
Is Israel
directing them? You want to talk about FARA? The law on lobbying on behalf of someone, It is, I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No, they are not lobbying on behalf of them. Do they care about them? Yes, but...
Do you think that... It's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics.
No.
And you began, and it's so transparent.
I'm gonna come up with another example here. Okay, let's pick Kazakhstan. Okay, so let's say you had 100 Kazakhstani billionaires. If that probably doesn't exist. But let's say you had 100 individual Kazakhstani billionaires who had no affiliation with the official Kazakhstani government. They weren't working or doing anything with or on behalf of the Kazakhstani government, but they loved Kazakhstan, and they wanted to influence America to work in accordance or for the benefit of Kazakhstan. They wanted to make America more pro-Kazakhstan, right? Their goal, these Kazakhstani billionaires, because they're Kazakhstani, they love their country. We're going to call it AKPAC, AKPAC. Yeah, American Kazakhstani Political Action Committee. So, you know, still, if you had a bunch of Kazakhstani money coming in the country, even though they're not working on behalf of the Kazakhstani government, but still they're influencing and effectively, in some way, buying off American politicians to adopt pro-Kazakhstani opinions and beliefs and foreign policy stances, I also would not support that, despite them not working on behalf of the Kazakhstani government directly. And the reason why is because you get in a situation where something that might be best for Kazakhstan might also not be best for America. Does this make sense? And we are supposed to be America first. So at that point, you have American politicians who have taken $1 million or $2 million from Kazakhstani billionaires, and then a situation pops up and the American politicians have to make a decision. Okay, are we going to navigate this foreign policy situation in the America first mindset, or with the mindset that will make my Kazakhstani billionaire sugar daddies happy? Now you have an entire series of compromised politicians because they've been taking foreign money. Even if that foreign money isn't coming explicitly from a foreign government, it's coming from rich people from foreign nations, which is, I think, in a lot of ways, like equally as problematic, maybe 5% less problematic, but still problematic nonetheless, right? Either way, I don't really care what country it is. Like I said, my wife is German. I've got German family members. My kids are dual citizens, but I have 2 children. Both of them are German Americans. They're citizens of both countries. Still, regardless of my ties to Germany, if a bunch of German money was coming in America to influence American foreign policy in a pro-German way, I would not like it. I don't like that, even though I have personal ties to Germany. And the reason why is because we need to be America first. We need to be America first, not German first. America first. That's how I feel. That's how I feel as the father of children with dual nationality. I feel that way regardless.
Apparently obvious to everybody. I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You've said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to be sincere.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel, when we're talking about foreign countries,
it's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese, you're not talking about Japanese, you're not talking about the Brits, you're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now. Senator,
you're asking the questions, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly saying that, and I have
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy, feline way implying it, or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews.
Getting heated.
There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews?
You said, I'm asking you.
And by the way, you're the one that just called.
Okay, to be very clear, let's just acknowledge what is going on in the world right now. 2 days ago, Benjamin Netanyahu directly requested America get involved in this war. Israel is at war with Iran. Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, publicly requested that America get involved in the war. They're trying to drag us in the war, okay? And you can think that's good or bad. That's up to you. Some people think we should be involved. But given another country is asking us to get directly involved in a war, is it fair to question the degree to which they have influence in our government or amongst our politicians? I think that's fair, and you're not an anti-Semite for asking these questions. Of course not. This is ridiculous. That's absurd.
I think is sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran, and so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise, and I mean that.
Zachary Gelpy, so are you talking about taking out special interest groups? Because if you're taking out special interest groups, you also have to take out interest groups that benefit conservative ideals as well. Yes. What about this is confusing? Yes. What do you think? I'm going to start like delineating or saying, oh, well, no, yes. We should remove almost all of the money from politics. Yes. Political action committees. Yes. Foreign interest groups. Yeah. Yes. All of the lobbying. Yes. Yes. I cannot be any more clear. I don't know why this is confusing. Yet the answer is yes. We should get rid of all of it. Yes, absolutely. Of course. Yes, of course. I don't care. Yes.
And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions
I'll
in a
answer any
straightforward,
question
rational way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So, shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended. I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
you
that
just called me a sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government is run.
You want to count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about AIPAC?
I never asked about the Jews. I have... This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government. And
also, real quick, like Tucker never even used the word "the Jews." That was a word that Ted Cruz inserted into the conversation here. Tucker has only ever talked about AIPAC. That's it. Tucker never even mentioned the Jews.
And once again, shame on you for conflating the two. They have nothing to do with each other. I'm talking about the influence
Israel
of
and Jews have nothing to do with each other?
All Jews, or an attack on all Jews, which I am not, nor would I ever be undertaking now. I'm not attacking anybody.
By the way, that's who Iran wants to kill, is all the Jews and all the Americans.
And I'm totally opposed to that, okay? But now, because
except you don't want to do anything about it.
Decisions need to be made.
We can talk about those decisions.
Okay, we agree. Thank you.
But I just want to get a sense of whether you think, having described yourself as an America First person whose only criterion for judgment on foreign policy is America's national interest, to what extent you're influenced by a foreign government, which gives you a lot of money through its lobby, and you're...
Hold up, folks. We have breaking news as of 10 seconds ago. We have detected another wave of ballistic missiles heading towards Iran. I'm sorry, heading from Iran towards Israel right now. Folks, we're going to go ahead and pause the podcast because missiles are inbound. Give me a moment. I'm going to try to find another live feed of somewhere in Israel, maybe Haifa. If anybody has a good Haifa feed, pause that podcast. I also want to say, guys, controversial topic. I love and appreciate everybody. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate Israel. I don't hate the Jews. I don't hate the Iranians. Okay. I really feel my heart goes out to everybody involved in this situation. I'm like Trump. I believe in diplomacy and peace and de-escalation. That's where I'm at. That's how I feel. Also, I don't like foreign money influencing American politics, regardless of where that money's coming from. Like, I think that's a pretty good, I don't know. I think that makes sense. Now, if anybody can help me find a Haifa live broadcast, Haifa live stream, that would just be perfectly splendid, but I don't see that. Sunshine. Hey, Sunshine, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Fence sitter. I'm not a fence sitter. I'll tell you my take, and I pretty much piss off everybody, is that I just am really diehard America First. I think we should not be involved. And I know to some degree we already are, and I think we should be less. And the reason why I say I think we should not be involved now is because I think still we are at a point where we could turn back and become less involved. So I think it's worth saying we could become less involved, and I think we should, even though we already are to some degree. Oh, okay, Fashizi, thank you, brother. Fashizi is one of the best link posters in the chat. He always has the hookup here. Find this. Here we go. He's got a little something. Okay, Fashizi, I think that... Oh, frick. There's an H there. Hold up, pause. Got it. Okay. What are we looking at here? Okay, so we actually have a little bit of a Haifa live feed here, folks. The reason why we paused that Tucker Carlson interview with Ted Cruz is because we have ballistic missiles inbound. You are such a far-right nationalist, lol. Guilty as charged. What, is that supposed to be a bad thing? Guilty as charged. That pretty much is what I am. You know, and, you know, I guess, like, I don't really consider myself to be far-right, but I acknowledge to people that are on the left, I acknowledge they think I'm far-right, so whatever, they can call me whatever they want. I am an American nationalist. I am an American constitutionalist, Washingtonian nationalist. Yes, yes. I'm an old school American. Yes. Guilty as charged. Yes. God bless the United States. God bless the United States of America. We have ballistic missiles inbound. Oh, I have an update here. I have a projected target map of where these are going to be hitting. Right here. This is Tel Aviv. Not up to Haifa. It doesn't look like. Not that I see it. And this is, by the way, this is coming from Iran. So if I were you guys, I would be taking a look at our Tel Aviv cam in the bottom left, because I think that is where that is going to be happening. That's my guess. That is my guess. Tel Aviv is my sneaking suspicion. Can I turn up some audio? That's Jerusalem. Sorry. Tel Aviv. All right. Pay attention here, folks. Pay attention here, folks. And once again, everybody subscribe. If you subscribe, it really does help a lot. It really helps a lot. So make sure to hit that subscribe button if you are new. If you are new. And while we are sitting here waiting for this to happen. Oh. All right, folks. We have interceptor missiles being fired out of Tel Aviv up into the sky right now. We just saw one. The camera is moving around. What is going on here? Keep your eyes peeled. There's more interceptors being fired into the air. Search SGN. I can do that real quick. I'm not gonna get that one up. I'm gonna keep what we have here for now. Now, do you see anything coming down in the sky? How many are coming? We don't know. At least I don't know. I'll look around again here. Oh, folks, our Jerusalem cam is mobile. Take a look. We have ballistic missiles over the skies of Jerusalem. And also we have interceptors being fired up into the sky over Tel Aviv. Now, I want to say the IRGC released a statement a couple hours ago saying that so far they have only been using their smaller ballistic missiles. They haven't started firing their larger ballistic missiles. We have air raid sirens over Tel Aviv now. You can hear that. So, what does that mean? That means that potentially Iran is going to start firing larger, maybe faster, more powerful, larger payload ballistic missiles here soon-ish, maybe. I don't know. Pay attention here. The Jerusalem feed just went down. It's back. Okay. Those are interceptions being made very high up in the sky of Tel Aviv. Jerusalem on a swivel. What do we see? Red alerts are now taking place across central Israel, including Tel Aviv. Massive warnings are being put out right now. Oh, wow. That seems to have been, that's debris. That got intercepted. Something happened there. That one's done for. Done for. Another one intercepted. Yep. There's still one. Looks like still going on in Tel Aviv. I gotta say, man, over the last 3 days, Iran has not been particularly effective at doing much damage. They have not done much damage. A lot of these missiles are getting totally shot out of the air. You do hear some booms off in the distance. It's hard to know if those are direct hits or if those are missiles being intercepted. It's hard to tell. And of course, you know, we don't know if Iran is running out of missiles or if they're running out of missile launchers. We know that Israel has been just hunting all day, every day. They have been hunting down Iranian missile launchers to try to stop them from even being able to fire them off. And it seems like that endeavor has been pretty successful so far. Iran is falling apart. Kind of... Oh, folks, hey, as of 1 second ago, literally 1 second ago, breaking news, President Trump is now in the Situation Room with his National Security Council to determine a plan for Iran. The White House Situation Room meeting has now begun. The Situation Room meeting has commenced. Now, folks, it kind of looks like this ballistic missile attack is over. Now, okay, I have an inside source here. This is coming out of Wall Street Journal. We've got a report coming in, folks. I'm going to read this off. President Trump has privately approved attack plans for Iran, but has withheld the final order. I'm going to read that again. This is coming out of the Wall Street Journal as of 2 minutes ago. President Trump has privately approved attack plans for Iran, but has withheld giving the final order. So what does that mean? That means that they have a plan. President Trump, the Trump admin, they have a plan. They know if they are going to attack, they know what that attack looks like, the target, how they would do it, the type of airplane, the type of bomb, exactly. All of the details are hammered out, but the order has not been given. I have another report coming in as of 1 second ago. Iran would accept Trump's offer to meet soon, per the New York Times, citing a senior-ranking Iranian official. So Iran is showing interest now in meeting with President Trump. Not surprising. I mean, hey, not surprising. Another report. Check this out. U.S. President Trump has told his senior aides late Tuesday night that he approved attack plans against Iran, but he's holding off giving the final order to see if Tehran will abandon its nuclear program. 3 people familiar with the discussions told the Wall Street Journal. So once again, this is the same source coming out of the Wall Street Journal. We're getting more information. 3 sources have now told the Wall Street Journal that President Trump has approved an attack plan, but he has not given the final order. Folks, what does that mean? That means they have a plan. That means that any second, any moment, any hour throughout the rest of the day, he could give the final order. And once again, President Trump, right this very moment, is in this second. He is in the war room with his National Security Council, figuring out what exactly they're going to do. Now, we keep hearing reports coming out of Iran saying Iran is willing to meet. Iran wants to come to Washington, D.C. Iran wants to meet President Trump. Iran wants to come back to the table. Is it too late? It might be too late. Might be too late. Also, folks, we have another report I want to show you right here. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard's closed-door hearing in front of the Senate Intelligence Committee, which was scheduled for today, Wednesday, has now been rescheduled due to the, quote, ongoing developments in the Middle East. So the Senate Intelligence Committee has been canceled. The meeting has been canceled. Tulsi Gabbard blew him off. Things are too hot. Things are happening too quickly. Too hectic right now. You know, I think frankly right now, publicly, things seem kind of relaxed. Compared to the last couple days, things seem kind of, I don't know. At least we're not having ballistic missiles rain down at all hours of the day over Tel Aviv. So things have dialed down in that regard. But I think behind the scenes, behind closed doors, I do think things have continued to heat up in a less public way. So we're seeing, let me see here. I'm getting reports that no impacts were made. We just had this ballistic missile barrage from Iran 3 minutes ago. I'm seeing that not a single impact was made. None of the ballistic missiles made impact. Seems like most people are buying WND's 2.0 hook, line, and sinker. Things are feeling very 2003. I feel like, listen, things are so 2003 right now, I think I need to go buy a Hummer. I need to go buy a Hummer, one of those big yellow Hummers. I need to start listening to Britney Spears. What else was happening in 2003? I don't know. Time, it's just history is repeating itself. It feels like it's 2003 again, a little bit. Party, yeah, we need to party like it's 2003. They say history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. Yeah, the yellow H2 Hummer is what it is. One of these. Oh man, I'm pulling up a picture for you guys. Remember this? This is the certified vehicle of the War on Terror. This is the mid 2000s vehicle. If you were a patriotic American in 2003, 2004, 2005, you had one of these. You had one of these. This was the, yep, I voted for George Bush. Yep, we stand by George Bush. I've got my H2 Hummer. It says Bush Cheney. We got the bumper sticker, the Bush Cheney bumper sticker on the back. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. The H2 Hummer. Let's go. It is. This is an old vibe. Old vibe. And all of the liberals, they hated these things. Everybody on the left, they hated these cars. They hated them. Oh, man. Back in the day. Those are expensive now. Yeah, I bet they are. Okay, I'm looking for updates here. All of those Iranian ballistic missiles got intercepted. Not a single one of them connected. Not a single one of them. Well, let me do a quick scan around Twitter here. I'm going to keep looking around and see if I find anything for you folks. All of those missiles got intercepted. The Wall Street Journal, once again, folks, as of like 10 minutes ago, the Wall Street Journal has published that Pentagon officials said the administration, the Trump administration, has put together a plan to strike Iran, but that President Trump has not officially signed off. He has not given the order, the attack order, but they have a plan to do it. They have a plan of attack. This is Trey Yingst coming out of Fox News.
There was just another Iranian ballistic missile barrage targeting central Israel. We could see a number of interceptors in the air over Tel Aviv, followed by some distant booms. We do expect to get more information in the minutes ahead about how many missiles were fired and how many were intercepted.
Seems as if all of them. Seems as if all of them were intercepted. Well, folks, maybe we can get back to this Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz discussion here. By the way, I want to say, I know maybe some of these conversations are uncomfortable going on the right side of the aisle right now regarding how this entire situation should be handled. Folks, the fact that we are even having these conversations, you feel this way, I feel this way, this other guy feels a different way. The fact that we even have these conversations over here on the right side of the aisle is really fundamentally what differentiates us from the left, from the progressive left. As you all know, they are a Borg. The left is a monolith, and if you even deviate 1%, 1 degree out of that you know, hive, out of that hive mind that they have, you're kicked out, you're ostracized, you are exiled. You are exiled from the Borg, the progressive left-wing Borg. And so no, it is true. Listen, having these conversations is important. It's true. This is what makes us different than them. Now, how about this, folks? Quick 90-second break. Everybody go to the restroom. Once I'm back, we will continue listening to the Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it. But we're going to take a quick 90-second break here, okay? So hold your horses. Okay, you know, before we actually get back to that interview or debate, whatever you want to call it, we actually do have some more breaking news updates that I would like to share with you folks. The first is this right here. I see new. The president might be, quote, ready to go before the carrier strike group arrives. This is just another report we're seeing that President Trump, they have a plan. If they are going to attack, they know what the attack would look like. Where would it be? What type of airplane? What type of bomb? Whatever. All of the details have been sorted out. We're seeing numerous reports now saying that there is a plan of attack, but that President Trump has not signed off on it yet. Meaning he hasn't given the order, go, 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 okay? Has not happened yet. Now, I see another post here. This is coming out of the Mossad commentary page on YouTube. The United Kingdom Prime Minister is holding a, quote, Cobra meeting right now. I believe that's their term for a kind of like a national security meeting. Let me just get some more information on this Cobra meeting. Oh, let me see. A Cobra meeting, officially a COBR, Cabinet Office Briefing Rooms, is a UK government emergency meeting to coordinate response to crises like natural disasters, terrorist attacks, or public health issues. So, yeah, so President Trump is in the White House right now having a national security meeting this very moment. Guess what? In the UK, they're doing the same thing. So, why in the last half hour has Trump gone into this NSC meeting, and then also we're having a Cobra meeting over in the UK? Cobra Commander, that's right. It's because everybody knows what's coming next. And let's just be honest. It's because everybody knows what is on the way. And I'll tell you, if I had to bet, I'll tell you what's on the way right now. I'll tell you what's on the way. If I was at a betting table right now, and I had to bet money on what is about to happen, I'm trying to find an image here. I think this is probably the best way to convey the idea. Oh, better yet, why not a video? Do we have a video here? Look at this thing. Any second, this bomb is coming out. Are they going to drop it? Yep, it's coming out. Pay attention. Look at that thing. Whoa. Wow. 2 of them. So this B-2 Spirit bomber can only carry, it has a payload capacity of 2 of these. Each of those bombs you just saw, this is the MOP bunker buster bomb, massive ordnance penetrator. It actually says that right there. Anyway, each one of these bombs weighs 30,000 pounds. 30,000 pounds. And where would President Trump be looking to drop one of these bombs? Well, I'll show you on Google Maps here. This, folks, is a little place called the United States of America. Hopefully nobody's dropping bombs there. We're talking about Iran. Now, you've probably heard about the Fordow. This is around the Fordow nuclear enrichment facility. It's a deep underground subterranean bunker, 90 meters under the ground. And I've memorized where it is. It's right here. I can pick it out. Right there. See that? Boom. How nuts is that? This is the Fordow deep underground, 90-meter deep subterranean nuclear enrichment facility. Allegedly, this is the Iranian, this is their premier, top-of-the-line, cutting-edge nuclear enrichment facility. I've heard rumors that this is actually only one of their state-of-the-art subterranean facilities. That they might have, everybody's talking about Fordow. Does it make sense that they have secret facilities also? Fordow is not so secret because everybody knows about it. Do you think that they might have facilities that nobody knows about? Yeah, entirely possible. Totally possible. So, although I would assume the U.S. government knows about it, but maybe we don't. Okay, so maybe we are talking about bombing Fordow and then also maybe some others. Now, here's the problem. This massive ordnance penetrator bomb that we just looked at being dropped by the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber, this bomb is only capable of penetrating 60 to 70 meters into the ground. Allegedly, Fordow is 90 meters down. It's 90 meters under the ground, dug into this hillside. So what does that mean? It means we're going to need 2 of these, maybe 3. At a minimum, more than 1. That's what that means. And also, like I said, this might not be the only site that Trump thinks we need to blow up. There might be more than one. I saw somebody ask, how much does this bomb cost? Does anybody know? We talked about this a couple days ago. This bomb here, this 30,000 pound bunker buster bomb, $20 million. One of these bombs costs $20 million. It's got a very large price tag. It's a big ticket bomb. In fact, this is the most powerful bunker buster bomb in the United States arsenal, probably in the world. I mean, do you think that Russia or China has a more powerful bunker buster? Probably not, frankly. So this is the most powerful bunker buster bomb in the entire universe. And I want to show you something here. It's called the GBU 57A/B MOP. We call it the MOP. Okay. I want you guys to like understand really just how big this bomb is, because it's way bigger than you think it is. It's freaking huge. Here, this is a good image. Okay, right, way bigger than you thought. These are 2 average-sized American. The average American is 10 feet tall, probably. So You can kind of put that into perspective here. Something like that. The B6113 is our most powerful GBU. The B6113. Take a look here. That is a nuclear gravity bomb. Okay, so I guess I should say non-nuclear. This is our most powerful non-nuclear bunker buster bomb. The B61 is a B61-13 is a nuclear gravity bomb that is actually new. It's coming out or came out very soon in 2025. So yeah, okay, so there's that. Do we have an image of this? Do we know what that looks like? Allegedly, this is what that looks like. This is a different one. Different one. So anyway, thank you for pointing that out, by the way. Anyway, the point is, you know, you probably don't want to be anywhere near a nuclear enrichment facility going forward. So hey, you know what? In the live chat, give me a 1, type 1 in the live chat if you are currently working inside of an Iranian nuclear enrichment facility. Go ahead and type 1 in the chat if that is you, because here's my advice to all of you people. You probably want to leave. If I were you, I would evacuate. I would get out of those enrichment facilities. I would get out of those places, because if I had to bet, I would bet that Trump is probably about to blow you up. You're about to get blown up, is my bet. Whoa, wow, look at that in the live chat. We have a lot of Iranian nuclear scientists. What the hell is going on? Everybody in my live chat is an Iranian nuclear scientist. What the hell? What is going on here? Well, hey, shout out. Thank you guys. Thank you all for tuning in. That really means a lot. The Iranians love this stream. Shout out. This stream has been brought to you by the Ayatollah. This stream has been sponsored by the Ayatollah. By the IRGC. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay. So let me double back here and take a look at these. Let me see if we have any other breaking news here. What is going on around the world? I think right now we kind of have radio silence because everybody right now is in these secret meetings. President Trump is in a classified meeting. The British, they are having a classified meeting. Maybe the Israelis. Can I tell you something funny? Every time I want to use the word Israeli, my brain always wants to say the Israelites. I guess I'm very biblical. I'm biblical in that way. The Israelites. The Israelis presumably are in some type of meeting right now. Everything is silent. And it almost feels like this is kind of a calm before the storm moment, because everybody is tucked away inside their bunkers having super secret meetings right now. And nothing is happening. And nothing is being said. So what is going on? What is happening here? President Trump right now is in the Situation Room with his National Security Council to determine what is the plan. What is the plan? What is the whistling? We have the audio coming out of this Tel Aviv feed. Presumably it's just like cars driving by the camera. I don't know exactly what's going on. In Israel, it is... What? Hey, Mr. Yoder came around. Thank you, Mr. Yoder. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yoder. Trying to... oh, yeah, okay. Time in Israel. It is 12:33. Okay, so where I am... I'm going to remember this. Where I am, it is 2 hours ahead, but actually 10 hours behind Israel. Does that make sense? That makes sense. Something like that. Okay. And then in Iran, it is 1:04. Isn't that weird? Most time zones are hour by hour. Iran is actually on a half-hour interval. So they are plus 11.5 hours is what they are. Yeah, kind of weird. Anyway, that's the way that it goes. Sometimes silence is golden. Yep. Oh. Okay, guys, we have a breaking news piece of breaking news coming from Vladimir Putin. Mr. Putin, he says, decision to use military force in Ukraine does not mean Russia is going to attack Eastern Europe. He also says all talks about Russian intentions to attack NATO are nonsense. This guy, this is a trustworthy source. Also, I've been following this guy for a long time. He gets his stuff right. So here's Putin saying that, okay, yeah, we are at war with Ukraine. The situation with Ukraine is ongoing. Okay, yeah, but we have no plan to attack NATO. Okay. Okay, you know, Putin probably doesn't want to have any freaking massive, or Putin does not want to get massively penetrated by one of these. Putin is like, ah, man, Armenia is not doing so hot. I don't want to deal with that. Putin is trying to not get penetrated by one of these. Can't blame him. I wouldn't want to get penetrated by one of those either. I'm gonna close out of this. Let me clean up my tabs here. Okay. Can't blame him. Makes sense to me. You know, I made a video about Lindsey Graham earlier today. If you guys have not seen that video, it's a good one. Go check that out if you have not seen that video today. But I wonder, do we have anything else coming out of Lindsey Graham today that maybe we have not seen yet? Lindsey Graham. I'm going to take a look around all over. I don't think he has said anything today. It's all yesterday. Let me see what's coming out of Fox News. I'm gonna do a little bit of a comprehensive look around here, and that might mean talking about some other things here too. Let's just see what Fox News is doing today, while we kind of wait during this calm before the storm. New York Governor Kathy Hochul announces New York taxpayers will be footing the bill for $50 million in legal services for illegal immigrants in the state of New York. I love that my country was invaded by illegal aliens. My favorite part about America is all of the illegal aliens. I love that. I love that we have been invaded. It's awesome.
Nothing on New York Governor Kathy Hochul, because she's putting her money where her mouth is. She's going to spend millions of your taxpayer dollars for legal services for illegal immigrants.
We're also concerned about those that are walking out of this courthouse, taken away from their families. They don't have the attention. They don't have the lawyers. And that's why the state of New York is providing $50 million to cover legal services for people who are finding themselves in this situation.
What is going on? New York has a homelessness epidemic, a crime epidemic, a drug overdose death epidemic, and Kathy Hochul is deciding to spend $50 million on the legal defense fund of illegal aliens that shouldn't even be here. They should just be deported. Just deport them. They don't need lawyers. Just put them in a catapult. Put them in a medieval catapult and launch them back over the border. Here. This is... It's not complex. You don't even have to be creative. The Romans were doing this 2,000 years ago. You can make a catapult and just launch them back over the border. They do not need attorneys. They don't need that. Oh, gosh. Put him in a trebuchet. Whatever. Okay. Then what do we have here? We have President Trump is talking about America getting involved in the war. What does he have to say?
With Iran, what's your message to Americans both here and abroad who are not only concerned about the U.S. potentially getting involved in another conflict in the Middle East, but worry about the potential for retaliation here at home?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get involved either, but I've been saying for 20 years, maybe longer, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time.
Yep.
And I think they were a few weeks away from having one. And they had to sign a document. I think they wish they signed it now. It was a fair deal.
I mean, okay, hey, do you think they wish they signed Trump's document 2 weeks ago? Are the Iranians, is Khamenei specifically, is he regretful that they did not sign that document 2 weeks ago? Now it might be too late. I don't know. It might be maybe. I don't know. We gotta see. We might start dropping bombs on them here pretty soon. Do you think they actually really regret it, or are they so full of hatred and pride and whatever you want to call it? I'd rather be dead. I would rather be dead than work out a deal with the Americans or with Israel or whatever, right? I would rather be dead. I'd rather have my 72 virgins up in heaven, praise Allah, be his name, than ever sign a deal with the Americans. Who knows? They might feel that way. I don't know. I don't know.
And now it's a harder thing to sign. You know, it's a lot of water over the dam. But you know, it's very. I say it very simply. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon.
He's been saying that for a long time.
They want to see me in the White House. That's a big statement.
The Iranians, we found this out a couple hours ago, the Iranians actually want to have a meeting with him in the White House to talk about what, I don't know, what type of deal, I don't know.
They want to see me in the White House. That's a big statement. But it's very late.
Is it enough of a statement to hold off getting...
We're going to see what happens. Look, we're going to see what happens. Ending it as soon as you can would be good.
Have you closed the door on meeting with them?
No.
Okay, so it's still open to them coming here in your
Yeah, I mean, they asked if they could come. We'll see if that happens. It's not that easy for them to come. They can't get out. You know, they're in Iran, and in one case, the guy wanted to come so badly, but he can't get out because his bomb's dropping all over the place.
Yeah, we've seen over the last couple weeks a lot of Iranian negotiators. In fact, it's like a month ago, the senior ranking Iranian nuclear negotiator was blown up. So it does, you know, just to be totally fair with this entire situation, it makes it hard to negotiate if everybody that has been designated to negotiate dies or gets blown up. Negotiations are hard, even if the U.S. and Iran really wanted to work out a deal at this moment and negotiate. It's pretty hard. Like Trump says, they can barely leave the country. Everybody's getting blown up. Although we did see at least one Iranian military plane travel down to Oman about 12 hours ago, earlier this morning. One of them made it out. And curiously, that military plane coming out of Iran met up with several United States military planes. They landed in Oman at about the same time. Maybe there have been some negotiations today. Maybe there has been a meeting today. Could be the case. Casey Lake, thank you for the super chat. Let me take a look here. You may have already covered this, Matt. The Iranian crown prince has condemned Khomeini for his cowardice and warmongering. Changes are happening. So we have actually not played that today. I watched a little bit of that on my own before I went live today. Maybe I can find that video real quick. Here is the thing about the Iranian crown. Here, yeah, we can play this. Okay. The thing about the Iranian crown prince is that he has been saying stuff like this for decades. Frankly, he is the heir to the Iranian throne prior to the revolution that took place in the late 70s. So he, if Khomeini's gone, maybe he could go back in and continue the royal family, the Iranian royal family. So he has his goal. He's been talking badly about Khomeini for a very long time, talking badly about the Iranian regime for a very long time. So he's chiming in on this. Now, this is something that is, I have no idea. I really have no idea. Maybe nobody knows. If Khomeini's dead, if the Iranian regime is overthrown, is it even in the realm of possibility for this guy to go back to Iran and become the new king of Iran? Would the Iranian people even accept him? Do they even like him? Just because he is from that royal legacy, you know, people have to accept him back. People have to take him back. Do the Iranians even like this guy? I have no clue. He can't be king if everybody hates him. I don't know. But we can go ahead and play this video. You know,
میهنانم جمهوری اسلامی به پایان خود رسیده.
Here's the problem. We have subtitles, and maybe you guys actually don't want to listen to a bunch of, Farsi for the next 3 minutes, so I wish I just had a transcript I could read here. Do you hear that? I have a feeling nobody wants to listen to 3 minutes of Farsi, so I'm just not going to play that. But, breaking, the Iranian Crown Prince, Pahlavi Reza, just gave a speech, Reza, to the speech of the nation. All it takes now is a nationwide uprising to put this nightmare to an end. May I be with you soon. Yeah, let me ask Grok. Hold up here. Let me see here. I wonder. Generate a transcript of his recent speech to the Iranian people. Let's see. Hey, maybe AI is super advanced. Can we do this? Oop. All right, everybody, we got it. Okay. My dear compatriots, my fellow Iranians, today I stand before you, not as a prince or a claimant to the throne, but as a servant of the Iranian people, united with you in our shared dream of a free, democratic, and prosperous Iran. The moment we have long awaited for is upon us. The Islamic Republic, after decades of corruption, incompetence, and oppression, is collapsing. What has begun is irreversible. The future is bright, and together we will turn this page of history. For over 40 years, this regime has held our nation hostage, plundering Iran's wealth, stifling its spirit, and dragging our proud country into wars that serve only the interests of a corrupt and tyrannical few. Ali Khamenei, the foolish and isolated leader of this anti-Iranian regime, has once again embroiled our nation in a conflict that is not ours. A war of the Islamic Republic, not of Iran or of its people. This is not your war, my compatriots. It is the war of a regime that has lost all legitimacy, a regime that cannot provide bread for its people, security for its streets, or hope for its youth. How long is this? Oh my. Okay, hold up. We're going to do it. The Islamic Republic is in its weakest and most fragile state. Internal divisions, defections, and courage of our people have brought it to the verge of collapse. The regime's leaders, like frightened rats, hide underground, unable to control the tide of history. The Iranian people, you are the true force of change. If you are enjoying today's live broadcast, please make sure to subscribe to the channel and also make sure to follow Matt Morris TV on Twitter. You have shown the world time and time again that you are willing to risk life and limb for freedom. From the streets of Tehran to the streets of Khuzestan, from the protests of 2019 to the women life freedom movement, you have chanted for liberty, for dignity, and for a future from tyranny. He said what? He said that. I'm not kidding. He actually said that. To the brave men and women of Iran's military, law enforcement, and security forces, I deliver this very clear message. This regime does not deserve your loyalty. It is a regime that cannot protect your children, that wastes your honor on suppressing your own people. Join the people of Iran. Stand with your brothers and sisters. Abandon this corrupt system and help us disrupt its repression machine. You swore an oath to protect Iran and its people. Now is the time to honor that oath. My compatriots, Iran belongs to you, and reclaiming it is in your hands. The path forward is clear. Unity, courage, and action. We must stand together. Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balukis, and all of our diverse communities as one nation to overthrow this regime through protests, strikes, and civil disobedience. The world is watching, and I call on the free nations of the world, our neighbors in the Middle East, our allies in the West, and leaders like President Trump to stand in solidarity with the Iranian people. This is not just Iran's fight, it is the fight for a Middle East free from nuclear threats, proxy wars, and terrorism. It is a fight for a world where peace, prosperity, and stability flourish. Almost done. We have a plan, not only for liberation from this regime, but for a transition to the democratic future you deserve. This will not be a return to the past, but a step towards a new Iran, a secular democratic nation where the people choose their government through free and fair elections. It is pretty hard to imagine that Iran in any time in the near future or in the next 500 years will be free and fair, democratically led, secular country. Secular meaning separation between church and state, meaning it's not going to be an Islamic state. It'll be a free and fair, secular, governmentally non-religious democratic nation. That's hard. That's hard to imagine. I don't know about that one. Maybe it's going to happen someday. I have never sought power for myself. My role is to amplify your voices, to unite our efforts, and to guide this transition until the day you go to the polls to shape Iran's future. The time to act is now. The Islamic Republic is collapsing and the power lies with you. Let us seize this historic opportunity to reclaim our nation, to restore our pride, and to build a future where every Iranian can live in freedom and dignity. Now is the time to stand up, the time to reclaim Iran. May I be with you soon in a free Iran celebrating the dawn of a new day. Nowruz Piruz, long live Iran. There you go. And there it is. And there it is. That is the statement from the Crown Prince, the Iranian Crown Prince, who is currently living in America. I believe he's here in the USA. I think. You know what? I want to flip this on its head now, folks. What do you say? This is a Twitter page I followed the other day. I want to show you this. Okay? This Twitter page is effectively nonstop Iranian regime propaganda. So what is the Iranian propaganda saying right now? I don't know. Can I translate some of this to English? The moment the Islamic Republic launched missiles towards the vanishing entity. What is this? Do you think by vanishing entity they're talking about Israel? That probably is a bad translation. That probably means Israel. Like, meaning that it's going to be gone soon. That probably is what that means. Yeah, they're launching missiles. Do we have any other? They're flying through the air. Yep. There they go. Those things are loud. Damn. How wonderful art is when the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps draws it with the brush of missiles and tactics. A calculated humiliation of the Zionist entity, not with the noise of slogans, but with the calmness of force and the precision of strikes. So they're saying this is beautiful art. What you're looking at is actually a beautiful piece of art, is what they're saying. Okay. Unfortunately for them, many of these missiles are not actually doing any damage anymore. A couple days ago, yeah, a little bit, but these days not so much. Shh. What do we see here? Oh, this is a curious, hey Chief, thank you very much, first off, for the super chat. He says, now I wonder what Trump really talked about in private in the Middle East last month. Yeah, as you remember, Trump did a Middle Eastern tour last month. He met with all different types of Qatar, UAE, I think, and also Saudi Arabia. And anyway, yeah, I'm sure to some degree he talked with those guys about Iran. How do they feel about Iran? I think most of those Gulf nations actually don't like Iran very much at all. They're not exactly the biggest supporters of Iran. So they I'm sure were like, hey, you know what, do whatever you want, maybe. We have another piece of breaking news, totally unrelated. This is coming out of talking about the Ukraine war. Putin, we have a statement just less than a minute ago. Putin says, we are ready for substantive talks with Ukraine on principles of peaceful settlement. Putin is wanting to have peace now with Ukraine, but as you know, we have heard all of this 10 million times. Okay, we've got a peace deal. We've got a peace deal. They're going to meet. There's going to be a deal. Zelensky, we've got Putin. There's going to be a deal. Nothing. There is no deal. There's never been a deal. Nothing is ever happening. Nothing happens. We talk about it and then it doesn't happen. We're going to do it. It's going to happen. And then guess what? It never happens. Oh, it's going to happen. And then actually it doesn't happen. So I will believe that when I see that. As a little bit of a reminder for anyone that is new to the show, tuning in right now, all day, the Iranian internet has been down. Iran has had no internet all day. And that is not because Israel shut it down, Israel bombed it or something. No, to the contrary, the Iranian regime shut down their own internet. They turned it off because this is, I wonder if I can still show you this. Maybe I can, or maybe I can't. Israel effectively hacked the Iranian TV stations and was playing anti-Khamenei, anti-Iranian regime propaganda on the Iranian TV stations. And so the Iranian regime shut everything down because Israel hacked their television stations. And I wonder if I can show you exactly what this looks like. I had a video of this earlier that we took a look at, but at this point, I do not have it anymore. Darn it. Well, darn it. Maybe I'll see it again later, though. Yeah, no, Israel had hacked their TV stations. They were playing videos like, it's time to rise up. It's time to rise up. Overthrow Khamenei. We stand with you, people of Iran. You know, stuff like that. Trying to get them to stand up here. So that is the agenda. So right now you have this TV hack trying to get the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow Khamenei and his regime. You have Benjamin Netanyahu 2 days ago released a public statement saying, hey, Iranians, rise up. You should overthrow them. And then also we had the Iranian crown prince, who's living over here in America at the moment, I believe, who said, hey, listen, now we just read that. Now it's time to rise up. Go back to Tucker. Okay, so folks, because nothing is happening right now, what do you say we continue the Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz discussion, debate about all of this? Okay? All right. I see this guy in the chat, Louis Smith. He says, Matt Morris is a clown. You know what? If I had 9,000 people tuning into this live broadcast and every single person loved me, I would think something is weird. There's always got to be at least one. You know, there's always got to be at least one guy that doesn't like you. There's 9,000 people here, and I'm happy I found you. You can watch. It's okay. You can keep tuning in. It's all good. It doesn't bother me. You are more than welcome to not like me. But let's continue playing this Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. And I will, as we are playing this, I will continue looking for breaking news updates, okay?
Claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you. And I'm sort of wondering, like, what is this? This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer any question you like, but let's try to...
Are you going to call me an anti-Semite again, or no?
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little.
You're the one who went to motive. I'm asking honest questions.
I'm
just asking questions. Yes, that's it. That is what I'm doing.
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little bit.
Okay. Picture the house of your dreams. Maybe it's got a...
Right into an ad break. Immediately into an ad break. Let me skip through this here real quick. We're back.
Murphy movie called The Distinguished Gentleman.
Yeah.
It's this great movie. It's actually a fun comedy about politics. And Eddie Murphy in the movie is a con man who gets elected to Congress. And he's literally a con man who, the congressman dies, he has the same name, and so he runs and they get elected. And there's a scene in the movie where Eddie Murphy is a freshman member of Congress, and he's sitting down with a sleazy lobbyist. And he's asking the lobbyist, all right, what should my positions be on, I think they were talking about power plants and electrical transmission lines. And the lobbyist's like, well, what do you believe? And Eddie Murphy's the comment said, I don't care. Whatever gets me the most money. I'll do whatever gets me the most money. And the lobbyist says, no. Pick a side. Doesn't matter what you pick. If you pick one side, we'll go shake down everyone who supports that side and they'll give you money. If you pick the other side, that's fine. We'll just go to the other side and shake down that. That's a little bit the way it works. And you often get leftists in the media who say, for example, if you support the Second Amendment, as you do and I do, well, you're just bought and paid for by the NRA. And that actually is backwards. I believe in the Second Amendment because I believe in the Constitution. Now, am I proud that the NRA supports me? Sure, because people who care about the Second Amendment want to support leaders who fight for it. But it gets it backward. Look, AIPAC, when I ran for the Senate, AIPAC didn't support me. I supported Israel before they supported me.
Thank you.
I'm happy to have their support because they share my objective.
No, but you're missing it. I'm not suggesting that you're bought and paid for. I'm not saying that.
I want to go back and take
sincere.
I want to go back and take the transcript because you just said a minute ago, I'm slightly paraphrasing, but are you lobbying for a foreign government because they pay you a lot of money? That's basically what you said. So you are suggesting that.
Let me just be clear about what I think. Your views seem totally sincere.
Yes.
You take money from people who agree with you.
Yeah.
I believe that. I
even take money from people who disagree with me.
I'm only trying to get to the question of to what extent is the U.S. government influenced by other governments? And it's a lot.
Of course.
It's hardly just Israel. It's hardly just Israel. I don't think Israel's the main one. There are lots of governments. China is a massive influence on this city.
And it's a huge problem.
As you know, I couldn't agree more. And there are lots of other. The UK, which is a truly sinister place, in my opinion, as a ethnic Brit, I can say. I think that's my view. Maybe you disagree.
I think they're on the wrong path. I love the Brits, but their government has gone off the rails.
Without even getting into that. I'm just saying, I don't think Israel's the only one. But it's the only one where you're instantly called an anti-Semite for asking questions. And it's also the only government that no one will ever criticize.
Anytime somebody questions our relationship with the UK, I call them anti-Anglo. You're an anti-Anglo. You are unbelievable. You are bigoted. You are an anti-Anglo. That's what I call them.
And I find criticize Israel every minute of every day. Like the only government that people will not criticize, Rashida Tlaib just tweeted out calling Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
Rashida Tlaib? No,
you said no one will criticize.
No, I'm talking about Republicans that I would vote for, including you. And I'm saying, whatever. I don't even like talking about Israel. What I care about, I never do because it's not worth being called anti-Semites from AIPAC recipients. But now we are on the verge of joining a war, and I just want to be clear about why we're doing this.
All right, so, and let's get into Iran momentarily, but you suggested it was a strange thing that I said a minute ago, that when I came into the Senate, I resolved that I was going to be the leading defender of Israel. And what you didn't ask is why, so let me tell you why.
No, you said I was obsessed with Israel, and you had just told me that, like, your driving motive to get to the Senate was to defend Israel. I'm like, I don't think I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel.
Okay, so Tucker, words matter. And you know that. I said I resolved to be the leading defender of Israel, and you said your driving motive, the reason you're in the Senate.
You want to be the leading defender of Israel. I would think if I ran for Senate, I'd be like, there are people dying of drug ODs on the street.
My driving motive is to fight for Texas and America, and to fight for jobs, and to fight for the Constitution. And you played a very, very careful word game of eliding.
You're the one who said it, not me.
So you still haven't asked why, but I'm going to tell you why.
He's going to tell us why. But first, Christine Robbins is going to tell us why. She says, what if Canada is not the 51st state? What if Iran is? You know, just between you and me, I probably don't want Iran to be our 51st state. I think we should probably avoid that. You know, we can try to be peaceful with them at some point in the future. We can maybe, after all of this is done, normalize relationships. We can be fine, but 51st state, maybe not. Maybe a bad idea. Thank you, though. Michael P. has a massive $50 super chat. He says, Matt, to help clear the negative remnants left by the negative comment from someone who is obviously jealous of your talent and success. You know, I don't... Okay, first off, I appreciate that comment. I appreciate the super chat. Anybody that disagrees with me, I don't really think that they're jealous or anything like that. I just think that, like, with this topic, with this conversation, there are a lot of different opinions, right? There are 10 million different ways to handle this topic, and everybody's got a different point of view, and this is most certainly probably the single most divisive topic, or maybe even complex topic, on the right side of the aisle especially. You've just have all different types of people, and also on top of that, it's a topic that people feel very, very, very passionately about. People get up in arms over it. So I don't think anybody is ever disagreeing with me because they are jealous or because they really hate me. I don't think so. It's just it's one of those topics, I think, and thank you very much. It's one of those topics.
Okay. And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Okay, I'm about to ask a question I know I'm going to regret. I know I'm going to regret doing this. Should I even do this? I'm so stupid for doing this. I shouldn't do this. Whatever, I'm going to do it. Whatever, I'm going to do it. So this biblical quote, those who bless Israel shall be blessed, and those who don't shall not be, or whatever, right? I'm not a biblical theologian, so I'm asking for input here because I really don't know. There is one interpretation of that quote such that the people of Israel are the followers of Christ. Some people think the people of Israel are Jewish people living in Israel, the modern country now. Some people think that. And then other people think that the biblical people of Israel, there's a new covenant and a new situation. Israel is the people of Israel are actually those that have followed Christ, Christians. And there's two different opinions as far as I understand it. And I don't know. I don't even have an opinion because I don't know. So I'm asking. It's both. It's both? No, I don't know, so I'm asking. I apologize if I offend anyone. I got it. No? I'm actually genuine. I'm getting feedback here. Correct. Why can't it be both? Okay. Yes, the modern. Yeah, Matt, you got it. Replacement theology. I really just don't know. So, okay, well, I appreciate it. I got some different opinions. Thank you, guys. Let's see what Ted Cruz says about it. And actually, I want to know what Tucker Carlson says about this.
Those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it. And you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two...
Hold on. Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what... Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
So is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the descendants
God's
of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually,
this is one of these conversations where I'm just sitting here like, and really it's because I don't know. This biblical passage, this quote from the Bible is, I think for a lot of people, where this stems from. And obviously this is hotly debated.
the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe that's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is. So I don't know if we can...
I don't remember the scriptural citation. But, okay, I keep...
It's like Genesis 16 or something like that. But yes, it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is...
All right, Tucker, you keep interrupting me before I finish my sentence.
It's just important to know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're... So you're saying as a Christian, if I believe in Jesus, I have to support the modern state of Israel?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining for me what my motivation is.
But you... Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. You said... God tells you to support the modern state of Israel in the Bible, in some place in the Bible that you heard about, but you don't know where it is. That's your theology?
You're going back, am I a sleazy feline again? I mean...
If you accuse me of anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Condescending. You're throwing this stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about, but I don't understand.
But you're not letting me...
Okay. I'm sorry. I want to be polite.
That is, for me, a personal motivation, but I also...
Jews and Christians worship the same and only God. No one else does. Christians are my brothers in Christ. Jews are my cousins in God. Once enemies, now friends for the better. Hold up. Maybe this is controversial to say. Muslims also worship the same God. They just have a difference in opinion about the prophet, right? For them, Jesus was a prophet, but not... Jesus was a prophet to them, but not the Messiah. And then Muhammad was the final prophet, and then he got on top of a horse and flew up to the moon or something like that. But like fundamentally, I think they worship the same God. They just have a difference in opinion about prophets. Not true. No, they do. They do. Hold up. I'm sorry if I'm being controversial. This is my understanding. I am almost positive they do worship the same God. The Muslims view Jesus as a prophet, but not the Messiah. They view him as a prophet of God. Hold up. I'm okay. By the way, I do not mean to offend anyone here. I thought this was non-controversial. I thought everybody knew this. I did not think that this was controversial at all. To the best of my understanding, the chat, everybody's mad. Everybody's mad at me. Whoa. Cool off. Hold up. Jesus is God. Well, keep in mind then, Jews also deny that Jesus is God. Jews reject Jesus also. So if you're like totally distancing yourselves from Muslims because they reject that Jesus is God, then the Jews must also be as distant from that because they also have rejected Jesus, right? They also deny the divinity of Christ in the same way that Muslims do. True? I'm trying to make sense of this here. Maybe I have a misunderstanding. Jews have rejected Christ in the same way that Muslims have. Muslims, I guess, like at least view Christ as a prophet, but not the divine, not the incarnation of God. Yeah, but I think I guess you know, with these conversations, I really please do not get mad at me because I try to be humble and I'm trying to really understand this. I'm thinking about this and I'm reading what you're saying. Sorry, just give me a minute here. I guess where my confusion is I am not sure how Jews would be in any way closer or more affiliated to Christianity than Muslims, I guess, because both of those groups have rejected the divinity of Christ. Both of them deny that Christ is God or the incarnation of God or a component of the Trinity. Both Muslims and Jews do not acknowledge that. Right? This conversation has really set the chat on fire. Whoa. Okay, so let me take a look here. Sorry, I'm just trying to parse through that. They are both distant, they're both related, but neither of them accept that Christ is divine. Matt just skipped them. Okay. Well, once again, hey, I'm not trying to offend anyone here. I'm just trying to make sense of this. It's a complicated topic. When really everybody knows the Mormons are right. No, I'm kidding. I'm not Mormon either. I'm not Mormon. The Mormons are new to the block. The Mormons are new these days. In the last couple hundred years. God is the triunes. Only Christians should understand this. Yeah, Christians are the only ones that acknowledge the Holy Trinity. Right. Or that Christ is divine. You don't know the theology, man. Well, you don't need to tell me that I don't know, because I'm telling you that. I'm telling you that I'm trying to make sense of this and understand it. You don't need to browbeat me and tell me that I don't know anything, because I have just told you that. I have just told you that I'm trying to read. You're the exact guy I'm talking to. Like, hey, calm down. You can calm down. Relax. Calm down. We are having a conversation here. Some people. I don't know. By the way, I feel like I have a decent understanding. Maybe not the perfect understanding, but listen, it is undeniably true to say both Jews and Muslims reject that Christ is divine. That's true. That's undeniably true. That's just a fact. And so that's kind of where I'm working from. That's where I'm working from. And I also know for a fact that if you ask any Muslim if they worship the same God as the Christians or the Jews, they would say yes, but that they reject that Christ is divine. They would say yes. They would tell you yes. They would say yes, we do worship the same God, but we reject the divinity of Christ, and we think that Prophet Muhammad was the final prophet. I know that is true. I know that is true. Anyway. No, I know that is true. That is true. Anyway, okay. We're going to keep playing this. We're going to play this now. Here we go.
What I was about to say, I don't believe my personal faith, not everyone who I represent is a Christian. It's not an argument for me to give that we should do this because of my faith. And so as an elected official, I don't give that as the reason we should support Israel. That is a personal motivation for me, but I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I am the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And the clearest illustration of that is what is happening right now.
Let
me just make this point, and then
and then I'll just ask what you mean. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, Iran, I think the most acute national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran. I think China is the biggest long-term threat, but acute and near-term is a nuclear Iran.
Okay.
And I think Israel is doing a massive favor to America right now by trying to take out Iran's nuclear capacity. And the reason I view Iran differently, we talked before about Iraq. I opposed the Iraq war. We talked about Syria. I opposed military intervention in Syria. The reason for that is those did not pose a threat to the United States. I think Iran is markedly different. Number one, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic, but a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic because he's driven by religious fervor. When he says death to America and death to Israel, I believe him. And I think Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon because there is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon. So you want to ask, how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey, is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity. That makes America much safer.
So the president has said repeatedly Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he will do whatever it takes to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said that like 100 times. He clearly means it. I think he will use force to effect that if he feels he has to. I think he's been really clear about that. I don't know, but it seems that way. Do you feel that? Do you think that's correct?
Whether he would use force to stop a nuclear weapon, I think he has put that option on the
He
table.
certainly suggested. I mean, I have literally no idea what's going to happen, but just reading his statements, he's made that really clear.
So what he has been very clear about, and I spoke with the president on Sunday, is he has been very clear to Iran that if they attack U.S. servicemen and women, there will be real consequences and I think very serious military response.
By the way, this is a sidebar, but I just can't resist. The Prime Minister of Israel said that Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
Yeah, I read your newsletter this morning,
But do you believe that's true?
Again, I think it was sort of a word game. What is true is Iran is trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump, and they have hired.
I don't know if we know that is true. We can talk about that here in a second, though. Let me double back and do these super chats And I appreciate everybody here that is chiming in. First off, Dream Glitch Studios. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. The Jews were the first to receive God's word. Well, there you have it. The Jews are right about everything, I guess, is what that means, if you interpret it that way. I don't know. But hey, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Oh, okay, here, maybe this will help. Big T Bariatric. He's a pastor. Thank you for that super chat, by the way. Thank you. I've got pastors in the family. I'm a pastor, so maybe I can help. Jews and Muslims go back to Abraham, so they both claim Israel. Prophecy spoke to the Messiah, who us Christians say Jesus fulfilled. We believe Jews will return. Okay, so now I have another question. Is the common, I suppose this would be a Protestant Christian belief. Is it the common Protestant Christian belief that Jews are just Christians who have not converted yet? But that soon, inevitably, at some point, inevitably, they will accept Christ. Every Jew, this is the belief, is that all the Jews who have not accepted Christ yet, they will do it. They just haven't done it yet. Is that? I'm going to wait for the answer here, because I don't know, but I want to know. No. I'm saying no, yes, no. That is wrong. No. Okay, so then maybe I have misinterpreted that super chat. Maybe I read that the wrong way then. This is from Jim Dyer. He says, yes, Christians, Jews, and Muslims share the concept of a single monotheistic God, often referred to as the God of Abraham. All three religions trace their spiritual lineage to Abraham. That is my understanding. That's as I understood it. That that it's all kind of derivative. Well, I guess everything is kind of derivative downstream, but that was my understanding. And then everybody yelled at me, and then everybody got mad at me, and now everybody hurt my feelings. Everybody got so mad at me. Hey, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Lucky Behemoth with the super chat. He said, they are the same God, the God of Abraham. Jewish people still live by the old covenant of God. Christians live by the new covenant. Some Jewish people would say Jesus might be the Messiah. They are still waiting. Yeah. In fact, I also know this is true. There have been numerous over the last 2,000 years or more, over 2,000 years actually. There have been amongst the Jews, there have been numerous non-Jesus messiahs that they have claimed. Well, how can I put this? That small sects of Jews have claimed this is the Messiah, that's the Messiah. But over the last 2,500 years, if you look back, there have been numerous Jewish people that have claimed to be the Messiah. In fact, there was actually recently just one like in the last couple decades that a certain small group of Jews thought was the Messiah. Finally, he came. So anyway, obviously the point is that they have rejected Christ, I guess, in that regard. But there have been numerous small little groups of Jews that have said, we've got the Messiah. Now this guy's the Messiah. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Let me take a look here. Michael P says, that's a massive super chat. Thank you very much. Before I read this, I haven't read that yet. Can I say something real quick? I need to say something. A lot of YouTubers, a lot of streamers that are covering stuff like this, I don't know if you can tell, they're very, a lot of YouTubers in the political scene, I can tell they're kind of scared of pissing off people, or how do I even want to say this? They avoid difficult topics. Really, this topic, the Israel-Iran thing, of a lot of these more controversial topics, they will completely avoid because they're afraid of navigating them improperly or making people mad. Maybe this is and I'm not even bragging, because this is probably a problem that I have. I don't, and maybe I should. Maybe I'm stupid. I probably am stupid for even having these conversations, for even talking about this stuff. Because most certainly there's going to be someone that says, oh, screw this guy. I'm never coming back. Screw this guy. But you notice a lot of people, a lot of YouTubers and streamers, they won't even touch this stuff because it is controversial. But okay, so back to the super chat. Michael P. Thank you very much. Matt, consider going on inspiring philosophy here. I'll look that up. I don't know what that is. Discuss coming to Christ from an academic point. You and Mike Jones have much more in common. You'll attract subs. Your channel's IP does his guests remotely, so no issue of travel. You know, I'll look into that. You know, I would. By the way, though, I would never. I'm never doing anything for subs, for subscribers, or for donations. I'm never doing anything because I think, okay, I'm going to do this because people are going to like that, and then I'm going to get more followers. I just like I just have to kind of be me, and I guess, you know, maybe some people don't like it, other people do. I guess I'm very lucky that so many people do, but I'm never intentionally trying to I'm gonna say this thing or I'm gonna do that because it's gonna get me more money or more subscribers. Maybe other people do. Maybe some people do that, but I can't. I guess maybe I'm autistic or something. I don't know. But hey, thank you. But hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You like Chinese food? Hey, I like Chinese food too. In fact, the other day I said that Mexican food sucks, and some Mexican woman, she was tuning in. Her name was Rosarita. She got pissed off. She said adios. She said adios is what she said. Rosarita got pissed off in the chat because I said I don't like Mexican food, and I said, all right, adios, Rosarita. So I have a problem. I can't pander. Either you like it or you don't. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I'm sorry. Anyway, okay, and then there was, and by the way, Michael P., thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we got through the super chats. I appreciate that a lot. I will look into that. And folks, while we are paused, let me take a look at some of these super chats. Hold up. I'm sorry, not super chats, breaking news updates. Before we continue playing this, let me take a look at some of these breaking news updates. I have this as of 20 seconds ago. President Trump's meeting in the Situation Room has ended after 1 hour, but we do not have a public statement yet. Maybe we will soon. But anyway, President Trump's National Security Council meeting is over. It has concluded. And I think as far as news updates go for the time being, that is all we have. We actually have another update here real quick I want to show you before we get back to the podcast. Where was this? No, that's not what I wanted to. Hold up. Give me a minute. This is what I wanted to show you. This. Okay. Just in, Blue Sky has banned JD Vance minutes after he created his account because he trolled them with today's SCOTUS ruling upholding the ban on transgender kids. So this is hilarious, actually, folks. As all of this drama and mayhem is unfolding in the Middle East, nuclear war, I don't know, we're going to bomb Iran, Israel, Iran, and what do we do? Oh my God. What is JD Vance doing? JD Vance is on Blue Sky trolling liberals about today's Supreme Court ruling, which allowed states to ban transgender care for kids. That is what JD Vance is doing. JD Vance is like, man, all that shit with Israel, Iran, nuclear war, man, I just don't even care. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go make fun of liberals on Blue Sky. That's what I'm going to do. All right, I can respect that. Okay, that's fair. I've been there. We've all been there. I get it. Okay, by the way, thank you. Skywalker, fellow German Shepherd, mine is 150 pounds. That your dog is twice as big as mine. That's nuts. That's a giant German Shepherd. Thank you. And thank you. Michael P., another super chat. He says, thank you. I know you're having this conversation to learn in earnest, not for subs. I just think you can knock off two birds with one stone. I can see you and Mike /IP having a good discussion. I bet so. I will sincerely look into that. I'm going to double back and take a look at that. Pastor Mike. Thank you, Michael. Here's Pastor Mike. He says, thank you, Pastor Mike. Hey, Matt, the joy is that you create the conversation regardless of differences. I try to be open-minded, I guess. Can I tell you something? Total disclosure. I can't lie. I just can't. I'm not a Christian. I believe in God. I believe in a God, the creator God. There has to be. I don't know. I guess the word that makes sense is deist. I guess you could call me a deist. A lot of our founding fathers were deists, which is like you believe in a God, but anything beyond that, you don't really know. You know what I will tell you though? I'm gonna tell you something. About a year ago, I had a family member who got married at an Orthodox church. And this was my very first time ever being in an Orthodox church. And I stood there, they were doing the wedding ceremony in this Orthodox church. And I was like, this is pretty cool. The Orthodox, give me a 1 in the chat if you are an Orthodox Christian in the chat. Because I was in there, you know, I used to go to Sunday school at a Lutheran church a long time ago. But anyway, this is my first time in an Orthodox church, and I was like, man, this seems pretty cool. The Orthodox Christian seems pretty cool, but I feel like over here in America, we really don't have many Orthodox. It's probably the least common denomination. More it's Protestants and a couple Catholics, but anyway, I just don't know. You know, it's one of these other things where it's like, I'm not, like, I love Christians, like I really do. I don't have any anti-Christian sentiment at all. But at the same time, if you ever ask a Christian, how do you know? How do you know it's all true? How do you know how do you know it's all for real? The answer I've always gotten, at least, is, you know, like you just know, you deeply know. Like you have a moment of revelation internally, or you've been spoken to, or you've had that moment. And like I said, I guess it is that specific instance or moment that I haven't had, I could say, yet, but it's not, I guess I'm also not like, I'm not anti that. It just hasn't happened. I just have to be honest. I can't lie. I'm not going to lie about my faith to you guys. I think some people do. I most certainly think some people in the right-wing content creation sphere do overplay it or lie about it. I can't. That moment just hasn't happened yet, but maybe it will someday. Right? Maybe it does someday. Maybe it will someday, and it just hasn't happened yet. I don't know. But that's kind of where I'm at. Anyway, let's get back to the news. Okay? Let's continue playing this Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson. I guess it's fair to call it a debate. It's a debate, really, is what it is. Oh, my freaking headset turned off. If I don't have any audio playing for too long, it turns off after. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're back, folks.
Tried twice to kill him, and I don't know that, I don't have any evidence that's true, but I sort of wonder if that is true. Why aren't we at war with them already?
Okay. And I read your newsletter this morning, and I thought it was...
Okay, I have to pause for this one. Derek Rogers, please do not leave Washington. I am with you. We are theists, but please stay Washington and take this back. God's country. Someday we're going to flip Washington, okay? Someday we're going to do it. I don't know when, but we're going to take Washington back and Oregon, and then we're going down to California, and we're taking back California. We're taking back all of it. Someday, I don't know when, but we're going to do it. And thank you. That is a massive super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It was playing word games to draw a political point.
Thank you.
How's that a word game? It's my president. And
can I tell you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You rightly pointed out there's no evidence that this clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot the president was working for the Iranians. I don't think he was. There's no evidence of that. Although I would like to know more about who he was and what's going on. But I don't find it plausible that he was working for the Iranians. So, was that caused by the Iranians? No. But what is true, and what your newsletter didn't acknowledge, is it true or false that Iran is currently trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen to do so?
Well, that's the question, and I don't know the Butler, Pennsylvania thing.
Butler, Pennsylvania.
Let's just put that aside. I don't know.
So Netanyahu misspoke when he said those two assassinations were because of Iran. But what he was saying that is right is they're actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump.
Is there? Okay, so you're aware of a plot to kill Trump?
Yes, that Iran is paying for. And by the way,
when?
It has been over the last, I'd say, 18 months to 2 years.
In the United States?
In the United States, yes. And let me point out.
Has anyone been arrested?
For the Trump attempted assassination, no.
Okay, maybe I'm ignorant here. I don't believe this. I don't believe that Iran is trying to assassinate Trump. I don't believe that. I don't. And the reason why is because it doesn't make any sense. Assassinating President Trump would be the worst thing they possibly could do. It would bring nuclear doomsday Armageddon upon their country. They would all die. And also beyond that, the Iranians also, they must acknowledge that President Trump is the least war hawkish president we've had in a long time. If we had Nikki Haley, Hillary Clinton, if we had Lindsey Graham, if we had Ted Cruz as president, if we had anybody else as our president, bombs would have been dropping in Iran 6 months ago. So like I said, President Trump is the most diplomatic president we've had that is actively trying to pursue peace, and the Iranians must acknowledge that. They must. Everybody else would have already blown the living hell out of Khomeini months ago. It would be the dumbest thing ever, the stupidest thing ever for them to try to kill this president. It would be totally, it makes no sense. No sense. Let me double back and take a look at this. Larry, while we're paused, we have a super chat here. Thank you very much. He says the term Christian has been heavily influenced by Roman and Hellenistic culture. Oh, that's true. That's no doubt true. And it's been used to encompass a wide range of beliefs and practices. The term Natsarim, a more specific and historically accurate. I've never heard that word before. I've never heard that word ever. Natsarim. I'll look that up later. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. That's a big super chat. Thank you very much. No, Christian history is very cool, very interesting. How it ties into everything else that was going on back then in the world. Very cool. Thank you.
But they are also actively paying Iranian hitmen to murder Mike Pompeo when he was President Trump's first Secretary of State, the first term rather. John Bolton when John Bolton was National Security Advisor to President Trump, and a guy named Brian Hook who was Assistant Secretary of State.
Right.
During the Biden administration.
Wait, but hold on. Can we go back to Donald Trump because he's the president? No, it's a big deal. What do you mean? When no one has been arrested for these assassination attempts on Trump.
Yes.
They've hired hitmen. How do we know that?
All right, let me break it down. People have been arrested. So the reason I brought up Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook, who are under active assassination attempts because of their service in the first Trump administration, under the Biden administration.
Well, they say that. I've never seen any evidence of it.
Can I give you the evidence?
Well, let's just stick with Trump.
No, because these are interrelated. So let me make a bloody point. Under the Biden administration, the State Department was spending $2 million a month providing security for Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook. And they did arrest Iranian hitmen at John Bolton's apartment complex who rented, I think, the apartment next to him and were actively trying to assassinate him, and they went and arrested them. So, yes, they caught Iranian hitmen. Now, it so happens Iran's not very good at it. And so they are actively trying. And in fact,
but what about Trump? He's the president. If there's a plot to kill Trump by the Iranians,
so you dispute that the Iranians are trying to kill Trump?
Of course. I mean, that's the most important question. The Prime Minister of Israel just said there have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump by the Iranians. And I think it's a very fair question, maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay. And I agree with you that he misspoke.
So there weren't those 2 attempts?
There were 2 attempts, but the clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the other guy on the golf course were not connected to the Iranians. That's the part that he misspoke. But by the way, when you speak all the time, occasionally, what he said that was accurate is that Iran is actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen.
That's fine.
And he was conflating it with the 2 attempts.
I understand. But I just want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before. Where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We meaning who?
Congress has, and the public. I mean, we've had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We do not. We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States?
Yes. And by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Did they?
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now, we should have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true.
Folks, this is a problem because on one side of this equation, we have Lion Ted, and on the other side, we have Kooky Carlson. Who do I believe? Lion Ted or Kooky Carlson? This is a tough choice.
True. Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then
they
why
are
aren't we
enemies.
at war with them?
Well, we are trying to
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious. If you really believe they're trying to murder
the use of nuclear weapons, see,
whatever
that's part
it
of the
takes.
problem of. So
what do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegations seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing and punish them.
Can I ask something? And I mean this sincerely. So, all right, 20 years ago, you were, I think it's fair to say, in the interventionist world. You were a vocal,
big time.
You were a vocal defender of the Iraq War.
I was a promoter of the Iraq War.
Used to be. Yep.
And you now, and look, I think you were mistaken. I think you were mistaken. That's okay. Look, people change and learn, and that's part of the journey of being human. Your views have moved, though. In my view, they've gone way too far the other end. And so
I'm
just
totally
want to ask
confused.
why.
I'm saying, hold on. Wait, this is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had. I'm saying if it's true that Iran is trying to murder Trump, we need to move militarily against Iran immediately. That's not isolationism. That's the most. That's a call to violence, which I am calling for. If we believe that Iran is trying to murder our president, we need to strike Iran.
Okay, but isolationists say things like, well, then just nuke them, which is what you just said. Which is
Okay, we have maybe a pertinent super chat real quick. It says, there was a man arrested, a hitman hired by Iran. His name was Farhad Shakeri. Okay, so this was an Iranian hitman trying to kill President Trump that got arrested. I'm going to take a look at that. Let me take a look here. Maybe Ted Cruz is right. Farhad Shakeri, a 51-year-old Afghan national, is an alleged operative of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. He was charged by the U.S. DOJ in 2024 for orchestrating a murder-for-hire plot against targeting U.S. President Trump and other U.S. citizens, including Iranian-American journalist Mashi Alenejad or whatever, and 2 Jewish-American business people in New York. Well, hey, there you have it. He reportedly used a network of criminal associates from his time in U.S. prisons, including co-defendants Carlisle Rivera and Jonathan Lodeholt, to conduct surveillance assassination plots for the IRGC. Shakeri remains at large, believed to be in Tehran, Iran right now. We don't know where he is. We don't have him. He faces charges including murder for hire, conspiracy to commit murder for hire, and money laundering conspiracy, with a potential maximum of 20 years in prison. So this Shakeri, who immigrated to the U.S. as a child, was convicted of robbery in 1994, served 14 years in prison, and then was deported in 2008. Hold up, did he ever come back, or is he? Oh, you know what? Here's what I think. I think he's been orchestrating this stuff from Iran, but he never came back. So he was deported in 2008, and then from Iran, he was trying to put this stuff together, and we have a bounty on him right now, but he never actually came back. He's the shot caller from across the planet. Hold up. I just want to be very clear, but I don't want to miss this other super chat. Finding Peace. Thank you very much, by the way, for that $10 super chat. She says, I think she, that the people are willing to support bombing Iran on guiding of those whose lies have led 2 million dead is defeating from Iraq to COVID. They've learned nothing. We definitely do not want to make the same mistake we made in 2003, which is why these conversations are frankly so important. And I appreciate you being here and helping have them. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. What do you say? Here's what I want to know. Did this guy ever come back to the U.S. after being deported in 2008? Did he ever come back to the U.S. after getting deported in 2008? This is really the imperative part of this situation. There's no definitive evidence that Farhad Shakeri, who got deported in 2008, returned to the U.S. after his deportation. Okay, so I want to understand both sides of the equation. So here's what Tucker Carlson would say. Tucker Carlson would say, well, hold up, this guy is all the way over there in Iran. Yeah, he got deported. He was here, and then he got deported 20 years ago almost. And yes, he has tried to coordinate an assassination attempt against Trump, but he's not in the country now. He's across the planet trying to coordinate this stuff. He's not even here. That is what Kooky Carlson would say to Lion Ted's argument. So once again, I don't know. I think this one maybe is kind of at a standstill, because what Tucker Carlson is talking about specifically is Iranian assassins in America right now. So I can guess that's what he would argue. Also, Derek Rogers, again, my brother from Washington, my fellow Washingtonian. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. You guys, I said this before, all of you guys are way too nice. You guys are way nicer to me than I deserve. That is sincerely the truth, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Kind of a weird...
Because I'm upset, because I'm taking you seriously. You don't take your own statements seriously.
I take my statements very seriously.
So I've asked you, where's the evidence this is true? And you've said, well, they're trying to assassinate Brian Hook or something, which I'm against, by the way. I'm against hurting any American, period, no matter...
So you dispute that they're trying to murder
I'm not disputing
Hook,
it at all.
and Bolton?
I'm not disputing it at all.
They literally arrested the hitman with Bolton.
I don't know why that's even relevant. I'm asking about the President of the United States.
Wait, it's not relevant that Iran hired hitmen to murder cabinet members in Trump's administration? That doesn't go to
I've already
how credible
said
is it that they're willing to spend money to do that?
Opposed to that. It's awful.
Now, we're talking about Bolton, who Trump kicked out during his first admin. Who here knows about Bolton? Bolton is a very aggressive war hawk. Bolton used to be part of the Trump admin, is no longer anymore. Bolton is the type of guy that has been saying for 20 years, we need to bomb Iran, bomb Iran, bomb Iran, bomb Iran. We need to bomb Iran now. We should have done it yesterday. We should have bombed Iran 20 years ago. That's what Bolton is saying. So it would make more sense to me why Iran would want to assassinate Bolton than why they would want to assassinate Trump. Trump is perhaps the one person in our government that is actually fighting to not bomb Iran. Trump is the one guy that's like, hey, listen, diplomacy, peace talk, nuclear de-escalation. Trump is the one guy that is stopping the American war apparatus, whatever, from bombing the living shit out of Iran. And Bolton was pushing to do it. So it would make sense to me why Iran would want Bolton dead, but why they would want Trump dead, that I have a hard time understanding, because I just don't think that makes sense. He's the doorstop here. Ronan's with the super chat says, didn't Iran just say they want to meet Trump in Washington for negotiations? Yes, Trump said that 3 or 4 hours ago. So we know that's the case at this point. Also, Iran saying it was going to do something that would be remembered for centuries seems sketchy. Maybe they want, I don't know. That could all be tied together. I don't know. And thank you for that super chat. Could be.
I am against killing anybody, actually, and especially foreign government. Okay. I'm asking about your allegation and the Prime Minister of Israel's allegation that Iran is trying to murder the president.
Killing terrorists is a good thing. Killing people who are trying to murder Americans is a good thing. Because if you're America first, you want to protect America. And so killing Osama bin Laden was a fantastic
But you don't
day
really
for the
believe
world.
that they're trying to murder Trump, or you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why aren't you calling for military action against Tehran right now?
Because they're not very effective. In terms of hitmen, their hitmen are not very effective. I do think...
So they're hitmen, but not the bad kind, the efficient kind. What are you saying?
They're a weak country who is on its knees, and I think we need to...
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because they're trying...
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop... Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. That is a problem that I have. I'm sorry.
They're trying to develop nuclear weapons. They are close to developing nuclear weapons. And even a weak country with a nuclear weapon. Look, I believe there is a very real possibility if the Ayatollah develops a nuclear weapon that he would detonate it either in Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And that would be utterly catastrophic. And I don't know what the chances are of that. Let me compare and contrast Iran to North Korea.
Wait, can I just ask one last question about trying to kill the president? You sincerely believe, you promise, that right now the Iranian government is trying to murder our president?
Yes.
You sincerely believe right now?
Absolutely.
We have a super chat here that says McDonald's is more dangerous to us and Trump than Iran. I'll be honest, I had a sausage egg McMuffin and 2 hash browns for breakfast, and I'm not even lying about that. So how dare you? How dare you? We love McDonald's.
And yet you were not calling for military action against the government that's trying to murder our president. Can you explain that?
I don't think they're very effective. I do think we should, by the way, America is supporting...
You're willing to take that risk?
I think we should protect the president and we should take out our enemies.
Well,
Israel is doing that right now.
But aren't they? Why would we outsource
and by
it to
the
Israel
way,
if
your
they're
first
trying
question was, why are you for regime
do
change? That's a pretty good example of why I'm for regime change.
Okay, so you're saying we should just go in and take out the government of Iran.
No.
Why would we outsource it to Israel if they're trying to murder our president? Okay, you sound like the isolationist.
What I'm saying on any military judgment is there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis of what are the risks versus what are the benefits. In this instance, I think it is enormously in America's interest to do what Israel is doing right now, take out Iran's senior military leadership and take out their nuclear capacity. That is benefiting America, and it is a good risk reward. I would oppose invading Iran and putting boots on the ground to topple the government. If the risk got severe enough, I would support that, but I think the relative risk is not severe enough to justify that step at this time. What I would absolutely oppose under any circumstances.
Do we really have a missile alert? Are you kidding me? Hold up. I'm pausing. One moment. I'm seeing in the chat that missiles are on the way, but I don't see anything. I don't see missiles. I see other people saying missiles, but I don't see anything about missiles. Give me one moment here. Because I just don't see that. Uno momento, por favor. One moment, please. Ein Moment, bitte. I don't see any missiles. We'll give it time. We'll give it time, okay?
Is invading Iran and then staying and trying to turn them into a democracy. And part of where Iraq really went off the rails is not only did we topple someone who was fighting radical Islamic terrorists, who was a bad guy, but then we tried the vision of interventionists. It actually overlaps with the vision of a lot of Democrats. Let's go promote democracy in the world.
I agree.
And it is our military.
I have a very controversial take. I couldn't give less of a shit whether or not Mozambique has a democracy. I don't care whether or not they have a functioning democracy in Pakistan. I don't care. I care. They can do what they want. If they want, I don't care. We don't need to spend our money and our blood building a democracy in Madagascar. I don't care. This idea that it's our obligation to make sure that everybody has a democracy. I really don't care if everybody has a democracy.
Military's job to kill the bad guys, to defend America.
Yeah.
It's not their job to defend international norms. It's not their job. So I have zero desire for the U.S. military to turn Iran into Switzerland. Look, would it be nice if they suddenly became Switzerland? Sure. If I could wave a magic wand, great. But I'm not going to send your kids or my kids to be in front of guns to go make that happen.
Well, bless you for that. I think that is the lesson that I learned from Iraq. I promoted that war. apparently, unlike you, I was dumber. And I think that you just articulated the main lesson of it, which is it's hard to do that, and we're not good at it.
But I will, and so we are agreeing on that. I will say as a corollary,
vehemently agreeing.
As a corollary, that doesn't mean that horrible, evil dictators are okay. And going back to Reagan and the Cold War, we have lots of weapons. I am happy to highlight the brutality, the oppression, the human rights abuses of regimes, even though I don't want to invade them, because I think the bully pulpit of American leadership is really powerful. And I think dictatorships are terrified. So I've spent 13 years in the Senate. One of the things I do frequently is highlight dissidents in Iran and North Korea and China, in Venezuela. People are being tortured. Miriam Ibrahim in Sudan, who was sentenced to 100 lashes and then to be killed for the crime of being a Christian. And I repeatedly went to the Senate floor and shined a light on the government of Sudan. It was corrupt. It was evil. I practically begged Barack Obama, say her name. Ultimately,
I felt that way with the J6 prisoners. Yeah.
Look, yes. Look, there is power.
Okay, I have another super controversial question, and I already know I'm going to piss everybody off again. I feel like everybody already, we just got through this, and now people are coming back around. Maybe you guys are starting to like me again. But now I have another question, and I'm going to piss everybody off. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go.
Power to speaking out, and ultimately,
do I really want to do this, man? I don't know if I really want to do this. You want to do it? Okay. If you are you ready? Okay. Get ready. I'm sorry in advance. Okay. If we are trying to have a conversation about what is the most Christian form of government, wouldn't you would probably have a king, right? That's how super Christian Europe operated for a long time. They have kingdoms, and the entire idea of the medieval feudal system was the king is the king because God made him the king. It was the entire system societally was structured. It was justified by Christian theology. The peasants are the peasants because that is where God has put them, and the king is the king because he was chosen by God. And then a monarchy, yeah. And then if you go the other route, you have the Vatican, right? And then if you go the other route, let's talk about democracy. Where does democracy come from? Who were the first societies to ever have a democracy? This was pagan Athens in the 5th century BC, as we know. And then also it was the Roman Republic in the 2nd and 1st century BC. And so like maybe, I don't know, I guess this is the controversial part. Maybe you could make an argument that democracy is a pagan construct because it was the pagans. If you go back far enough, it was the pagans, the Greeks, and the Romans shortly after that came up with the system that we have now in America, a constitutional democracy. The Athenians came up with that 500 years before Christ. It's the Athenians that came up with that. And Aristotle actually wrote the Constitution for Athens. And then the Romans kind of took that and ran with it for a couple hundred years. And so like, could you make, I don't know, maybe a compelling argument that a constitutional republic or a constitutional democracy is a product of paganism, and that the way that our government operates now it's pagan. It is a pagan governmental system. Maybe, I don't know. We have a red alert. Hold up. What are you guys talking about? What do you mean red alert? Hold up. Hold that thought. Pause that argument. Democracy is not a republic. Well, I don't know. This is what always confuses me. A republic is a form of democracy. There's no one true perfect form of democracy. There's multiple different types. A republic is a form of a democracy insofar as what a republic is, we elect people to vote on our behalf. We vote for people but it is a form of democracy. That is the truth. It's a type. It's a category of democracy. Why were people saying red? I think I'm getting trolled. I think I'm getting not debated, jibated. I'm getting baited here. Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. We have nothing. Anyway, we can keep on arguing now. No, we have nothing here. There are no red alerts. There are no ballistic missiles. There are no ballistic missiles in the sky. And now, by the way, see those blue books right there? Those are the complete writings of Aristotle. Aristotle, also Plato, his book is somewhere, the Republic, somewhere back there in that area. Both Plato and Aristotle had a very different concept of democracy than we do now today. Well, kind of. They had a very controversial opinion about democracy or having a republic. They said in order, hear me out, this is very controversial. I'm going to offend someone I know. Today I'm just offending everybody. Missile inbound. Listen, okay, listen, if anybody is lying about missiles inbound, I'm going to start banning you because it is getting annoying. It's a little bit much. Anyway, both Plato and Aristotle made the argument that you cannot have a functioning democracy unless you have an ethnically cohesive society, ethnically and culturally. You need to have this is according to Plato and Aristotle. You must have an ethnically and culturally homogeneous society, according to both Plato and Aristotle, which means everybody has to be in the same culture. They have to have the same values, the same religious beliefs, of the same race, in order to have a functioning democracy. And they both said if you don't have that, then you will not have a functioning democracy. That's not my opinion necessarily. That is Plato and Aristotle. Also, listen, I see this comment. Hey, Wendy. Hey, Wendy. Wendy, this is my stream. People tune in to watch the stream to hear what I have to say. We're talking. This is a whole live broadcast. If you want to go watch this episode by yourself, you are free to do that. But on my show, I'm gonna talk. Okay? Wendy said, this guy loves to hear his own voice. Wendy, this is my show. If you want to do a different show, you can go have your own show. You can make your own show. But we're going to do it here on my show. We're going to do it my way. We're going to talk. We like to have these conversations and unpackage things and deep dive into all types of things and really break stuff down. And I like to have a dialogue with the chat. Wendy said, you're too much, Wendy, from Arizona. Then you can leave. You are under no obligation to be here. This stream, some people, they say, my content is inclusive. I want everybody to watch. I want everybody. Not me. My content is exclusive. My content is not for everybody. It is only for a certain type of person, I guess. And maybe that person is not you, and that's okay. You don't have to be here. But this content is not inclusive. It is by design exclusive, and maybe that means it excludes you. If you have a problem with that, I'm sorry, it is what it is. And now that I have said what I want to say, now I will get back to playing the episode. Thank you.
The international, Obama never did say her name. He would not say her name. Ultimately, there was enough international condemnation, the government of Sudan let her go. And so she was not executed. And I met her. So she had a 2-year-old son, Martin, and she gave birth to a little girl named Maya. And she was in leg irons in prison waiting for the death sentence. They were not going to kill her until she gave birth. And they told her, we will not kill you if you will renounce Jesus. And she refused. And I met her. She was in D.C. speaking at a conference after she was released, obviously. And I asked her, she's a tiny woman, very small woman. I asked her, I said, when you were in that prison cell with your kids, how did you have the strength not to just give in to despair? I mean, I've never been threatened with murder unless I renounce my faith. And she just said to me with a real peacefulness, she said, Jesus was with me. And thankfully, you and I have not faced that circumstance. But I do think there is a responsibility.
There's still time.
There is, and I hope we don't. And actually, I'll use another example. John McCain, who you and I disagreed with on a lot of issues, I respected and admired him for his service and time as a prisoner of war. I think his policies I disagreed with vehemently and fought against them. But the man fought for America, and he was thrown in prison, and he was tortured by Vietnam. And he was given the opportunity to be released early. And he turned it down because he thought it would be dishonorable to lead before his fellow servicemen and women. And when I first got here...
There were no women there, but yeah.
Okay, man, you're right. When I first got here, McCain hated my guts, and he actually referred to me and Rand as wacko birds.
I remember.
I have up on the shelf, I have a baseball cap that a grassroots supporter gave me with a picture of Daffy Duck and labeled wacko birds, which I liked and laughed when. But when he did that, I went to the Senate floor and I gave a speech praising John McCain. And it was the day he had attacked me publicly. And it happened to be, it was the 40th anniversary of his release from the Hanoi Hilton. And I just talked about what a privilege it is to serve with someone who suffered for his country, who served. And I didn't get into where we disagreed on policy on that speech. I just said, look, the man is an American hero, and I'm proud to serve with him. But that was meant to be a statement also, that if you attack me, I'm going to praise you, not for things that are not praiseworthy. If I disagree with you, I will not be shy about saying it, but for things that are praiseworthy.
I remember that. It was 2013.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to get behind on super chats here. I see this from Zuby Girl. Matthew 16, Jesus said, "You are Peter, and on the rock I will build my church." This is why people think Peter was the first pope of the Catholic. I've heard that. A lot of people say Peter was the first pope. St. Peter's Basilica. There's a reason why it has the name. And thank you. By the way, St. Peter's Basilica, if you guys have ever been there, go to Rome. It's beautiful. The Sistine Chapel. Wow. Amazing. Also, Pastor Mike, he says Romans 13, 1-7. I guess I'm obligated to Google this now. Let me take a look. Okay, listen, this is a lot of reading. Okay, listen, we're not gonna spend 5 minutes here reading the Bible, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you. I'm gonna bookmark it, and I will read this by myself later. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Pastor Mike. Thank you very much. It's been bookmarked. It's bookmarked, and thank you very much.
And I felt the same way. I went to his cell at the Hanoi Hilton, and
oh wow,
I agree with you about McCain. I just want to end by asking you specifically about what's going to happen next in Iran and what should happen next. So you've called for regime change. You said you don't favor the U.S. military participating in any kind of regime change. You said you don't think, and bless you for saying this, that the U.S. military should try and turn it into Belgium.
Yeah.
Thank God. But there is a third option where it turns into Syria, where it's this open wound and it causes massive migration and further destroys Europe, as Syria has.
Yeah.
No updates
and that's a huge
right now,
cost,
by the way.
and where lots
Nothing.
of people die and religious minorities get murdered in Syria again. Are you worried about that?
Sure. And listen, that lots of bad things can happen. But going back to what we talked about, the principle of defending America, I agree with President Trump that Iran with a nuclear weapon is an unacceptable risk to America, and we need to stop it. I agree with President Trump, and I'll make a point.
But he's not for regime change.
He's not. So he and I disagree. Yeah, look, I think he thinks it would be better. He has not said he's for it. And you know what? Look, it is consequential when the President of the United States says, "I'm for regime change." So I understand why he hasn't. What he has said is he's drawn a red line and said, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and the only acceptable outcome is complete dismantlement. So they have centrifuges. They're enriching uranium right now. They're trying to develop a nuclear weapon. He said they must have complete dismantlement. I led 52 senators, Republican senators, in a letter where we said we agree with President Trump. That's the red line, complete dismantlement. I agree with President Trump. I agree with him supporting Israel, taking out Iran's military leadership, taking out their nuclear capability. And I'll point out, look, if you look the first term, I am hard-pressed to think of a single foreign policy decision Donald Trump made the first term that I disagree with. And
I want to say real quick, folks, I am at all times as we are watching this, I am looking, I've got 7 different live news feed trackers that are dialed into everything going on in the Middle East. If something happens, I will tell you. We're having a lot of people come in the chat, say, "Red alert, this is happening." Guys, I think there are some silly billies. We have a lot of silly billies these days coming in the chat saying that things are happening when really nothing is happening. Do not freak out. I'm looking at all of this, okay?
And that's not entirely accidental, because I spent a lot of time the first term in the Oval Office with him. And what happened in the first term often is you would have in the administration, you had interventionists in the administration, you had isolationists. And they disagreed. They would fight within the administration. And often what it would give is an opportunity for me to come in and say, hey, there's a middle path here that President Trump agreed with frequently. And it's worth noting, in the first term, he most assuredly was not an isolationist. Look, he took out General Soleimani, which I emphatically agree with. And in fact, I introduced a resolution that we voted on the Senate floor commending him for taking out General Soleimani, who was the leader of the IRGC and who was responsible for killing over 600 American servicemen and women. When Trump came in, ISIS had a caliphate that had grown up under Obama that was about the size of the state of Indiana. And Trump came in and utterly decimated them. He killed the terrorists, took away their caliphate, and defeated them. And he also took out Baghdadi, the head of ISIS. I mean, those are not the actions of an isolationist, but at the same time,
I don't even know what isolationist is. It's just a slur designed to control. I mean, I've never been an isolationist. I don't even know what that.
Listen. I don't agree with Tucker and everything, but I love Tucker Carlson. I love Tucker Carlson. I'm so happy that I am not the only person pushing back on this term isolationist. You don't agree with getting involved in some war in the Middle East again? You're an isolationist. I'm so happy I'm not the only person pushing back on this term isolationist, which really is a slur or a pejorative used to browbeat people into agreeing and going along with incompetent foreign policy. Thank you. Thank you, Tucker. Thank you, Tucker.
Okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist. Okay, and Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a slur. Of course I've not. You consistently say, you have said, actually, I want to read from your newsletter, because if you ask what an isolationist is, your newsletter a couple of days ago, you wrote, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back, Trump said following the strikes.
Right.
It's worth taking a step back and wondering how any of this helps the United States. We can't think of a single way. Okay, that to me is the essence of isolationism. And let me just ask you, when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. Do you not believe him? Do you think he doesn't mean it when he says death to America?
Well, I think he hates America, for sure. And I'm opposed to that.
And do you think he's willing to act on it? It's not just hate America. He also is leading a country and trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
Under certain circumstances, for sure. So the question is, do you act in a way that makes that more or less likely? And that's a tough call. It's something that you can debate. One of the ways you shut down debate is by calling people names like isolationists, pretending they're like pro-Nazi or something, or as you did, claiming I'm an anti-Semite. Right, that's not a way to get to a solution or have a rational conversation. That's a way to make people be quiet. And I'm against that. And
okay, so if you don't like the label isolationist, how would you... Look, Rand, and I served with Rand. Rand is a friend of mine, but Rand opposes every military action in every circumstance.
Of course I don't oppose every military. This whole thing is infantile, and you know that it is. It's a way to call people names.
So which of Trump's military actions do you support, or do you disagree with them all?
And make them be quiet.
Give me another name. If you don't like that, I'm not trying to have you be quiet. We've been talking an hour and a half. I'm asking, if you don't like the name isolationist, how would you describe it?
I would describe myself in the same way you falsely described yourself in this conversation.
Falsely?
Yes,
so
falsely.
What did I say false?
You said that the only thing that matters in a foreign policy decision is whether it helps the United States.
I didn't say the only, I said the predominant.
That's what I understood.
Okay.
So let me revise what you said and apply it to myself and say the only thing that matters is whether or not it serves the United States. And I feel very stung by what happened in Iraq, if I'm being honest. Possibly because, unlike you, I guess, I supported it. And I saw us get drawn into it in a way that nobody anticipated. And I saw the cost, just $3 trillion. And the cost on so many levels to the United States was just so profound. And I felt like, mistake. Gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, my men will be back by the time the leaves turn. And of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting starts. That's my only point. And calling people names, anti-Semite, isolationist, to get them to stop talking is not the way to serve your country. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm trying to have a real and serious conversation. Right. And look, A lot of this has been contentious. I wish it had not, because as we started out by saying, you and I agree vehemently on 80% of the issues. This discussion is focused on the 20% where we don't. You know, I will say, look, on Iraq, you look at the 2016 presidential.
Has anybody else noticed that Ted Cruz has a very Hitlerian shadow? I don't think it's his mustache. I think it's the way the lighting is. The way the light is shining down his nose is casting a shadow on his upper lip, and he actually looks like Adolf Hitler. I wonder if that's intentional or not. He has a Hitler shadow on his upper lip.
Campaign where you had 17 Republicans
See?
running. If you set Rand aside, and his views are on one side, there were only 2 candidates on that stage that opposed the Iraq war. Me and Donald Trump were the only 2. Everyone else thought the Iraq war was a great thing. I think it was a disaster. So you and I agree on that as well. In my view, I think your foreign policy has gone too far. So, I mean, let me ask you, is there a military action Trump has undertaken that you agree with? Because I've not heard anything.
A military, look, I would say it's really simple. I believe in self-defense. That's why I keep firearms at home. I think it's morally justified to defend yourself, your family, your property, your nation. And so to the extent that you can deter a threat through violence, violence always being the least appealing choice, violence always being, if I can finish, always being a tragedy, I think you can justify the use of violence in self-defense. That is my personal view, and that applies to me and to the country that I live in. Those are my views. That's not an isolationist view. It's not an anti-Israel view. It's not an anti-Semitic view, with apologies. It is, I think, a pretty common sense view. But my problem is that lawmakers in Washington are light on detail with these things, and they speak, as you do, entirely in moral terms. These people are bad. These people are...
I'm not speaking entirely in moral terms. I'm not interested in killing bad guys. I'm interested in killing people who are trying to kill us.
If we had...
That's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Are you now? Because you told me that the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump, and then you
that
said...
is undisputed. There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you support military action right now against Iran?
We are engaged in military action right now.
Why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay.
So
why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look, and it goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true, that's why.
Everyone, nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did we land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like, what?
So where...
It was. Yes, it was. Listen, it's like 24 years later. We can just be honest. It's a quarter of a century later. It was. 9/11 was a little bit weird. I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know all the details, but it was a little bit weird.
I've asked you the names of these people. I've asked
I don't know
you
the names of the Iranian hitmen. I know it
asking...
because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly.
And what did they say?
That Iran is trying to murder Donald Trump and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry. And I don't think we do either, because we would apprehend them if we knew their names.
Then why don't you take it seriously enough to support killing the Ayatollah in response to protect our president? But you don't. This doesn't even make any sense. And you're calling me an isolationist. If I believed that was true, I would support military action against the government of Iran.
Okay, that's interesting, because there is literally...
You can't kill our president.
All right, out of 535 members of Congress, I am not aware of one who disputes that Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump. That's not...
Really?
Even the looniest Democrat doesn't dispute that. So I don't...
Really?
You're saying if you believed what is... I think a fact that they are trying to.
You think it's a fact?
Yes.
What is the fact exactly?
That they've hired hitmen.
In the United States?
Yes.
Americans?
Yeah, he's not in Iran. So they haven't hired hitmen.
No, but are they the hitmen American?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what, and by the way, I'm not the CIA. I'm not the Department of Defense. I'm telling you what they have told us.
I'm not disputing it. I'm merely saying
we are.
That I'm not. I'm saying the logic train has a massive hole in it. If you believe that's true, then you should, by definition, support killing the people trying to kill our president. But you don't support that.
Now, Tucker,
so I'm wondering what's going on here.
Tucker, you took offense to the word isolationist, and I genuinely don't mean it as a pejorative. I disagree with it but if you don't like that term, I don't know how else to describe what is a coherent foreign policy that says we're surrounded by two giant nations. By the way, isolationism has long been a school of foreign policy.
I believe in self-defense. I'm not but not into the slurs, the anti-Semite stuff.
To be clear, isolationism has never been an American foreign policy position. For the first 150 years of American history, we abided by George Washington's golden rule, which said, never get embroiled in the struggles and conflicts of the old world, meaning Europe and the Middle East and Africa. That was George Washington that said that after his first 8 years in office. This was his farewell address. And then after that, that evolved into the Monroe Doctrine, which said American foreign policy needs to be exclusively focused on the Western Hemisphere, not the Eastern Hemisphere. Okay, so if you say America used to be isolationist, were we isolationist during the Spanish-American War or the Mexican-American War, or when we took the Philippines in the late 1890s? Were we isolationist as far as the Native Americans were concerned when we pushed west with the Louisiana Purchase and the Oregon Trail? Were we isolationist when we were fighting the Canadians in the early 1800s? We've never been isolationist. We never have. We just had prudent foreign policy that actually benefited us as a country versus getting embroiled in the Middle East at much to our detriment. Okay, so we were never isolationist. We never were.
I just don't like that. I'm telling you what I believe.
But is there a single military action Trump took that you agree with? So did you agree with taking out General Soleimani?
Oh, I don't know. It turned out better than I thought, I guess.
I mean, you said at the time it would lead us to World War III.
I was worried about it. I've seen that.
Well, but that proved not the case.
I was wrong, as I have been many times.
Did you agree with taking out the ISIS caliphate?
Well, if we took out the ISIS caliphate, why are they running Syria right now? And you're for that. Why is that?
What do you mean? I didn't say I'm for that.
You don't seem to have a problem with it.
I didn't say that.
ISIS is now running Syria. You're like, we'll see.
No, I did.
Look, I mean, I know why.
But by the way, I didn't push Assad out. Assad toppled.
It's hilarious.
You know why I don't
Assad
care?
is bad, but no, ISIS runs Syria, but that's fine. We'll just kind of wait and see on ISIS. Not a big deal.
You know
not a
why?
big deal. They're trying to kill Trump.
Hold on a second. I want to get back. You know why I don't care, and why? And you do your trademark smirky laugh. I know why you don't care.
What are you even talking about?
Why don't I care?
I don't know why. You tell me. Because you think it's okay because they're not making angry noises or something. But by your own standards, ISIS is so immoral that they must die. But now they're running Syria, and you don't think that we should take military action against the government of Syria? Because why? They're ISIS.
What I said is I don't know how good or bad it'll be. Look, I wasn't pushing Assad out. He fell. He fell on his own, in part because he was heavily supported by Hezbollah. And when Israel took out the Hezbollah leadership, he lost his base of support.
But the current ISIS leadership, you don't think is bad? You can't say it's terrible that ISIS runs a country?
I am concerned about it.
Concerned? Aren't you horrified?
I want to see what they do.
Oh, so you got a wait-and-see attitude on ISIS now?
We have already seen what they did. Do you remember a couple months ago when Assad was deposed and fled to Russia and ISIS took over? How many thousands of Christians did they kill? People agree, this is not even controversial, there was a Christian genocide at least a couple months ago. I would speculate it is still ongoing. So he says, we need to wait and see what ISIS does with Syria. Ted, they've been chopping the heads off of Christians for months now. Okay, I would guess it's probably still ongoing. What do you mean we need to wait and see? They're killing everybody that's not a Muslim. That's what they're doing. We already know what they're doing. Also, Derek Rogers with the massive super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Matt, are you a diamond sword or a blood eagle? Derek, I hate to say it. I don't actually know what that means. I'm trying to think. And I don't know. Both. I'm both. I don't know. I'm sorry. Hey, thank you very much for that big super chat, though. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
On the government of Syria, they are not actively, that I am aware of, trying to murder Americans. And that's a real dividing line. Are you trying to murder Americans or not?
I'm just saying it's a little weird that we waged this war against ISIS and now they're running a country in the Mediterranean. I think that people would be very, very upset about that, but you don't seem very upset about that.
Did you agree with Trump taking out al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS?
I'm totally opposed to ISIS, and what I care about is results, actually, and if taking out the head of ISIS ends ISIS, I guess I'm for it. But now ISIS runs Syria.
Okay,
so I'm wondering, how does this
at the
work?
time. I mean, my point is...
We're at the time. I mean, I've taken so many different positions over the years, some of which have been wrong. I really do my best to be honest and correct if they are and admit that I was wrong. I'm not one of these people who's like, I've always been consistent. No, my views change all the time because the facts change all the time. You're not going to get consistency from me.
This is something I like about Tucker. Okay. Tucker is maybe one of the only people in the media. He's not a politician, so you can't call him that, but he's one of the very few people that will actually acknowledge, okay, yeah, I made a bad call. I had the information changed. I made the best decision I could. It ended up being wrong. And then you try to learn from that and change it in the future and move forward from that, right? Very, very few people actually will acknowledge yeah, I made a bad call. The information changed. I was wrong. And now we got to move forward and try to do better next time, right? It's a certain level of honesty that I think a lot of people don't have, especially in this whole ecosystem. Yeah.
I mean, you're only going to get sincerity.
Well, I will say this, and look, I believe you're sincere.
Yeah.
But
I'm not God. I'm just some guy watching, trying to figure out the right thing for America.
And I think because you believe you were mistaken, and I agree previously, I think you've overcorrected.
What do you mean overcorrected? I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran into a much larger mess. That's the concern.
And by the way, that's a reasonable worry. Look,
I know it's reasonable. And I know you've been like, you're like ready to call me all these names for asking. Maybe. You're just asking questions. Yes, I am. So here's my question to you. If the Ayatollah is killed in Iran, and he very well could if there's a war. I have just read in the paper this morning that Israel tried to take him out twice and Trump told them not to.
I have read that. I don't have independent confirmation one way or the other.
Do you think that they should take him out?
So I actually talked about it. As you know, I do a podcast every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz, and I actually talked about it in the latest podcast. And I said, look, I've seen the reporting that says that Trump asked them not to take out the Ayatollah. And what I said in the podcast is I think it's reasonable for them to decide not to try to take him out. What they've done is targeted just about the entire top level of the military, the people that actually conduct the war.
Big time super chat from Star Observers. The Celtic Irish sun-worshipping people wrote the Bible. They were Druids that spoke Hebrew and were called Drew, not Jew. The ancient Hebrew was found in Israel. Druidism became Judaism. Origin of the pyramids is Celtic. I'm gonna have to Google that. I am gonna need to Google that one. I'm not sure about that. Thank you, though. I really appreciate that super chat. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research on that one. Thank you very much.
I can see an argument that taking out both the head of state and a religious leader could make him a martyr and could cause more problems than it's worth. And by the way, if you take out the Ayatollah, I don't know that the next guy isn't just as bad. And so I am...
What happens to the country?
I don't know, but you mentioned before, and I want to go back to this. You said something like, you, like most other politicians, are engaged in moral terms. And let me be clear, I am talking about national interest. I am talking about protecting America. So there are bad guys on planet Earth that I don't think we should take out, even though they're bad guys.
Good.
I'll call them bad guys, but I'm not willing to use U.S. military force to take them out. In this instance, what Israel is doing is taking out their capacity to build nuclear weapons. Why? Because they judge the risk is too high if they've got nuclear weapons.
I understand that. I mean, I understand that. I think it's in progress. I think it'll probably be achieved, probably with U.S. military support. Who knows? But the president said he's for that.
And by the way, where the military support is most needed is Fordow, which is it's a bunker that's built under a mountain.
Right.
And Israel's taken out most of the rest, like Natanz, which is their big enrichment site. They bombed the hell out of it. Fordow was deliberately built deep into a mountain so that Israel couldn't take it out. And there's an active discussion because the U.S. has bunker buster bombs that are big enough to take out Fordow.
30,000 pounds.
Yeah. Yes. And Israel doesn't. So the one military piece
nor the aircraft to fly them.
Correct. Right.
But here's, I guess, what bothers me is that I said 2 weeks ago, the real goal here is regime change in Iran. It's not.
I don't think that's Trump's goal.
Well, it's your goal. It's Israel's goal. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying it's important to be honest and not lie and not attack people for telling the truth.
So I believe I've been assiduously honest in this, but words matter. You said the real goal here is regime change, and it's your goal. And I want to be clear.
Well, you said it was your goal.
I want to be clear because words matter. Do I support regime change, and would I like a government that doesn't hate America and isn't trying to kill us in Iran? Yes, that's a good outcome. Is that the objective of these military strikes? I don't think necessarily. I don't know if it's Israel's. It's not my objective. My objective is taking out...
U.S. If Israel decides we're going to decapitate the government and try to foment an uprising against it, should the United States participate in that operation in any way?
Look, I have not called for killing the Ayatollah. And there is... Nations in war generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, there has been a long-standing... Nations in war have refrained from killing heads of state. I have not publicly called for killing the Ayatollah. What I've called for is doing whatever is necessary to stop him from getting nuclear weapons. In the first Trump term, what that meant was maximum pressure. So in the first Trump term, I spent a lot of time urging the president to withdraw from the disastrous Iranian nuclear deal that Obama had. President Trump agreed with me. He did that. And then I urged him to end the oil waivers and to sanction the hell out of the country. And it ended up crippling their economy. So Iran at the time was selling 2 million barrels of oil a day. 1 million barrels, I'm sorry, 1 million barrels of oil a day. When President Trump ended the oil waivers, it cut their sales to 300,000 barrels a day. At the end of the Trump term, the Iranian economy was in shambles. They had massive inflation. I think the regime was teetering. I think it might have fallen. I would use economic sanctions and I would use moral suasion to try to effectuate the regime.
Iran has had the living hell sanctioned. They've had the living hell sanctioned out of them for years and years and years now. Iran has a very effective, I think the proper term is called a shadow fleet. They have unregistered boats, unnamed boats. They ship things through foreign ports on not just unlabeled, but mislabeled boats, saying that they're from different countries when really they're from Iran. And guess who's buying a lot of the oil, the energy that Iran is exporting, sort of illegally or in an unregistered way? It's China. A huge portion of China's oil energy comes from Iran through this shadow fleet that they have. And so as long as countries like China and Russia still exist, you're not going to be able to stop. You're not going to be able to sanction them. Iran has spent decades building an economy that is immune to Western world sanctions. They've built almost an independent economy that makes them immune. Like, we can sanction them all we want. It kind of doesn't do anything. What are they going to do? Sanction them even harder? You're going to bump it up from 93 to 94% sanctions? It kind of doesn't matter. They have insulated themselves really effectively, to be honest.
Well, okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means. What happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92.
I was going to say it. 92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
Who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night did...
I do need to be honest. I don't really think this is a compelling point. This whole gotcha thing Tucker did. I don't think you need to know that Iran is composed of 93% ethnic Persians and 4% ethnic whatever. I don't think you need to know that really to have an opinion on this entire topic. I just don't really think so.
Denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
we are supporting
This is high
Israel.
stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, we are not bombing them.
Oh, okay.
Israel is bombing them. And hey, why do you do the snide, oh, okay?
What do you mean? Because this is super high stakes stuff. This is a huge country that borders a lot of other important countries. A lot of the world's energy comes from there.
So
you
let me ask
don't
you,
want
Tucker,
another disaster. You don't want to be
Tucker,
reckless.
the Ayatollah refers to Israel as the little Satan and America as the great Satan. Do you believe him when he says it's the great Satan?
Of course I believe
if
him.
the Ayatollah could murder both of us right now that he would? I do. I believe him.
Okay, I assume no good faith on the part of the Ayatollah.
No, not
and
good
if your
faith.
implication is like I'm pro-Ayatollah or something.
No, it's not good faith. It's that
just saying you're a lawmaker. You're a powerful person in Washington. This is the most powerful country in the world. If you're calling for toppling in government, it's incumbent on you to know something about the country and to think through the consequences of that. And you haven't, and you don't. And I'm saying that's reckless.
I haven't thought. Okay, you engage in reckless rhetoric with no facts. And to be clear,
I'm not calling for the overthrow of a government.
You put out a newsletter attacking Donald Trump and calling him complicit.
Never
I can
attacked
read
Donald Trump.
Yes, you have. And by the way,
I campaigned for Donald Trump.
Okay, yes.
And this is after anti-Semitism, this is the last refuge. You're an anti-Semite and you hate Trump.
Okay,
I love Trump.
I will read. You put out a whole newsletter saying Trump has abandoned America first. And here's what Trump said in response.
Okay, before we get to that, we have another piece, another massive super chat here from Star Observers. Matt, the book is called Irish Wisdom Preserved in the Bible and Pyramids by Connor McDarry. This has the evidence and changed my perspective. I recommend you read all of it. It is preserved and was written in 1923. All right, I'll do some research into whether or not Celtic people were the original Jews and wrote the Bible. I will look into that. I will take a look at that. Thank you. Thank you very much. My wife is asking me an important question. My wife? Where's my wife in the live chat? Has anybody seen my wife? Would you like a chicken salad or coffee? You know what? I would take both of those, sweetie. Thank you very much. There's my beautiful wife in the chat. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. I'll take both. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America first and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one who decides that. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. That was directed at you.
Man, you got me. Busted.
No, I'm just saying.
Look, my views. Look, I like Trump. I campaigned for Trump. I know Trump. I talked to him last night. I'm not against Trump, and you know that.
But you're against his foreign policy.
I think that we should be very careful about entering into more foreign wars that don't help us when our country is dying.
When you say
and our
don't
country
help
is
us,
dying.
Look, yes, focus on our country. I'm all for it. But the naivete.
You don't even know how much money this costs. You don't know anything about the country whose government you want to overthrow, and you're calling me reckless.
I want to stop a lunatic who wants to murder us from getting nuclear weapons that could kill millions of Americans.
Fair.
You say, I can't see how.
This is one question that nobody has been able to answer for me, and genuinely, I don't know. If anybody does know, let me know, because I don't know. We are super on edge. We're super panicked over the fact that maybe Iran is going to be getting nuclear weapons soon. I don't think anybody says they have them now, but they might get them soon, and so we need to have a preemptive strike. Okay, this is the part that doesn't make sense to me. There is another nation that has been wishing death on America and making death threats against our president for years now, for decades. It's called North Korea. They have nuclear weapons. North Korea is closer to America than Iran is. North Korea has longer range ballistic missiles with which to deliver nuclear weapons than Iran does. They have been making public death threats against us and our nation for decades, same as Iran. And also, we have more active duty military personnel, as far as I know, in that region around them, adjacent to North Korea, than we do Iran right now. And so here's my confusion. Why are we in a hysteria over Iran? And okay, we can be, that's fine, but why is nobody talking about North Korea? North Korea is undeniably a bigger threat to America than Iran is. Just like factually, right? North Korea is a bigger threat to America than Iran is. we have every indication that that is the case. But we're not touching them, and we're touching Iran now instead. Curious? I don't know.
That benefits America in any way. That is bizarre. And by the way,
bizarre.
Isolationism. Your foreign policy is the foreign policy of Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama.
Oh, absolutely.
And it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm a big leftist. This is so silly. I'm Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. Okay. Let me just say one last thing.
So how is your foreign policy different from Jimmy Carter's? Seriously.
Please.
But I asked that question seriously.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Jimmy Carter?
So
what century is this? I am the product of the last 25 years watching.
By the way, that's a super easy answer. Jimmy Carter was super feeble and easy when handling China. In fact, Jimmy Carter is the president that set off the outsourcing of American labor and manufacturing to China. Jimmy Carter is the one that kicked that first domino down. In fact, not only did he start the process of screwing over America in order to build up China, but also Jimmy Carter was complicit in giving away our control over the Panama Canal. So it's very easy to say how all of us are different than Jimmy Carter when we're speaking about foreign policy. Like, very obviously there's some massive differences, right?
Carefully being involved in the periphery, and I see an unending string of foreign policy disasters that have impoverished and hurt our country.
Unending string.
Unending string. They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way, in Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that. So these are failures. You helped preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures, have I presided over?
Well, we were unable to beat Russia in the war that you supported against Russia. You've been spending the last 3 years telling us that Vladimir Putin is evil and we're going to beat him with other people's children, and 1 million of those kids are now dead. You've never apologized for that. That was a failure.
By the way, look, the level of number of falsehoods you lay out just in one statement are rather
You haven't supported the war against Russia?
Are rather stunning. So the war against Russia was caused, which I have explained at great detail, by Joe Biden's weakness.
But you supported the war.
If you want to talk, we can talk Russia and Ukraine. I'm happy to talk about it.
Do you think that's been a success?
Thank you, Joe.
No, it's been an absolute disaster.
Okay, but you supported it. Shouldn't you apologize?
No, you should apologize. I'm not going to engage in the demanding of apologies. So I'm
like, that's my point. Is all these failures and no one ever says I'm sorry.
Matter, or do you just throw out if you want to talk, we can talk.
Okay, I do. I want to.
Does this guy get lots of views based on his incorrect viewpoint? Yes, actually. Give me a 1 in the chat if you tune in to this live broadcast in order to hear all of my incorrect viewpoints. Everybody's going to post a 1 in the chat. That's why people tune into the show, is to hear my incorrect viewpoints. You nailed it.
I don't know why that seems like a true disaster for the United States. You have supported it.
Do you believe Joe Biden's weakness caused the war in Ukraine?
I think Joe Biden's aggression caused it.
His aggression? What aggression?
He demanded that Ukraine join NATO. How does that help the United States?
It is a terrible idea, and I have vigorously opposed Ukraine joining NATO.
Okay, so that's what caused the war.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to know what caused the war? Look, you do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in facts. You're like, okay.
Okay, tell me. It seems super obvious. You're absolutely right, and I'm sorry. That is a tick of mine that is wrong, and I mean this with sincerity. I'm sorry to do that to you. I just think it seems so obvious that sending Kamala Harris to the NATO Security Conference to say, you're going to join NATO is what triggered the invasion days later.
Okay, so this will take a few minutes to lay out because it's complicated, but I think the facts matter. I think 2 things caused the war in Ukraine. Number 1, I think Biden's incredible weakness and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, I believe we need to leave Afghanistan, but not with the incompetence that led to 13 servicemen and women being murdered by terrorists there. The way Biden did that was disastrous, and I think our enemies looked to the commander-in-chief and said, this president is weak.
Absolutely right. Boring is fine.
When that withdrawal was so disastrous, I said publicly at the time, the chances of Putin invading Ukraine have just risen tenfold.
Right.
But secondly, and this is critically important.
Well, I agree, that was awful, the withdrawal.
And it was a major cause of our enemies all said, hey, this president is weak. And so it invited.
You know, this is something I've never heard anybody say. Maybe I'm nuts for saying this. Everybody criticizes Biden for being incompetent and leaving tens of billions of dollars worth of U.S. military equipment helicopters and jeeps and grenades and rocket launchers and rifles and all types of stuff. He left that behind in Afghanistan. And everybody says, oh, Joe Biden is so stupid. He's so incompetent that he did that. What an idiot. What if he's not an idiot? What if the Democrats, the people that pulled that off, because it wasn't only Joe Biden, what if he wasn't an idiot? What if he wasn't stupid? What if that was intentional? What if that was all part of the deliberate plan? We're going to pull out, but we're going to leave tens of billions of dollars worth of military equipment to further destabilize the region, to further cause drama and mayhem and chaos. What if that was a gift? It wasn't an oversight. It wasn't a gift. That was an oversight or, whatever. It was an explicit and intentional gift to them to cause further chaos in the region, right? Honestly, probably that is the case. That's a pretty big oversight. We forgot that $40 billion worth of Humvees and grenades. Whatever. It's not a big deal. No, that must have been intentional, right?
And by the way, look, I despise war.
Also, real quick, I despise war too. Sean Victory, that is a massive $100 super chat. He says, here's $100 for your awesome work, aka your false viewpoints. Thank you. I pride myself on being wrong about everything. So if you guys ever catch me being right about anything, let me know, because that's not my goal. I want to be wrong about every single issue. Thank you, Sean. Thank you very much.
And I think weakness and isolationism produces war, because it invites aggression from our bad guys. It's why I agree with Ronald Reagan's peace through strength. The best way you avoid war is being strong enough that your enemies don't want to mess with you. But let's get back to Ukraine and Russia. Look, Putin didn't wake up 2 years ago and decided he wanted to invade Ukraine. He's wanted to invade Ukraine for decades. Putin has referred to the collapse of the Soviet Union as, quote, the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. And Putin has long been explicit. His desire is to reassemble the old Soviet Union and, in fact, reassemble the Russian Empire that was even bigger than that. I
have a quick question. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, dear. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, give me a good or bad. How do you feel about Pat Buchanan? Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, dear. Good or bad? How do you feel about Pat Buchanan? I recently read through a Pat Buchanan book. The book is called A Republic, Not an Empire, if anybody's looking for a good book. It was a good book by Pat Buchanan. And about a fourth of the way through this book, he said something. You can go and fact check this. The book was written, I think, in 1997. Okay. Pat Buchanan said in 1997 in this book, what he said was, if America and NATO continue to expand east through Europe and absorb the former Warsaw Pact countries like Poland and all these other countries in Eastern Europe that we said in 1992 we would not absorb, if NATO keeps expanding to the east towards Russia, there will be a catastrophic war in Ukraine specifically, and that's where it's going to take place. I read that and I read this like a month ago. I read this book and I was like, no freaking way. No shit. This guy in 1997 predicted exactly what has gone on, like point for point, in Ukraine in 1997. Almost 20 years in advance, or what, almost 30 years. I couldn't believe, I was like, this is almost prophetic. I could not believe that. And it happened. And it happened. Insane.
Want to reassemble the Soviet Union? The natural place to start is Ukraine.
Do you really believe that Putin has territorial designs on Eastern Europe?
Yes.
What countries?
He has said that you can go and read his... Hold on. I don't want to lose the narrative of what happened, so we can go back and do that, but I don't want to lose telling the story first. So let me explain this, and then if you want to go back, we can take all sorts of digressions, but just give me a couple of minutes to lay out the facts of what happened. He has wanted to invade Ukraine a long time. And he's done it before. In 2014, he invaded Ukraine, invaded Crimea. When Barack Obama was president, he invaded the southern portion. He did not invade the rest of the country. Why? And the reason is the principal source of revenue for Russia is oil and gas, and the natural gas pipelines run right through the country of Ukraine. and he didn't want to jeopardize his ability to get gas to Europe.
Right.
So in 2015, Putin started a project called Nord Stream 2.
Did anything happen in 2014?
In terms of what?
Wasn't there a coup in Ukraine run by the Obama administration?
Yes, there was.
Let me finish telling. I told you we'll take lots of digressions in a second. Let me finish telling the narrative. 2015, Putin began building Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is an undersea pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The entire purpose of Nord Stream 2 is when it was completed and turned on, it would let Russia circumvent Ukraine and get its gas straight to Europe. In 2019, Nord Stream 2 was almost complete. And the conventional wisdom in Washington was, this is terrible, but there's nothing we can do about it. I didn't believe that. So I drafted sanctions legislation that was targeted to stop the pipeline.
Looking for updates.
My
there.
legislation passed the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed the House, and Donald Trump signed it into law.
Can I just ask, why wouldn't you want Germany to have cheap energy?
Because it empowers Russia. And I believe in making our enemies weaker and our friends stronger.
Has blowing up Nord Stream made Germany stronger?
Not being dependent on Russia has made Germany stronger.
Do you think Germany is stronger now than it was 4 years ago?
I think not being dependent on Russia. Germany has all sorts of problems, and many of them are domestic to their own politics.
Well, lucky for Germany, Germany has recently imported millions of economic powerhouse unit laborers from the third world. Germany has been blessed by taking in millions of immigrants and refugees from places like North Africa and the Middle East, Syria. And so Germany is doing better than ever because these people, they are doctors, they are lawyers, they are nuclear scientists, they are philosophers. And so Germany is doing very well right now. Also, the United Kingdom is doing really well right now. It's awesome.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to...
No, but what you're saying, it doesn't... Germany seems so much weaker now that its energy costs have spiked and the manufacturing sector is collapsing because of that.
Let me finish. I'm focused on America's interest. I don't want Russia stronger because I believe Russia is our enemy. You and I disagree on that. We can talk about that. But I want our enemies weaker. I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I want our enemies weaker. I don't want Europe dependent on Russia. I don't want Putin rich with oil and gas revenues and able to invest in his military and pose a threat to America.
Let me tell you my conspiracy. I think the American deep state is scared to hell of a unified, powerful Europe, and maybe rightfully so. I think our ruling American deep state class, I think they are doing everything they possibly can to make sure that Western Europe and Eastern Europe do not join and pose a legitimate, and they would, a serious threat against the American global hegemony, the American superpower. We are the monolith. I think they are scared to death of a Germany linked up with a Russia economically. They've got the manufacturing base. I think there is internally an explicitly stated agenda to sabotage the strength of Europe. So I think that is actually a big part of what has led to Ukraine. And that's a big part of why the Nord Stream 2 pipeline was sabotaged or blown up. I think that's a big part of it. I think America, in a lot of ways, I think our deep state, they have decided that having a weak, neutered, castrated Europe actually benefits America. Having a Europe that doesn't have a military, having a Europe that doesn't really have a strong manufacturing base or is crippled regarding its capacity to have energy domestically. I think that is actually, I think our ruling class has decided that that is what's best for America, and that's why a lot of this has happened.
So, the sanctions legislation that I authored, it passed. Putin stopped building Nord Stream 2 literally the day that President Trump signed my sanctions legislation into law. He signed it, if I remember right, at 7 p.m. on a Thursday. Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked, and it killed the pipeline. The pipeline lay dormant for over a year, just a hunk of metal at the bottom of the ocean. Joe Biden came into office. He was sworn in on January 20th, 2021. Putin resumed deep-sea construction of Nord Stream 2 4 days later, January 24th.
You are not informed about Germany. None of them are doctors or engineers. I don't know, man. I think all those immigrants and refugees from Africa are great. I think it's good. I think it's good for you over there in Germany. Thank you,
He
dear.
did so because Biden had foreshadowed weakness on this issue. That foreshadowing was accurate because several months later, Biden formally waived the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and let Putin complete the pipeline. In January of 2022, I forced a vote on the Senate floor to reimpose sanctions on Nord Stream 2. The week of the vote, President Zelensky in Ukraine publicly called on the Senate, please pass this sanctions legislation. It is the last best hope of stopping Russia from invading Ukraine. At the same time, the government of Poland put out a formal statement from the foreign ministry to the Senate, calling on the Senate to pass my sanctions legislation, and said, if you do not, Putin will invade Ukraine. The day of the vote, Joe Biden came to Capitol Hill. It's the first time in his presidency he had done that. He went to the Democrat senators' lunch, and he personally lobbied them on this issue, not any other issue. This was his number one issue that he came to lobby them on. They came out of that lunch. Every Democrat had voted with me twice against Nord Stream 2. 44 Democrats flipped their vote. They voted in favor of Russia, in favor of Putin, and 4 weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine. That was the direct cause of the war. And if Trump had been president, there would be no war in Ukraine.
So may I ask, I, of course, disagree with your analysis completely, but I want to be respectful.
Okay,
and
so tell me what you disagree with.
It's such a long conversation. I've spent the last couple of years on this, and I just respectfully disagree with your analysis, but I don't doubt your sincerity that you believe that Putin is our enemy, that Western Europe should not be allowed to use Russian energy. I mean, you seem to really believe these things.
This seems to be super obvious or blatant to me. You know, I'm not a Putin fan, and I condemn Putin. I don't like Putin. At the same time, I think our leaders in America, the Joe Biden regime, and also NATO, I think they wanted this war. I think they wanted this war, and I think they did exactly what they thought they had to do in order to get Putin to attack. I think they wanted Putin to do what he did, and I think what Putin did is bad and terrible. The entire situation is terrible. I think he was intentionally prodded and instigated also. I think everybody on pretty much the entire, every player in that situation was bad and caused a very terrible dynamic to unfold. But I think that war in Ukraine is entirely by design and entirely intentional.
My question is about results, because I think it's relevant to what we're seeing now in Iran. You look back after having you personally voted to send billions and billions and billions of U.S. tax dollars to Zelensky to support his civil service in the war against Russia and all this stuff. Can you say that what you did worked?
So I can say what I did personally, sanctioning Nord Stream 2 worked and prevented a war. And if Trump had still been there, if the sanction had been in effect, there would be no war. I'm in favor of avoiding wars.
But once the war broke out, you voted to fund it to the tune of billions and billions and billions.
And to be clear.
And did that work?
Okay, to be clear, what I voted for the initial tranche of funding, and then I voted against the subsequent one. So it hasn't worked. So I've been in between. I haven't been on the full Ukraine, full-throated hawk side or the anti from day one. I voted for the initial tranche of funding because I wanted Russia to lose. I think the Biden administration administered it in a horrible way. I think they wasted a ton of money. And I think what they did was actually incoherent because they were funding both sides of the war. I was very vocal and among other things, flooding $100 million to Iran, which was used, among other things, to help the nuclear program, but also to make drones that Russia used to fight.
So here's my concern. I'm not going to defend the Biden administration. Really did a lot to wreck the United States.
Yeah, did the most damaging administration
at the end,
in history.
Where we sit now, Russia is stronger. It's closely allied long-term with China.
I don't know that Russia's stronger. I don't think that's right.
Okay.
Is Russia stronger? I actually don't have an answer. So I'm asking you guys. I don't know if I have an answer. I'd have to really think about that. Is Russia stronger today than it was, let's say, 4 years ago? That is a really tough and really nuanced question. I think you could make a compelling argument going both ways. Most certainly, Russia has deepened its ties with places like China and North Korea and Iran. There are pros and cons to those relationships. It has distanced from Europe, obviously, and it has built new relationships elsewhere. That's a really tough one. And the chat is divided. The chat is maybe 50-50, yes, no. That's a tough question, right?
I think it's pretty obvious that it is. But it's certainly not destroyed. And it's allied long-term with China.
Maybe. There's no doubt Biden's foreign policy drove Russia into the arms of China, and that's concerning. They also have a long history of animosity.
Western Europe is weaker and more in debt. The United States is weaker and much more in debt. Hold on. So you and I are agreeing on a lot. We're agreeing. Here's my question. Have you questioned any of your previous assumptions? Did you play any role in this at all? Are you responsible at all?
Of course, and like you said...
What have you learned?
Like you said you've changed your mind.
Yeah,
I voted for the first funding of the Ukraine war, and I voted against every subsequent funding stream because it wasn't working. And I looked at what was happening and said, this is not working. And had the money been spent in an intelligent way and not wasted, and had it been successful, I might have been willing to fund more. But it wasn't successful, so I voted no. And the war's going to end. Look, President Trump campaigned on ending the war. I think he's frustrated because Putin has been less than eager to reach a deal to end the war, but it's going to end. You're not going to see another dollar coming from Congress.
Do you think Zelensky wants to end the war?
I think Zelensky has behaved horribly. I think his Oval Office meeting will go down in history as the worst Oval Office meeting of any leader that has ever come to the Oval Office. I think he behaved like a pompous ass. And
it did create one of the most hilarious political photos of all time. The photo of Trump and J.D. Vance going like this, where they're pushing him away. That's classic. That's an instant classic. Epic, really.
I think he is unrealistic. I think Zelensky spends his time with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the New York Times, and he believed he was going to the Oval Office as a resist figure. And I think he's doing real damage to his country right now.
You described him many times as a hero.
I don't recall ever using the word hero. I will say... Look, I'm not a Zelensky cheerleader, and I'm not in the business of saying everyone we support has to be a saint and everyone we oppose has to be a villain. I'm not in the morality game.
What many don't know is many European countries buy oil from Iran. War with Iran would push those countries to Russia for the oil. That is something I personally have no idea, and I bet it would also be very hard to figure that out because, like we said earlier, a lot of Iran's oil exports are kind of shadowy and disguised and under the table, and the entire transaction process is super obfuscated. That would be a tough one to know. I suppose it would not surprise me, though.
I'm in the U.S. interest game. Why did I want Nord Stream 2 stopped? Because it would strengthen Russia, and Russia's our enemies. It's entirely U.S. interest.
Did you support the industrial sabotage against it, blowing it up?
So I think you believe America did that. Is that right?
Of course.
Okay, I think the chances of that are zero.
You think Russia did it?
No, I think Ukraine did it. Okay, so I don't know. So I don't know who did it.
Does Russia even have the capacity to go down to the bottom of the ocean floor? That pipeline was deep, by the way. To go down there, not just get down there, but do it secretly also and have no one find out about it. Could Ukraine even do that? Because you have to look at two factors. Who has the motive to do it? Yeah, Ukraine maybe has they definitely have the motive, but then who has the capacity to actually do it? Capacity and motive have to be there.
In terms of the theories that have been put out there, the idea that Russia blew up their own pipeline never made any sense to me at all. I can't even articulate why they would do that. The idea that Biden did that, look, I could see it being in U.S. interest to do that, to blow up Nord Stream 2. I just think Biden was too weak. I don't believe Joe Biden.
But are you in? I guess you in.
So that leads
the Norwegians, the Ukrainians, NATO, whatever.
Look, that leads me to who benefits, and it leads me to think either the Ukrainians blew it up or Ukraine's allies. I don't think Biden did because
Ukraine's allies. You mean the U.S.? I would bet that the U.S., you want to call it the deep state or the CIA, I think that some American entity did that. That is my personal conspiracy. I guess I could be convinced that Ukraine did it, but as far as I know, they maybe didn't have the capacity to do it. We most certainly do. If you could show me that Ukraine actually could have done that, then maybe I would side with you on Ukraine. But I think maybe America did it. I don't know.
Biden was so weak, I don't think he would give the order. I find that implausible.
But you're in favor of it.
Look, I was in favor of stopping it. I think blowing it up was a good thing. So I'm supportive of that.
Oh.
But I don't think America did that. I don't think Biden gave that order.
But in
I
general,
could see Trump giving that order, but he wasn't in office.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
You think that the largest act of industrial sabotage in history helped our allies in Western Europe or other fellow NATO members?
Look, I got to say, I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely, like, I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia.
Actually, I was defending Western Europe, the home of my ancestors, and that, tripling their energy costs and destroying their industrial base. Not like. You just accused me of being an anti-Semite, an isolationist, and a Russia lackey. I've not called you a neocon once, which you are, but I haven't said that.
That's absurd. Yeah, those neocons that oppose the Iraq War.
Right.
But like that's
okay.
dishonest.
But I haven't called you that because name calling.
You just said, which you are.
That is kind of oxymoronic. You are an American isolationist who is also a Russian shill. I'm not. That one. And then you throw anti-Semite in there, then maybe you can put that in. That's a lot. That's a big one. Got to think about that.
So you just called that.
Okay.
Called me that. You just did.
I guess what I'm saying is you're triggered because I use name calling. I get it. I was triggered when you called me names. And I'm triggered once again that you're calling me a Russia defender when in fact I'm defending Western Europe. And I don't think that you
Do you think Putin's our enemy?
Well, he's literally our enemy. You are funding a war against him.
But do you think he is our... No, you're saying we're his enemy. Do you think Putin is our enemy?
I think it is a tragedy that your policies, specifically yours, helped drive Putin into the arms of China, forming a bloc that's larger than us.
So you won't answer that question?
I don't. He is literally our enemy right now. That is a tragedy for the United States.
No, you're saying... But you won't say he is our enemy. And look, like I
know in what sense? I don't want to be enemies with Russia. It doesn't help us at all. It may help some people in the United States, but in general,
let me be clear. I don't want to be at war with Russia. I don't think it is in our interest to be at war with Russia.
Aligned with China. That is a disaster.
But listen, no doubt, and I want Russia and China attention, so I agree with you there. But I think Putin is a KGB thug. I think he is a bad man. Now, I don't want to go to war with him over that. Okay. But I'm not naive. And like I watched your episode.
He's a bad man. Okay.
Look, I watched your episode where you went to the Russian grocery store, and I'm genuinely...
Was that disloyal, do you think?
It was just weird. It was like a promo video for Russia, and I don't understand.
Tucker Carlson, you said that bread is cheaper in Russia than it is in America. You're a traitor. You're an American traitor. You said that a gallon of milk is cheaper in a Russian supermarket than a supermarket in New York City. You are a traitor. You're a traitor to this country. How dare you?
I'm attacking you when I ask why, because I'm genuinely I don't get
like when you called me and said something. You weren't attacking me. You were just noticing.
No,
but may I ask you a question? So here, well, let me just answer yours by saying the United States, the Biden administration, with your help, full support, began this war on Russia in response to their invasion of Ukraine. And one of the things they kicked Russia out of SWIFT, out of the international financial system. Yeah. And my first response was, this is going to really hurt the U.S. dollar, which it has. And I hope someday we can have a conversation about that. It's really, really hurt the one thing that we needed, which was to retain dollar supremacy. So I was interested in the economic condition.
By the way, that's a reasonable point and a serious conversation.
I'm aware. And
but I can agree with you.
No, but I was accused of being. I think it's weird that you went to a Russian grocery store and said it was prosperous. No, my point is
it looked like a commercial. It looked like a commercial. Isn't this wonderful?
No, it was an argument against the efficacy of sanctions. Sanctions against Russia, which you casually and enthusiastically imposed, scoring a little moral victory every time, had no material effect that helped the United States. Russia is backstopped by China, and I recommend that you go there and see it. It is way nicer than Washington, D.C. Way nicer. To me, that's a tragedy. I was horrified and angry at my leaders, including you. It's like, I want to live in a country that's nice, with low food costs and no homeless people.
All right,
I don't understand why that's too much to ask.
So do
Instead, I get wars with Iran. No, I just want lower food costs. How's that?
So, look, it's a weird argument that you do often, which is, listen, things are crappy in America. Liberals have done bad things to America, so we shouldn't worry about any enemies around the world.
Republican senators,
Republicans
they don't care about us. They're focused on other countries.
You wrote that
and our country is dying, and you don't care because you're focused on Iran or Putin.
So you believe that I don't care about America. I guess you believe Donald Trump doesn't either, like nobody cares?
I believe that your focus is way too on other countries. It's way too focused outward. The money that you send abroad could be used here and should be.
What money that I send abroad, by the way, I emphatically agree with.
How much did you send to Ukraine? You don't even know.
I emphatically agree with Donald Trump's, for example, dramatically slashing USAID. I think the only reason we should be deploying that is to benefit U.S. interest, national security interest, and keep Americans safe. And so...
How much did you vote to send to Ukraine?
Look, you're in about $80 billion.
$80 billion.
Yeah.
80
so you're in... You love just giving these broad characterizations that are not accurate. I'm genuinely puzzled. Look, I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I don't think they're our friend. I think Putin...
I agree.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar. And I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the KGB. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad. My aunt was imprisoned and tortured by Castro. I hate communists. I think communism is evil. And so I think there is a value to, there is nobody who stands up to communist China more in the Senate than I do, because I think they're evil. Do I want to go to war with China? Of course not. That would be ridiculous, but I think we have all sorts of tools to stand up to our enemies. And I think China is engaged in a 1,000-year war against the United States.
Okay.
They're trying to defeat us.
We're so all over the map. Where your family in prison in Cuba and China and all this stuff. I agree with you. I'm totally opposed to communism. Always have been. I don't think that Putin loves us. I'm distressed by the moral condition of most leaders around the world. Most of them, they all kill people. I'm against that. I'm just saying, I wish the focus here was more on the United States.
Can I say something? I actually don't agree with that statement. They all kill people. There's a moral relativism. So I don't think Donald Trump is a murderer. He doesn't kill people. We don't have concentration camps.
Donald Trump a murderer.
You just said world leaders all kill people, and there's a moral relativism.
I'm hardly a moral relativist.
But you are. That statement was the essence of...
I'm an anti-Semite, an isolationist, a moral relativist.
This is almost done, but I'll say this real quick. About halfway through this interview, Ted Cruz realized that sort of defaming Tucker Carlson as an anti-Semite, that wasn't going to work. Obviously, that's stupid. It's not going to work. So you'll notice halfway through this interview, what he did was he pivoted to try to make it seem like Tucker Carlson is anti-Trump or hates Trump. He's anti-Trump. He's undermining Trump. And he's doing it again right now. He realized, trying to destroy him by calling him an anti-Semite, that's not going to work. Nobody's going to buy that because it's ridiculous. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try to ruin his Trump reputation amongst American conservatives. So this entire, every single thing Ted Cruz is trying to do is just sort of a defamation plan. It's an ongoing defamation campaign to try to make it seem like he's anti-Trump or anti-Semite or he's a Russian shill, or he's just throwing shit at the wall to see which one of them sticks. And it seems like he's decided that the anti-Trump thing is the most effective, maybe.
Okay. No, I'm not.
Did you just say world leaders all kill people?
I'm saying I'm against killing people in general. And hyperventilating about how Putin was in the KGB or whatever. I just want to serve American interests, and pushing him to China is not in our interest at all. And you helped do it, and you haven't apologized. And
that's good. And by the way, you're the cheerleader. I helped drive him into China. It's a complete lie.
You funded the war against him.
No, I authored the legislation that shut down Nord Stream 2 that prevented the war. And if Trump had still been in the White House, we would have had the war. And look, the comment you made, the reason things like moral relativism are so dangerous, everyone kills people. No, there is a difference. The United States, we don't have concentration camps. We don't torture and murder people. You look at China, where they've got 1 million prisoners in concentration camps. You look at Putin, where he's got prisoners in Siberia. He tortures and murders his political opponents. Donald Trump doesn't do that. America doesn't do that. And by the way,
what are you
most
even talking
other countries
about?
Don't do that.
I see the game. It's like...
Okay, once again, I don't like Putin. I do have to say, however, man, I wish we had Siberian prisons. There are a lot of people that personally, if I was in charge, I would send a lot of people to Siberian prisons. All these illegal aliens that are burning down our cities, these Antifa thugs. I would send Ted Cruz. Listen, these guys are lucky I'm not the dictator of America, because I would fill those damn prisons up. You wouldn't even believe it. You would not even believe it. You're going to Siberia. You're going to Siberia.
No, you're the one playing a game.
I'm distressed.
No, I'm responding with facts. You don't like the facts.
I don't even know what facts you're talking about. I'm not saying that Trump puts people in concentration camps. I campaign for Trump. I love Trump.
So did I.
Okay. So this has nothing to do with Trump. I'm merely saying,
when you said every world leader kills people, it puts them all
more emphasis on what's happening inside the country. That's it.
Is there a moral difference between America and our enemies? Is there a moral difference between America? And what is it? Articulate it. It's valuable to say why. Why are we a better country founded on better values than China?
I'll tell
What's the difference?
I'll tell you why.
And I know
because the whole purpose of America is to protect the God-given rights that each person possesses by virtue of being created by God.
Amen.
By being human. That's the point of our founding documents. And no other country articulates that in the way that we do. And that's what I love about America. My family's been here a long time. I'm never leaving. So I really love the country. Despite going to a Russian grocery store, despite asking you questions about AIPAC, I love America, is the truth. And I love Trump. So, but I just want more emphasis on America. That's it.
I emphatically agree with America first. I think Donald Trump does as well. And I think his foreign policy has been vigorously protecting that. And I agree with the president.
Good. Well, I appreciate your taking all this time.
Sure.
And I know you didn't mean it. When you call me those names. Thank you, Senator.
There you have it, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz podcast. That got uploaded 7 hours ago, so that really was hot off the press. That was a 2-hour-long show, and it took us, God, I don't know, probably 4 hours to get through that because I talk so much, and I jab, and I yip-yap. Wendy, what was her name? Wendy. Wendy was right. Remember 2 hours ago when Wendy came in and said that I talk too much? Okay, you know what? In hindsight, maybe Wendy was onto something. Maybe Wendy was right about that. But hey, listen, that's okay. It's okay to jab a little bit, jib-jab a little bit. Okay, folks, I need to take a quick 90-second break. I'm going to be right back. But here's what I see right now. I see that Chairman Jerome Powell is live at the moment talking about the Fed and interest rates. I'm going to turn this on. I'll be back in 1 minute. When I come back, we're going to break everything down, okay? So do not go anywhere. We are just getting going. And also, folks, we have a lot of breaking news updates coming out of Iran and Israel, and I want to go through that with you guys as well. So do not leave. We have a lot to talk about.
Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation this year is 3%, somewhat higher than projected in March. The median inflation projection falls to 2.4% in 2026 and 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulatory policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so, increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity.
Are we going to reduce rates or not? What is going on here?
Reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep...
Okay, he's not doing a damn thing. Okay, thank you, Jerome Powell. Folks, by the way, he is almost gone. He'll be gone within 12 months. I think it's more like 8 months or so. So let's double back and start talking about Iran and Israel. It's been a little while. It seems like potentially not too much is going on right now. Right now, we have a live feed of both Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. We also are checking back in on Iran. Iran still has a total nationally sweeping internet outage. Nobody has internet in Iran. And that's because the Iranian regime shut it down. They said, all right, internet is done. And the reason why is because Israel actually started, they effectively hacked the Iranian TV systems and they started injecting anti-Iranian regime, anti-IRGC, anti-Khomeini propaganda onto the Iranian TV broadcasts. And so the Iranian regime countered back and said, all right, we're just going to shut it down. We're shutting it down. So there is no internet. There's no TV. There's nothing happening in Iran that we can see, at least. They've gone totally dark. Now, let me take a look around and see what the heck is going on here. We have this. This is an update from 41 minutes ago. Well, actually, let me do a bit of a recap. This is right here. The U.S. military has moved some aircraft and ships from bases in the Middle East that may be vulnerable to any potential Iranian attack, two U.S. officials told Reuters. One of the officials said naval vessels had been moved from a base in Bahrain, where the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet is headquartered, while aircraft that were not in hardened shelters had been moved to a different airbase in Qatar. So this is a photo of where they were, and now they're gone. They moved them. We also have this. This is coming out of Russia and Ukraine situation. Russian President Vladimir Putin told reporters earlier today while attending an economic conference in St. Petersburg in Russia that he doesn't even want to discuss the possibility of the United States eliminating the supreme leader of Iran, Khomeini. A reporter then asked about the recent strategic partnership signed between Iran and Russia, to which Putin responded that the agreement, quote, does not include a clause on defense cooperation. So what this means is that Putin, as far as he is concerned, assassinating Khomeini is intolerable. He's not a fan of that idea. He doesn't like that. Also, what this means is he is maybe weighing his options about helping defend Iran. That's how I read that, at least. Maybe that could happen. Now, what else do we have here? Oh, wow. Folks, we have protests going on in New York City right now. I want to show you what that looks like. Take a look at this. Now, pro-Iran protesters have taken over the streets of New York City demanding, quote, hands off Iran. Hands off Iran. It seems they've largely abandoned Palestine, and now they are in bed with Iran. Let me take a look. Hands off Iran. Hands off. This is a 2-minute long video. Let it play. In fact, you know what? Hey, because this is a... Give me a minute here. If you guys don't mind, we'll just go ahead and full screen this. Let's see what's going on. No U.S.-Israel war on Iran.
What do we do? Iran is under attack.
Whoa. Wait just a minute. We've got a bunch of Jews out here. Jews worldwide condemn the Israeli bloody brutality. Condemn Zionist attack on Iran. And so these are Jews against Zionism. These are anti-Zionist Jews. State of Israel does not represent world Jewry. NKUSA. I kind of want to go there. I want to see what that website is about. State of Israel. Boo. Okay. Okay, what is the website? NKUSA.org. And what the hell is going on? I'll pull this up here in a minute. No war. That's something else. Oh, is it getting a little bit hectic here? Oh, these are the pro-Israeli protesters, the counter-protesters.
Yes, sir. God bless.
They're out there. Astounding. That, man, I wish I could find a live feed of that as it is happening. So, folks, I want to show you. Are we back? Is that good? Yeah. Take a look at this. This is that website. What the hell is this? NKI is the voice of religious Jews worldwide in their Torah-based opposition to the state of Israel. Our mission. Neterai Karta is the voice of masses of Orthodox Jews who follow traditional Judaism in opposition to the philosophy of Zionism. The existence of the State of Israel opposes the Zionist occupation of Palestine and condemn the ongoing atrocities committed to its people. Well, just imagine that. Just when you think you've seen everything. Just when you think you've seen it all. You find something else to see. Amazing. Really astounding. Now, Can I find... Oh, man, I'm looking for a live stream coming out of New York. But I don't think that I do. I don't think I have that. I don't think there is a live stream coming out of New York. Let me go ahead and close some of these tabs. Give me one moment here. Folks, we are sitting here waiting for updates, checking our feed, seeing what is going on. Israel versus Iran. We have some never-before-seen footage. Breaking news. Take a look at this. We've got a report coming in. I'm sorry, I'm being silly. My wife last night, we were sitting on the couch after the show, and she said, how many times a day do you think you say breaking news or we've got a report coming in? And I said, I don't know, probably 1 million. Breaking news, folks. We've got a report coming in. Take a look. This is from a barrage from about 2 hours ago. Whoa. Yeah, wow. Never before seen footage captured by an Indian naval crew. I mean, yeah, that goes without saying. Shows Iran's ballistic missile strike on Tel Aviv earlier tonight, a couple hours ago. At least 2 impacts are visible. 2 of them.
Oh my God.
Some of these are hitting. Some of them are actually. Some of them are hitting, and you cannot deny it. Okay, folks, we have a report. Breaking news. We have a report coming out of the Iranian propaganda outlet. What does this say? This translate to English. We will not give Israel a single moment of calm, said the spokesperson for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Now, here's the thing. These Iranians love AI. They're posting all of these anti-Israel propaganda images, and every single one of them is generated using like ChatGPT or something. They, like, I guarantee you, if we keep on scrolling, we're going to find even more of them. I guarantee you. But first off, I want to see, what is this? Chinese workers in Iraq document the moment Iran launched a barrage of missiles toward Israel. Take a look. These are Chinese. Whoa. So if you guys want to know how to say, whoa, cool, in Chinese, they say, wah, ka. Wah, ka. In English, we say, whoa, cool. There you have it. They're going up. Oh, damn. Whoa, cool. Damn, ni hao ma. Power to the people. Hey, dude. Hey, thanks for tuning in. This is Fordo nuclear facility in the middle of Iran here. This, folks, this place right here is one of, like, okay, let me put it this way. This is the place you want to be least on the entire planet right now. If I could pick any one single place on this entire planet that I would not want to be at this exact moment, it is the Fordow nuclear enrichment facility in Iran. I'd rather be in India. I'd rather go for a swim in the Ganges River. I don't know. I'd rather be anywhere else than be in the Fordow nuclear enrichment facility. Screw that, because any minute, I hope not, but that's the kind of the way things are looking right now. Now, what else do we have here? Whoa, God. We have, okay, those pro-Iranian protests. If I could find footage, I'm going to go on TikTok. I hate to say this. I'm going on TikTok to try to find footage of the pro-Iranian protests going on right now in New York. You guys, listen, this is a big sacrifice I'm making for you guys. Hands off Iran. How can I find this? Well, I see some videos. Waka waka eh, waka waka oh. This time for Africa. Okay. Yeah, I've got a couple videos, I suppose, that I can share with you guys. I just hate TikTok. Oh, I hate this website. It bothers me so much. Okay. Can I? That's no. Go back to the other one. There, this one. Can I unmute this?
The people say...
I'm sorry, I'm trying to zoom out. Oh, frick. There they are. No war. What are they saying? They're saying, no more money for Israel's crimes. No more money for Israel's crimes. No more money. Okay, and then I can... So, by the way, the person that uploaded this is named Burn the Billionaires 2.0. Never mind, her name is Rosalise. Rosalise99, and she wants to, quote, burn the billionaires. Okay.
The people say no war with Iran. One of the pillars that Trump ran on was an end to forever wars.
What else? Oh, we've look. There's a lot of them out here.
No more money for Israel's crimes. Not another nickel, not another dime. No more money for Israel's crimes. No more money for Israel's crimes. No more money for.
Not another nickel, not another dime. No more money for Israel's crimes.
A struggle for real peace ultimately is a struggle to end capitalism itself. And that is why we'll stay in the fight.
You have a million guys just like this that all desperately want to be the next Malcolm X. And maybe it's unpopular to say that, but it's like let's be real, like that is what it is.
That's why we will keep the pressure on Donald Trump. We will keep the pressure on apartheid Israel. We will continue to stay in the streets to fight for real peace and say 1, 2, 3, 4. Feed the people, not the war. 1, 2, 3, 4. Feed the people, not the war. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I'm looking around here.
1, 2, 3, 4. Feed the people, not the war.
Okay, thank you. James Spinner with a bombshell. Breaking news, I'm getting a report that James Spinner has just dropped a $20 super chat. He says, and I quote, "I wonder how many feminists are protesting for the Muslim dictatorship in Iran." Yeah, I have a feeling that if Khomeini saw some of these people out here protesting, he would just chop their hands off. Khomeini would personally take out a scimitar and he would chop the hands off of half of these people. Shah! Shah! Wouldn't surprise me, would not surprise me. You're probably right about that, by the way. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. Now, let's see what else is going on. I'm just always out here scanning for updates for you folks. And what do we have? We say, according to a report from Axios, U.S. President Trump is said to have doubts about whether the U.S. Air Force's GBU MOP massive ordnance penetrator would actually be able to reach and destroy the Fordow fuel enrichment plant, Iran's primary facility for enriching weapons-grade uranium, which is believed to be up to 90 meters deep inside of the mountain near the city of Qom in northern Iran. Trump is said to have specifically asked his military advisors over the last 2 days about whether the 30,000-pound bunker buster would even be capable of destroying the Fordow nuclear facility, with defense officials telling President Trump, telling the president that they are confident it would, though it's not known if President Trump was convinced. Quote, "The bunker buster will work. It's not a capabilities issue. We have the capability, but there is an entire plan for a possible attack. It's not just to drop a bunker buster and declare victory," said a top U.S. official. Israeli officials believe that the United States will eventually join the war and assist with the destruction of the Fordow facility, but contend they could cause significant damage to the underground complex even if forced to go it alone. One option would be a commando raid against the Fordow nuclear facility by Israeli special forces. Okay, I'm going to tell you something. If the Israeli commandos raid Fordow nuclear enrichment facility in person, please God, let them have a body cam. Please let them, please God, put a GoPro right on their head and let them live stream the entire thing. Could you imagine? Could you imagine having a GoPro camera footage, a live feed of the Fordow commando raid? That would be cool. That would be cool. Anyway, let's keep on reading. We're not done yet. Obviously, they're not going to do that. I'm joking. That would be nuts, though. Okay, similar to the operation seen last September, where Israeli forces raided and destroyed an underground missile factory in the north part of Syria, capital of Damascus. A U.S. official said the Israelis told the Trump administration that while they may not be able to reach deep enough into the mountain with bombs... Wait, what? Wait. A U.S. official said the Israelis told the Trump admin that while they may not to be able to reach deep enough into the mountain with bombs, they may, quote, do it with humans. Okay, so there are two possibilities here. One of them is like awesome and okay. The other one is really bad. Do you guys want the okay option or the bad option first? I'm going to give you the okay. Okay, we're going to do okay, then bad. The okay option here is President Trump is going to dip out of this entire situation under the notion that our bombs aren't even powerful enough to do this. President Trump might be angling right now and say, listen, hey, Israel, we would love to help you. We would love to drop bombs, Israel. We really would. We'd love to help you blow this up. But our bombs aren't powerful enough, so we're just not going to do anything. Good luck. That's the first option. That might be what President Trump is kind of angling for right now because, keep in mind, there's a controversial topic. He knows a lot of Americans don't even want him to get involved in this at all. So this might be the excuse that he's looking for to not do anything. Okay, listen, hey, I would love to help you, but our bombs just aren't big enough. Sorry, good luck. Okay, that's the first option. Sorry, Israel. The second option is that President Trump says, all right, you know what? Our bombs aren't big enough, Israel. That's why we are deploying our Delta Force. That's why we're going in. That's why we are paratrooping Delta Force operators over Iran. The Navy SEALs are going to be there. The Army Rangers are going to be there. Delta Force is going to be there. Everybody is going to be there. Ronald McDonald is going to be there. We're going to deploy Ronald McDonald and the Burger King himself. And we're going to drop him in. We're going to bust into the facility. We're going to kill everyone. We're going to blow it up from the inside. And so that's the bad option. That's the direct boots on the ground option. We are severely in person. We are involved. Option one is obviously preferable. Hey, listen, Israel, we would love to help, but our bombs just aren't big enough. We don't have the bombs. We don't have bombs. They're not big enough, Israel. Who knows? These are the two options. Yeah, the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. We are deploying Spider-Man. We are deploying Captain America. We are deploying Iron Man. Tony Stark is going to be there. Also, the Harry Potter universe. We are deploying Hermione Granger. We are deploying Voldemort. We have access to all of this. Lord of the Rings. Aragorn is going to be there. We are deploying Legolas. Frodo, he's going to be on a secret mission. He's doing something else right now. Operation Ronald McDonald is a go. So that's option two, where we deploy Ronald McDonald. I hope we don't do that. Okay, maybe option one is a little bit better here. We're deploying Taylor Swift. Yeah, we could. Okay. Now, it seems like it's said here that we have some U.S. military personnel that seem to think that actually the bombs could get the job done. Where did it say that? Yeah, right here. With defense officials telling the president that they are confident it would work, the 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb. They believe it would work. And you know what? Hey, if one bomb doesn't get the job done, maybe then they just say, well, we're going to use two. Well, we're going to drop 5 bombs just to be safe. That's another possibility, I guess. Okay, well, we're not sure about one bomb, so we're going to drop 2 of them. Now, here's my question, right? The Fordow nuclear enrichment facility is 90 meters under the ground. 90 meters, that's 270 feet. That's deep, very deep. These bunker buster bombs dropped by the B-2 bomber, I've read that they can penetrate up to 60 meters, 50 to 60 meters of solid ground, reinforced concrete, whatever it might be, they can do it. So that's the concern. Maybe one bomb is not enough. Here's my question, though. If you drop one bomb, presumably then it makes it easier for bomb number 2 to go deeper. Like if you drop one bomb, it loosens everything up, it breaks everything up, and then you drop another one on the same spot. Presumably the second bomb is going to, at that point, be able to go deeper than the first one. Because the first one kind of, kind of loosened everything up a little bit. So, so anyway, so maybe 2 bombs or 3 bombs would be effective. That kind of makes sense. Expensive. That's a good point. Although our government does not give a shit about how expensive this stuff is. Each one of these bombs is $20 million. How much is one of these bombs? Good question. $20 million per bomb. We looked it up the other day. So that is, each one of these bombs has a pretty big price tag. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And so at this point, you know, if we're talking multiple bombs, we're talking 40, 60, 80, 100. You drop 5 bombs. I don't know. I'm looking for updates here. What do we have? I'm back on the Iranian propaganda feed. I want to show you this. Can I translate to English? What do we... There we go. Because of Iranian missiles, Israel is gradually transforming into an underground city, and life is officially settled in parking lots and shelters. So now the Iranian propaganda is just making fun of Israel. They're saying, "Hey, listen, we're dominating Israel so thoroughly that now all of them are mole people. Now they're living underground like mole people." Is pretty much what this is saying. Let's play the video.
Shalom lekulam. אנחנו נמצאים.
Actually, this is one of the videos. I want to full screen this. Give me a moment here. The mole people. There we go.
במקלט הממוגן, צריך להגיד גם המאוברר, בקומה -4, דיגוב סנטר, ומה שאנחנו עושים פה בעצם, אנחנו מתחילים לבנות מרחב שהייה מוגן ללילה, מרחב שיכול לאחל מאות משפחות, כמו שאתם רואים, שטח ענק.
I can translate this. What he's saying is that if you are new to the channel and you have not already hit the subscribe button, you should do that. He also then went on to say that if you have not followed my Twitter page, Matt Morris TV on Twitter, you should go ahead and do that also. I'll play the video.
שרוצות להעביר פה את הלילה, את כל הלילה, משעה 6 בערב ועד 9 בבוקר, אפשר לישון פה כל הלילה. אני רוצה לקחת אתכם לסיור קצר להראות לכם מה אנחנו עושים. אז זה הדבר הראשון, הצבא צודק לבטו, יש פה מה לנשניש. אבל כל מי שרוצה לישון, בין אם אתה משפחה שזזה עם הילדים כל הלילה מכל מקום למקלטים ורצים וחזרה, בין אם אתם בודדים ולא רוצים להיות לבד, אז אנחנו מקימים אותו כרגע. הנה מרכז החלוקה שלנו, יש לנו מזרונים, יש לנו אוהלים, אתם מוזמנים גם להביא את זה מהבית, אוהלים כמובן של פרטיות, מזרונים שאגב לא יקרה. שלום.
שלום.
טוב, אני ממשיך. כאן אנחנו בונים את פינת האכלה שלנו, האוכל, אנחנו מביאים שולחנות וכיסאות ופח, זה הכי חשוב פה במקרה הזה, ואפילו כבר שלט שאומר תשמרו על המקום נקי. אני ממשיך, ברשותכם. כאן נבנית לנו פינת הילדים, כאן יהיו פה משחקים ושעשועים בזמן שהם נמצאים, זה המקום. אולי הדבר הכי חשוב וכולכם תשאלו, זה הדבר הזה, הווי-פיי פה עובד.
Somebody in the live chat just said, "There's all your tax dollars." And I'm thinking, okay, I think we only send, we looked this up earlier today. We send $3.8 billion per year to Israel. As far as like a country goes, that's like kind of not a lot of money for an entire nation of people. So I'm thinking, how does Israel make their money? Where does Israel get their money? I don't think would they export hummus? How does Israel make money? I'm going to look that up here in a minute. Where is Israel getting all their money?
ויש פה תקשורת קבועה כל הזמן, וגם התחלה של פינת חוסן, שבו נשמח עם פסיכולוגים ואנשי חברה יבואו ויסייעו לנו לאנשים שצריכים עזרה ותמיכה. ובכלל אני מזמין אתכם גם לבוא לפה, מי שיכול לתרום ציוד, זה המקום. מי שרוצה לבוא לעזור לסייע בניהול של המקום, גם כמובן מוזמן. ויותר מזה, כל עירייה שיש לה מרחב מוגן, מרחב עם אישור פיקוד העורף, אנחנו נשמח לבוא ולבנות בשבילכם. יש לנו מספיק ציוד, יש לנו מספיק כוח אדם, נשמח לבנות לכם מקום לקהילה, להעביר את הלילה, לתת קצת מזור לנפש. אנחנו מחכים לכם.
Yeah, they've got the entire underground city here, folks. And actually, I have an answer to this question. I've got the intel for you guys. Can I zoom in here? Take a look at this. So based on available data from 2024, here are Israel's top 10 exports by value in US billions of dollars. So number 1 is electrical machinery equipment, worth $13 billion a year. Next is optical, technical, and medical apparatus equipment, $7.5 billion. Gems and precious metals, gold, okay. Oh, diamonds, $6.6 billion a year. Pharmaceuticals, 2.4. Aircraft and spacecraft, 2.4. Minerals, fuel, and oils, 2.4. Fertilizers, 1.6. Plastics and plastic shit, 1.5. Machinery, mechanical appliances, 1.4 billion, and organic chemicals, 1.2 billion. So the total value of their top 10 exports is worth $61 billion, which makes up 78.8% of their total exports. So that means that Israel has like $70 billion worth of exports every year, something like that, ballpark, 72 or something. And then on top of that, we give them $3.8 billion a year for defense. The U.S. gives them $3.8 billion a year. Impressive. Hey, the more you know, there you have it. And that is, that's where the money's coming from. You got to follow the money. Okay, now we had a couple super chats here. Kevin Brooks says, thanks, man, Semper Fi. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We got a Marine. Thank you very much. And we also have Sassy Grandma. Everybody welcome Sassy everybody type W in the chat to welcome Sassy Grandma. Thank you, Sassy Grandma. Thank you. I think this community is full of sassy grandmas and sassy grandpas, and everybody here is sassy. Probably. I'm a little sassy today. Okay. I'm taking a look back over here. Doesn't seem like much. Well, keep in mind, dude, Israel is a very small country, right? Do I have Google Maps open? Yeah, I do. This is right here. People say Israel is go away. People say Israel is go away. People say Israel is about the size of New Jersey. I mean, you got to zoom in to find it. There it is. They say it's got about the landmass of New Jersey. Now, I want to say population of Israel is like 15 million. That could be totally wrong. I think it is, though. Israel population. About the size of New Jersey. Yeah, there you go. 10 million. 10 million. 10 million people. Approximately 7.7 million Jews. 2.1 million Arabs. My grandfather, who passed away about a year and a half ago, he called them Arabs. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Grandpa. Rest in peace, Grandpa. We're talking about Arabs. We're talking about the Arabs again. Yeah, I know. Like, again, right? I know. It's like we never stop talking about them. They're always up to something. I know. That's what I'm telling them. They're always up to something. These Arabs. Anyway, hey, I got to get back to the show. I'll talk later. Okay. Anyway, sorry. So anyway, 2.1 million Arabs. And the population is growing by 1% a year or something like that. The more you know. Okay. Now, I'm seeing what, oh, hey, folks, I'm seeing something as of 17 minutes ago. Ballistic missile movements have been detected in Iran. So ballistic missile movements, when I read that, I think the ballistic missile launchers. As you know, Iran is launching these ballistic missiles from the back of these mobile trucks. And so we have detected ballistic missile movements, not that they have launched, but they're on the move, which means they're probably going to launch soon. But also, this report, folks, was as of 17 minutes ago. So maybe things are coming up here. Would not be surprised. I wonder if I can try to show you. Can I show you? We've got a great video. Here it is. We're going to play the Iranian bunker propaganda video again that everybody says is AI, but it's not. This is it right here. I'm going to mute this. So, folks, this is a video released by Iran a couple months ago, 2 months ago. And yeah, this is actually the reason why I opened this up here. So they've got these very large, elaborate underground bunker complexes inside of which they are storing all of their missiles and all of their missile launching trucks. And so when we're talking about Iranian ballistic missiles are on the move, what does that look like? They have these big trucks with a launcher apparatus mounted on the back, and then there's your ballistic missile right there. And so, oh hey, Fargonaut, let me take a look at this. If you didn't want to answer my question, Matt, you could have just said so. Anyways, it's a super chat. I'm out. Wait, huh? Huh? Wait, did I miss a $50 super chat? So this is one of my problems, is that I don't think, chat, did I miss a $50 super chat? I'm sorry if I did. That was not the intention. Here's one of my problems, is that did anybody see that? I don't think I have the capacity to double back and take a look at them though. Now I feel like a dick. Now I feel terrible. I don't know. Man, I don't know if I can go back and look. Hold up. Maybe give me a second here. In the meantime, I'm going to play this video for you guys. Hold up one moment. Let me get this set up here. Maybe I can. I guess this is a good reminder. This is perhaps one of my shortcomings right now, is that I actually don't know how to go back and look at super chats that I have missed. So if I do miss one, I'm out of luck. So maybe now's a good time to try to fix that. Let me see here. Okay, so now I can go back and look. I can see that, but I don't see a $50 super chat that I missed. The most recent $50 super chat I see is from Larry. Was that you? From Larry. Well, I apologize. I apologize. I'm not sure. I appreciate that at a minimum. Thank you. Thank you very much. I guess I'm out here missing super chats sometimes. I apologize. Maybe I was busy talking to my grandpa. D-Money says, Matt, that bunker is no bueno. Notice how there aren't any blast doors. If not AI, then poorly designed, silly Arabs. Well, yeah, it makes you wonder. Although, do you think if they were going to intentionally release a bunker for the entire world to look at, maybe they wouldn't want us to see the blast doors? Do you think? Maybe they intentionally are hiding that from us. Dude, now listen, I actually deeply feel bad about this missed super chat. I'm gonna check one more thing. This has deeply bothered me. I'm looking over here. I feel like I'm missing something here. Like it's not showing me all the information. I need to get this sorted out. I apologize again. That was not the intent. I apologize again. Anyway, thank you. Thank you though. Thank you. What was Larry's question? I don't know. Oh, whoa! Fargonaut. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. There's another
I'll send
one.
It again. All I did was ask you if you snore, Matt, and if so, how loud. I also asked you if you talk in your sleep and sleepwalk. You didn't respond to me, and your chat made me so mad I decided to delete my super chat since you didn't respond.
Oh, well, maybe that explains something. Hold up, now, what is going on?
Not $50, but $2 to $15-ish. But I just figured you didn't like what I had to say.
Okay, hold up. Let me mute these audio things. Now we have the robot. Now we have the robot voice. I don't know what is going on here. Okay, so I think maybe we are back in action here. Fargonaut says, do you snore and do you sleep and do you sleepwalk? Yeah, it's actually crazy. When I sleepwalk, which I do every night, I sleepwalk with my handgun like this, pointed, looking for home intruders. So do not try to break into my house because I sleepwalk with a loaded gun. So you got to be careful. Be careful. Don't even think about it. Thank you, Fargonaut. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. No, I see it right there. Okay, thank you. And then also, Eric Cheatham, not $50, but $2 to 15-ish, but I figured you didn't like what I had to say. Hold up, why? Hold up. Okay, I'm just very confused. Now, is this the same person donating under a different name? I don't know exactly what's going on. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Stu, you think Trump would get a Nobel Peace Prize if he somehow secures a deal with Iran, hypothetically? As far as I understand it, the Nobel organization is like pretty progressive and anti-Trump probably. So even if Trump ended this situation between Israel and Iran and Russia and Ukraine and India and Pakistan and North Korea and South Korea and every other international conflict around the world, I think he probably still would not get one because he is Trump and they are them, you know. Hey, Kepke, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kepke. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I'm losing control. I don't know what's going on. I'm losing control right now. Thank you. Kepke's one of these old school viewers. He's been around for a long time. Okay, folks, I'm gonna double back and I'm gonna take a look at what is going on. I'm looking for live updates now. Is Matt Jewish? I am not Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I'm just an Anglo-Saxon. I am predominantly Anglo-Saxon and a little bit German ancestry. It's like 75-25. So really, what's the proper word? I'm a Ganglo. I'm a Germanic Anglo. I'm a Ganglo is my ethnic makeup. And then my wife is German. She's all German. And so we have two little Ganglo kids. Two little American Ganglos is what we have. We love it. And hey, we're having more someday. Okay, I'm looking for more here. I see another super chat here. It says, Matt is lying. I watched him doing a streamathon and he slept in his garage for a week. No sleepwalking, no snoring, just hard-ons, tiny ones. Thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, folks, I'm scanning around. I'm looking to see what is going on. We have another update from the Iranian propaganda outlet here. We'll see what they are saying about the ongoing dynamic. Red alert. I do not see a red alert. We do have an update from the Iranian propaganda outlet. What does this say? A severe blow to Mossad. Iranian police arrested 18 agents of the Zionist entity who were operating under the cover of local workshops in the holy city of Mashhad. They were involved in designing and manufacturing spy planes and suicide drones for the enemy. So, according to the Iranian propaganda outlet, they have now just arrested 18 Israeli intelligence agents from Mossad inside of Iran, spies working undercover. Is that true? I don't know. This is a propaganda outlet. Maybe it's not. I don't know. 18 of them? That seems like a lot. That's a lot of people, 18 people. And I'm going to play this again in case you are tuning in for the first time. You don't know what is going on. I want to show you something here. Right now on the streets of New York, there are ongoing protests. Take a look. These are pro-Iran protests on the streets of New York going on right this very moment. They've taken to the streets. Hands off Iran now. Real quick, also, the U.S. has issued new travel guidelines for American citizens heading to Jordan. Pretty much don't go to Jordan if you were planning on going to Jordan. Don't go. Farganon. Hey, thank you. We got a member. Okay, folks, right now, while we continue to wait for breaking news updates, seems like we are at a standstill right now. We have an update from Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon gave his thoughts on the entire current state of the situation just about 45 minutes ago. Why don't we go ahead and see what he is saying about this entire dynamic, and I will continue to watch for breaking news updates. Okay? Okay. And I want to say thank you, everybody, once again. Thank you very much. I have a feeling that Steve Bannon would want all of you to subscribe to the channel. I'm not sure. This is my intuition. I think Steve Bannon probably would want everybody tuning in today that is not currently subscribed to subscribe. So consider it. And we're going to go ahead and play this video.
Put it up. Just come across that Wall Street Journal on an exclusive is reporting that told senior aides he approved attack plans for Iran, but is holding off on giving the final order to see if Tehran will abandon its nuclear program. So there you have it. President Trump has said for years they can't have nuclear weapons.
Yep, that's right.
We kind of got into this as we got into it. He said, hey, I guess we'll finish the job. Finish the job that the Israelis knew at the beginning that they couldn't finish. Right? They couldn't finish.
We do need to say, for months now, we have been hearing from Netanyahu and people like Ben Shapiro over here in the United States saying that Israel does not need America's help. Israel does not need America's help. Israel can take care of itself. You do not need to worry. That's Ben Shapiro over the last couple months. And that's fine. That's great. That's good. That's great. In fact, that's my preference. But 3 days ago, Netanyahu publicly requested America's help in their current endeavor against Iran. So we've been told for months and months and months and months that Israel is never going to need our help, that they don't need our help. They can take care of themselves. But now, 2 days ago, Netanyahu has been asking for America's support in this situation.
And yet, honestly, they sucked us into this. So now President Trump's got to make the decision. President Trump's got to inform the American people that we have to get involved in combat operations. Not enough to be in defensive combat operations. Now we have to get into combat operations. By someone that NBC News is saying prides himself on being a great manipulator. And who, from his public statements, doesn't seem like it was any emergency that needed to be done by kinetic military action last Thursday. Yes, people were united that they can't have the bomb, right? There's a lot of ways to go through that. And people say, well, the diplomacy failed. I'm not so sure about that. Maybe it hit a speed bump. There was a meeting scheduled for Sunday. Was there not? That they'd already, Steve was already set to go to.
Thank you, Fargo.
President Trump's right hand and special envoy for all of this.
Thank you, Fargo.
Witkoff. In Muscat, Oman. I think the 6th or 7th meeting. And just maybe they thought they were tapping the president along. There's a lot of things you can do on coercive diplomacy, but they kind of came as a fait accompli. Oh, we have special intelligence. Well, at least show us a little leg on that. Let's see it. Not so sure I'm that impressed with your intelligence. Oh, Steve, they weren't focused on Gaza. Okay. Intelligence services, people there are assigned things. Okay, don't tell me they're not focused. You have groups. Hey, you're assigned here. You're assigned to the Indo-Pacific. You're assigned to the Chinese Communist Party's Navy.
Real quick, I do have a breaking news update as of 1 minute ago. At this very moment, the Israeli Air Force is currently carrying out extensive airstrikes against the Iranian capital of Tehran and also numerous other areas of Tehran as well. So, Israeli airstrikes happening right this very moment.
What is Captain Fennell, the great Captain Fennell we get on here? He was an intelligence officer in the Pacific Fleet. And they focused on the Chinese communist threat there. He knows a chapter and verse. And, guess what? The emphasis was over at CENTCOM. And let's talk about that. We talk about we're anti-institutionalist. Well, the reason that we're anti-institutionalist is that the institutions in this government don't work.
Hi, Scott.
Don't work. The deep state has control of them. And yes, it ain't that deep. And everybody in this town that's here working knows it.
Nothing.
Knows it. It's not that deep. One of the central issues we have is CENTCOM. The men and women there are fantastic. It's done as good a job as it can given the political leadership. The valor and courage of the troops has not and never can be questioned given what they've done. Let's go back to Section 60 over at Arlington National Cemetery, where the honored dead are there for eternity. Eternity. Their young lives snuffed out, their families broken. And what did CENTCOM, what did Obama try to do? Pivot to Asia. Did that succeed? No. Because CENTCOM has such power in the Pentagon. We got 50,000 troops over there now. Now we got more with these carrier battle groups. People have to understand the combatant commanders don't think about the Joint Chiefs of Staff anymore. Even the Army Chief of Staff or the Chief of Naval Operations, it's a different deal now. It's restructured since I left the Pentagon. And I left the Pentagon, the CNO was the man. Not anymore. You got combatant commanders. Those combatant commanders are a little bit like God on earth. And CENTCOM is the Mac Daddy. Think about it. With everything we've gone through, look at the bases. Look at all of it. What is it all there for? What's the purpose? I know the purpose of hemispheric defense. I know the purpose of, I can see the purpose of Greenland. I can see the understanding of purpose in the Arctic. I can see the purpose of the Panama Canal. I can see the purpose of the Central Pacific and the three-island chain. It actually makes total and complete sense. You add an Iron Dome on it, an anti-ballistic missile system, and we nurture on the Monroe Doctrine our partners in Brazil when Lula's gone. You get the Bolsonaros back and Milei in Argentina and others. I got it. I understand it. That's a hemispheric defense for the United States off of the Eurasian landmass, where we then can send expeditionary forces where we need to send them to not be permanently there. I think a lot of people that don't follow that closely, and you don't have to. You got enough to do in your own life. But I think a lot of people are shocked when they're looking at, man, look at all these bases. Look at where the Persians could hit us. We've got all these bases, got 50,000 troops spread all over hell's half acre in the Middle East. Why? Why? For what purpose? When we just said, President Trump just said, hey, it's a hemispheric defense. Is that incorporated in the NDAA? No, it is not. At $1 trillion, does any of that happen? No, it's not. You want to see where the trillion...
Little update. 5 minutes ago, I told you all that there are Israeli Air Force strikes being carried out in the capital city of Iran, Tehran. Well, 1 minute ago, we've got a report coming in. Multiple heavy explosions have been heard within the last half hour by residents in downtown Tehran. Numerous heavy explosions.
$1 billion is going, folks. Start looking at that map that Max Boot had out there. He starts talking about what's surrounding the region, what's exposed in the region. President Trump hasn't made a final decision. It rests with the mullahs, and it rests with and they've got to give it up. I don't think he's going to mess around anymore. He's not going to get tapped along. So we've come to that moment. But in making that argument to the American people, he's got to now, and look, it can't be lost on you of how we got here. How we got here in an inappropriate manner. Let me go back.
Folks, we have a breaking news update totally unrelated to any of this. President Trump has just shut down the LGBTQ youth life-ending hotline. I don't think I can say that word on YouTube. The LGBT youth life-ending hotline on YouTube. Trump has shut it down. It was a waste of taxpayer money.
Because I want to be very clear about this. Max Boot said, and no one's refuted that. In fact, everybody in this town that focuses on this knows it, that the Fedor nuclear power or the nuclear operation of the whole thing they've got, of the material and processing the material, and then potentially weaponization, they buried it in a mountain because they understand this day might come. And the Israelis knew that. And they started something they knew they couldn't finish. And if they couldn't finish it, it was all for naught. Why weren't we informed of that? Why didn't we know that when they went in? Because then you're dragging us into it. Now we're in the situation that President Trump, who's trying to stop an invasion of our country, which is more important to us than this.
Good point. Okay, this is a curious talking point. Okay, so Israel decided to carry out these airstrikes in order to cripple Iran's nuclear program, starting about, 8-9 days ago now. They decided to initiate these airstrikes fully knowing they understood, they knew that they would not be able to, on their own, completely shut down the Iranian nuclear program, because they knew that Fordow is beyond their reach, and maybe more nuclear facilities than that. They knew that they, on their own, would not be able to blow up Fordow. It is too bunkered in. It is too deep beneath the Earth's surface. They don't have the capacity. So that is to say, Israel started this bombing campaign knowing that in order to really finish it, the U.S. would have to get involved. The U.S. was going to need to get involved for this to really come to its conclusion.
It just is. To this nation, to the citizens of this nation, who are tired, sick and tired of these wars they're drawn into that have no purpose. We spent $9 trillion over there, $7 trillion in Iraq and $2 trillion in Afghanistan.
Now, I do want to say there's a super chat here from Steel and Heels. $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Matt, you just expressed exactly how I feel. It is almost exclusive to the right to have actual debate now. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's not happening on the left. That's for sure. Also, if you are forced to pick a possible false flag event, what is it? I'm going Nimitz. You know, yeah, you probably know more about that than I do, to be honest. I have like a very surface level grasp. So allegedly, we have now repositioned an aircraft carrier or some ship. I think it's an aircraft carrier that was about to be decommissioned. We have now moved this soon to be decommissioned aircraft carrier. This is the Nimitz, I think is what you're talking about, over into this Middle Eastern theater. So if you want to get conspiratorial, you know, this is where the false flag would happen. The Nimitz would be blown up. We were going to get rid of it anyway. And then we're involved. Okay, we had our aircraft carrier get blown up, and now we have to get involved. That is one of the ongoing conspiracy theorists right now. I'll tell you what though, if that happened, man, I'll tell you what. Listen, I think Americans over the last 25 years are so jaded, and they are so aware of that type of stuff, of the false flags and the psyops and the manipulation and the lies. That you remember the WMD story in 2003, we got to invade Iraq. I think Americans are so savvy to that type of stuff. If the Nimitz got blown up, I think a lot of Americans would say, wait a minute, I'm calling bullshit. Wait a minute, you're telling me that this aircraft carrier that was about to be decommissioned, that got repositioned to the Middle Eastern theater, has now been blown up, and now we have to have a full-on invasion of Iran? Wait just a minute. Okay, I think Americans are savvy to that stuff. I don't know if people buy that. I don't know if Americans buy that. I think Americans kind of have had enough of some of that stuff. Yeah, we need to see some evidence. We got to see some proof here of what really happened. And so thank you. No, I'm not sure though. Who knows? Hopefully there's no type of domestic terror, attack or anything like that. God forbid. We live in crazy times. And thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. And then from William Nelson, nice name, William. That's a good name. $49.99. That's a big time super chat. And thank you very much. Thank you for being real. Thank you for really being here. Thank you. Thank all of you for tuning in today. It means a lot. It means a lot. It really does. It really, really does. So thank you very much. I guess, folks, I mean, it's up to you guys. I guess this is just what we do now. So every day I wake up, I make a video, I get it on YouTube, one video, and then we just go live all day. Is that kind of just the new... I guess that's just what we do now. I guess I am just the I'm just the live stream guy now, all day, every day. We do one video, wake up, make a video, get it up on YouTube, then we go live all day, and then I go to bed and I do it again. That's what we've been doing for the last week or more. Seems to be going well enough. So how about this? As long as you guys keep on tuning in, as long as you keep being nice to me, as long as you're nice to me, then I'll keep coming back. Okay? But the second you guys are not nice to me, then I'm going offline and I'm making a video. I'm getting back to work. I'm making more YouTube videos. But for now, hey, so far so good. So thank you guys. Thank you guys very much. No, I like this a lot. This is very fun. It's a nice change of pace to do some more live streams. I like doing it. It's fun. I don't want to get emotional here, but I mean, I like talking to you guys. I like hanging out with you guys. I've spent the last 7 months just sitting in my office all by myself, 12 hours a day making YouTube videos with like no social interaction outside of my wife and my kids. So, you know, having people to talk to, it's nice. It's a nice vibe. So thank you guys very much for tuning in. I really do. Technology nerd super chat. I don't trust the Israeli government, he says. Could the attack on Iran be a distraction for Trump to prevent concentrated efforts towards domestic issues? You think all of this stuff with Iran is being orchestrated to distract Trump from the ongoing deportation? I don't think so. In fact, I think as far as Israel is concerned, this has very clearly been one of Israel's goals, for better or for worse. A lot of people would say, yeah, duh, no doubt. It makes sense. But this has been one of Israel's goals for a long time, is to shut down the Iranian nuclear program, bomb it into high hell, and then also depose Khamenei and the rest of the Iranian regime. This has been on their docket. This has been their objective for a very long time. So is this all a distraction or a diversion to take Trump away from the deportation efforts or something? I don't really particularly think so. I think a lot of people have seen this coming for a very long time, for like years, for like 10 years. People have been talking about Israel-Iran war for like 10 years. In fact, in a lot of ways, it's kind of surprising that it hasn't happened sooner. But anyway, here we are nonetheless. We also have this one here from Saturn Dreamingo Mercury. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to take a look here. Israel doesn't have to hit Fordow successfully if the regime is gone. But saying you're going after the nuclear operation is a good way to get the regime to poke their heads out, which is the real bullseye A. Let me think about this. You know, most certainly, if they can just kind of kill everyone, then that opens up their capacity to send in a commando group or something. In fact, we actually saw a report about an hour ago that Israel is considering sending in a commando group, boots on the ground, Israeli boots on the ground, to go raid Fordow and blow it up in person. So that is on the table as well. That could be a part of this also. Who knows? And it all depends on kind of what President Trump decides to do right now. Does he drop the bomb? In fact, I mean, this report we were reading through about an hour ago, it seems like President Trump is showing some hesitancy. He's not sure if our 30,000-pound GBU massive ordnance penetrator bombs even have the capacity to blow up Fordow. Maybe they can't go deep enough. President Trump isn't sure. Maybe you drop 2 bombs. Maybe you don't drop any bombs. Maybe this is better off as a commando raid. Hopefully not American commandos. If Israel wants it done, then they can do it. We do not want American boots on the ground. But thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. You're right. Listen, there are a lot of angles with which to kind of approach this situation from. Carol Connors, thank you, Carol. Thank you, Carol. I appreciate that. Mrs. Connors, thank you. $50 super chat. She says, don't think Israel gives a shit about us. Here is a real false where Israel killed my fellow sailors. Please watch Candace Owens' interview with one of the few sailors who survived. This is timely. Oh, are we? I didn't mean to roll my eyes. Maybe I kind of came off that way. You're probably talking about, or are we talking about that one? Are we talking about that one time? This was a little while ago. He's one of the survivors from that. Yeah, that happened. I think they call that the USS Liberty, I think is probably what you're talking about. Are we talking about that one? I remember that one. Thank you. Yeah, no, I saw that she had an interview with one of the survivors. I have not watched it. I probably should go watch it though. And thank you, Carol. And thank you very much. Yeah, that's a little bit. Yeah, that's a controversial one. You're right about that. And thank you, Sean Griffin. You're a member. I appreciate that, a supporter. Thank you. And there was one more of these here. Fields Diesel. Thank you. That's a big time super chat also. Thank you, sir. I've been tuning in for the last 4 days. I enjoy the commentary and the format of your live streams. Don't know what else to say, but you're a genuinely awesome guy. Thank you. Well, admittedly, I am way more awesome on stream than in real life. In real life, I'm really not that awesome at all. So, but hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Listen, I want to say it's you. It's super chats like that and everybody else. The support lately has been overwhelming and nuts. So sincerely, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll tell you guys something a little bit autistic. I don't know, maybe I am. When people super chat, I don't really think about it as the money, $50. I think about it as almost like an investment of time. Okay, Fields Diesel has a job. He had to go to work. He's investing his time to go to work and make that money, and then he chose to give that to me. I view it as it's kind of like a different perception. Does that make sense? I'm not thinking money. I'm thinking, wow, that's really generous because you had to make that. You had to get that, and then you're giving that to me. So I really, in a way, I guess I appreciate it more. That's my way of saying I appreciate it more. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I just want to be answered. Is that a crime? Yes, you're going to jail and you're getting deported. Angela Commander, hello from Louisiana. I'm brand new to your channel and I really enjoy your delivery. You rock. Everyone subscribe and smash that button. Angela gets it. Angela, guys, it's like I've been saying, Angela is the smartest person in this community. She gets it. Finally, somebody gets it. Yes, everybody should subscribe. Everybody should smash the like button. I told you guys, Angela is the smartest person here. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. I've been telling you guys. I've been trying to tell you guys. Thank you, Angela. And then there's also Connor. Connor and I go way back. The Nimitz is an aircraft carrier, part of a carrier group. I feel like it would be hard for it to get the USS Liberty treatment without us knowing what actually happened. Okay, I'm really happy that you donated that. You super chatted that, Connor, because as far as I know, listen, I'm not a military tactician here. I think downing an aircraft carrier is really hard. It's really impossible. It's borderline impossible. First off, these things are armored. They're armored to the core. They're I don't know. In fact, we've all been watching these ballistic missiles come down. Do you think an aircraft carrier could take a direct hit from an Iranian ballistic missile and still be fine? I would bet. Because we've been seeing these Iranian ballistic missiles hit a bunch of these Israeli buildings in Tel Aviv, and the buildings are still standing. And these buildings are made out of concrete. The aircraft carriers are I don't know, 3 or 4 feet of solid plated steel. I don't or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, I think an aircraft carrier could probably take a ballistic missile hit right on. I don't know. Probably. From Iran. Yeah, I don't know, because I'm looking at the damage these buildings are taking, and the buildings are still standing. They're they're messed up a little bit, but they're still upright. So they're not coming down. So that's a good question. And then beyond just an aircraft carrier getting hit by a ballistic missile, then they have the entire strike group. And as far as I know, every single aircraft carrier has at least 1 or 2 naval vessels that are specifically designed to intercept ballistic missiles. Right, so it would be pretty damn hard to hit an aircraft carrier with a ballistic missile or any type of anything. That'd be pretty hard. So are we going to have a false flag Nimitz? The Nimitz has been sunk. It would be unbelievable. It'd be unbelievable. And thank you. Good conversation starter there. Dan Accordino says, it's my understanding that a carrier strike group has 12 ships and nuclear capable submarines. Yeah, they're loaded up. They've got it all. They've got protective stuff. They've got offensive stuff. I think it would be pretty damn hard to take down an aircraft carrier. But, what the hell do I know? Fargo Not, that's genuinely a very sweet way of looking at super chats. Thank you, Matt. I was bothering you about snoring, but thank you for answering me. Thank you. Thank you, Fargo. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know. Hey, that's how I look at it. Thank you. And I appreciate that. Big time super chatter. Folks, I'm going to double back. Thank you all for the super chats. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I'm going to do a quick glance. Do we see any breaking news updates? Oh, folks, this is something maybe worth talking about for a moment. Okay, take a look at this. The odds, the betting odds of a United States strike against Iran before July shot past 70% on Polymarket's betting. This is an online betting website. Right as President Trump was meeting with senior advisors and members of his NSC National Security Council in the White House Situation Room, with media reports suggesting that the president is now in favor of military strikes against nuclear facilities inside of Iran. Now, oh, wow, look at that. So this is from the betting website. Breaking. This is the odds, the betting odds. People are betting their real life money on this website. Odds of U.S. strike against Iran surge past 70%. A strike may be imminent. Now, I'm going to go to Polymarket right here. I'll tell you a funny story. During the 2016 election, I was 22. I was 22, and I put out a $100 bet on President Trump winning the election against Hillary Clinton in 2016. The odds at the time I placed my bet were 1 to 5. I made $500. I made $500 on President Trump winning that election. So, hey, if you ever doubt my conviction, I put money on the line. In 2016, I made $500. President Trump, and at this point, I was a 22-year-old broke. I was broke. I was a very poor college student. So I was like, dude, let's go, $500. That was like life-changing money. That was insane. Now, I'm trying to find this politics. Take easy money. Easy money, that's right. You got to believe in it. Okay. U.S. military. Oh, guys, it's hold up. Military action. I'm on the betting site right now. U.S. military action against Iran before July, and it has come down. Can you see that? Yeah. Okay. You can. Okay. So right now we have a 66% chance. Will the U.S. military engage in action against Iran before July? It's gone down a little bit, and now it's 66%. The highest it was 70-something, looks like. It was pretty low until a couple days ago. And now it's going up. It's going up now. Okay, let me take a look at these super chats again. R. Heath, thank you. Thank you very much. Iran has a missile capable of taking out an aircraft carrier, by the way. I just came across your channel a few days ago and subscribed yesterday. Really like to see live coverage and appreciate you. R. Heath, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know what? I think you're right. I take your word for it. I'm gonna actually take a look here. Does Iran? Because I just want to know the name. I just want more information. Does Iran have a missile capable of sinking a U.S. aircraft carrier? Sometimes you can get good answers. Maybe you can't. But I'm gonna ask anyway. Check this out. I am grokking right now. Iran possesses a range of anti-ship missiles that could theoretically threaten a U.S. aircraft carrier, but sinking one is highly unlikely due to robust U.S. Navy defenses and the complexity of such an attack. Iran's missile arsenal includes the Noor, a reverse-engineered Chinese C-802 with a 136-mile range and Mach 1.4 speed. That's fast. The Talia, which is a long-range cruise missile, can go 621 miles. Okay. Iran claims to have anti-ship ballistic missiles like the Khalij Far and the recently unveiled Qasem Basir, which reportedly has a range exceeding 1,000 miles. What is the Qasem Basir? This seems like their biggest, baddest missile. Let me take a look here. We have a video. This is a video of the Qasem Basir, which is maybe one of their most powerful. This is their new deadly Iran's new deadly missile changes warfare forever. So this is what it looks like launching off here, huh? I don't know if we know exactly what ballistic missiles they have been using so far. You know, they've got multiple types. You can see right here. They've got numerous different types of missiles, warheads, all types of stuff. So who knows? There was a talking point that was floating around yesterday afternoon that was saying Iran so far is only using its weakest, most ineffective, slowest missiles. Iran hasn't even started using the good missiles. Iran hasn't even started using their fastest, most powerful missiles. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. Maybe it could be true, but I don't know. So who's to say? There's another super chat here. Iranian ballistic missiles. First off, thank you again, Saturn. Iranian ballistic missiles, no. Hypersonic sea skimmers, on the other hand, that's at least incapacitating for the carrier itself. Multiple hits would eliminate the target. Hypersonic sea skimmers. And maybe they have those. They could. Maybe they've got those. They probably have those. They probably do. Iran has been preparing for this entire dynamic for years. They have known that something like this is happening for years. They've been getting ready. They've been burrowing, hoarding, bunkering. We have a TV clip coming out of the Iranian state media here that I want to show you. Hacking into the Zionists' emergency. This is Iranian propaganda, but I like to keep an eye on what they're saying at least. Hacking into the Zionists' emergency alert system and broadcasting the anthem, Kabar, Kabar, O Zionist, the army of Muhammad is coming. Okay, let's take a look at this. I think my damn headset turned off here. If I go too long without listening to something, it shuts off automatically. Okay, I think we're good now.
صهیونیست‌ها برایشان مداحی حماسی خیبر خیبر یا صهیون پخش کرده.
Okay, so this is a security alert system on the side of someone's wall. And I guess Iran hacked it and is now playing some Iranian anthem or something like that. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm checking around. Before we move on and continue with the Steve Bannon video, I want to take a look around. Matt, are you going to cover the super heavy launches? I would like to. When is that happening? If it's happening at a good time, then yeah, we can throw it up. Is that supposed to be happening soon? I'm checking real quick. Well, I don't know. Anyway, if a super launch happens at a good, reasonable time here, we can do it. But until then, Steve Bannon, we got halfway through this. Let's finish and see what he had to say.
With thousands of dead and tens of thousands of wounded and people with PTSD committing suicide every day.
Not good.
And massive amount of debt that we have to pay on every single day, and we'll always have to pay on because we're never going to pay 1 penny of the principal back. So when we're asked to do it again, we have to make a decision as a country. And yes, President Trump's the commander-in-chief, and he's going to work through this and decide. But he knows, because he looks at the history of Nixon and Johnson and others, Bush, that they have to bring the country along. And these things are much easier to start than to...
At the same time, you know, this must be acknowledged. Trump does not have to worry about re-election. Trump, if any president ever can afford to not care about the consequences of his actions, it is President Trump right now. And I'm not saying he's going to do this. I'm not saying this is his mindset. But keep in mind, Trump he's not going to be president again. He's got another 3.5 years, then he's done. He doesn't have to worry about getting reelection or maintaining a national approval rating. If Trump wanted, he could deploy boots on the ground in the Middle East, even though it would be incredibly unpopular, and he doesn't really face any consequences because after 3.5 years, he's done. He's out. Who cares? You know, of course, the next Republican, J.D. Vance or whoever it is next time, they would lose. They would be totally sabotaged. What Trump does care about, and I see it in the chat right now, Trump, some people say he has an ego a little bit. I think they're right. Trump cares about his legacy. Trump is a legacy man. You're right. Trump cares about his perception. He wants to be liked. He wants to be loved by his base. He wants, he just turned 79. Trump wants to be Trump wants the history books to remember him positively. Trump wants to be remembered as one of the greatest, most consequential presidents of all time. No doubt, Trump is a legacy guy. That is something that weighs in the back of his head. And so even though he is a second-term president now, and he's done after this, he still cares. Now, I've got an update for you folks here. I want to show you something. This is as less than a minute ago. The Israel Defense Force, the IDF, has just released an evacuation order in both Arabic and Farsi, calling for all civilians and employees residing in or around a designated area within the cities of Iraq and Kandab to immediately depart, stating, quote, "The Israeli army is operating in this area as it has been doing throughout Iran in recent days to attack the Iranian regime's military infrastructure. Dear citizens, for your safety and health, we ask that you leave the designated area on the map within the cities of Iraq and Kandab as soon as possible." So this is the area. Luckily, this seems kind of in the middle of nowhere. You have some small villages and some farmland. And hold up, this is they only posted. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay, I want to find this on Google Maps, and we're going to take a little bit of a closer look around Iraq and Kandab. Okay, Iraq. Maybe we can start here. Okay, folks, listen, we are looking for that exact spot. And it was on a road like this going... God, I have too many... Let me close some of these tabs. I'm going insane. There's too many tabs open here. I'm losing my mind. Okay, that's much better. Okay, so yeah, this is on a road like this. Okay, so we're looking for that angle. Now, where is this road? Nuclear reactor. Could be that, or it could just be military base. It's hard to say. We kind of know what it looks like. Give me one moment here. Maybe I can do better at finding this over here. So this is called Iraq and Kandab Road. Well, that sent me, now I'm down in India. That sent me down to India. There's another place called Iraq in India. A-R-A-K. Up and to the right. Is that right? Could be. Also, who's to say if this is oriented north-south? I would imagine that it is. But, sometimes they do weird things. Who knows? Well, like I would. Is it over here? No. Is it there? You think every road has the name Iraq and Kandab? Hey, you know what? Could be. This is a tough find. You ever see that YouTuber who uploads videos of himself playing GeoGuessr? And he can just like find any location on Earth within a moment's notice. So he would be able to look at this image and say, it's there. Right here. There. Oh, yeah, that's right there. Something like that. To the southeast. Okay. No, not Iraq. Iraq. Bro, it's next to China. Maybe it's next to... There's Amman Abed. Well, shit. Every road is named Muhammad. I don't think every road is named Muhammad. Every road leads to Rome. That's what they say. Well, listen, there's no way to know. Okay, you know what? Do you guys want to test? We're gonna try to use artificial intelligence. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Okay, I have a screenshot of this, and I'm gonna open up Grok, and I'm going to drop this screenshot into Grok. Grok, please try to find the exact coordinates of the image I am uploading. It is in Iran. Okay, here we go. Let's see how powerful artificial intelligence is. I don't know. I can analyze the image, but I don't have the capability to determine exact coordinates based on visual data alone. The image shows a location to Iran, in Iran, named Arak Kanabad Road, with a 2 kilometer square radius circle, and he's got nothing. All right, he, she, whatever Grok's gender is, nothing. Well, man, hey, I want to know where this is because here's the reason why I need to figure out where this is. I'm worried that I am there right now. I'm worried that if I can't find where this is, then I am about to get, I might get blown up. I'm trying to figure out if I need to evacuate, but I don't know where this is, so I might be screwed. I'm getting really worried. Hold up, we have coordinates. Wait a minute, maybe someone smarter than me found it. Nope, you're definitely not smarter than me. Oh, wait, actually, no, you probably are. I think I copy-pasted your coordinates wrong. Is this gonna work? Hold up. Yeah, nope, didn't work. Okay, hold up. I'm trying something else. Stand by. Hey, I think we might be getting to the bottom of this. No. Okay, some of these coordinates you guys are posting actually don't work. How about this? No way. Hey guys, look what I found all on my own, all by myself. Wow, wow. I can't believe I did that all by myself. I'm so proud of myself that I found this all on my own. I'm really impressive. I am super smart. Okay, folks, here it is. This is it. It is called the Iraq Heavy Water Reactor Facility. So if you are in this area of the world, you need to get out of this area. And we have a super chat. Saturn, you know, we're here. You know what? I feel bad because we already found it. Thank you very much for that $10 super chat, though. Thank you very much. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's what they say. It's unbelievable. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So this, okay, so where exactly are we? Right here. So this is what it is. Now, do they have something up in the mountains too? That's what I want to know. This is the hydrogen sulfide. Oh, uh-oh. Well, well, well. What do we have here? This is a nuclear power plant. And it only has 3 stars out of 5. It's not even a good plant. Do we have reviews? Okay, so folks, we do have some user reviews for the nuclear power plant. It says, "May God grant you victory over the unjust people." Excellent. And this guy gave it a 1 star. He's not a big fan of the... He must be from Israel. He's not happy about this. Okay, well, there you have it. Can I drop in? Yeah, it seems nice. They've got a nice little garden out front. They've got the whole apparatus. Really. I mean, this is modern. This is state of the art. This is cutting edge. This is all new. Okay, now here's the concern. Okay, this could go really badly because Israel is about to blow up the radioisotope production laboratory. But if they're a little bit off target, then they're going to accidentally blow up the water treatment plant. You see this? This is a bunch of untreated water. It probably smells very bad. If Israel blows up the water treatment plant, there's going to be a very big mess. It's going to get very disgusting if you guys have ever been to a water treatment facility. Hydrogen sulfide plant. This could get very smelly very quick. Yeah. And anyway, okay, so they're about to blow up the nuclear plant. And then across the road, I mean, you have a couple farms. What do you think they're growing? They're just, they're out here farming. Oh my God, you have crop circles. Whoa. You think aliens did that? Wow. Well, this is just agricultural land. I feel like I wouldn't want to eat anything grown on these farms, given how close they are to the, not just the nuclear power plant, but also the water treatment and hydrogen sulfide plant. There's not a single thing growing in these orchards out here that I want going into my body. This stuff is all irradiated and just disgusting, probably. Terrible. Terrible. Okay. Sitting at a bar watching LSU in the finals. Mrs. Mom, I appreciate that. Well, hey, good luck, LSU. This is, I guess, a little boring fact about me. I don't know anything about sports. Nothing. You probably could not find a guy that knows less about sports than me. But hey, LSU, let's go. Let's go, LSU. And thank you. Good luck. Now, so the evacuation order that we're talking about right here contains a 40 megawatt heavy water nuclear reactor believed to be non-operational. So allegedly this plant isn't actually operational. Oh, you know what we were going to do? We were going to go up into the mountains. Is there anything weird? Any bunkers? Anything up here in the mountains? What are we looking at up here? What is anything in these adjacent mountains? Because we know, if there's one thing we know, the Iranians like to build bunkers in the mountains. I don't know, maybe I don't see anything too. I don't think this is a bunker complex. Maybe that's not. You can kind of tell. Although you do see a similar architectural style. Okay, this type of, it looks like a lock, like a keyhole. You have a keyhole right there, and you have another one over here. What do you think that's for? Is there one down there? Kind of similar down there. What do you think? They're riding on the hillside. What do you think that? Okay, well, what the hell are those? I don't know. Very weird. Targets. It says Israel bomb. Do you think somebody? Hold up. Oh my God. What if Mossad agents have infiltrated Iran and they have drawn on the hillside? It's a target. Bomb here. Israeli Air Force right here. This is where you drop the bomb right here. That could be a target. Who knows? I don't know. That might be a target right here. Drop the bomb. Okay. And then I have another. Let me take a look at these coordinates. One more, and then I'm going to double back and look for more of these breaking updates. Okay, so where are we right here? This is southwest Iran. on the Persian Gulf, and you sent us right here. And what do you think you found here? This to me looks like a big warehouse. There's a road going out the back. It's a big warehouse, and you have, looks like shipping containers, or maybe like piping, like big culvert pipes. More stuff down here. Mining, maybe, yeah, maybe. Who's to say? I'll tell you something, man. I'm so happy I was not born in a desert country. I'm just not. The desert and I just don't really mix. I'm not a desert guy. No offense. If you love Arizona, if you love Texas, me too, but I just don't want to live there. I'll go visit, we can hang out, I'll come visit, but we can have a barbecue, but I just don't want to live in the desert. I'm not a desert guy. It's not really my thing. You know what I am? Here, I'll show you real quick. Let me show you what it's all about. This, ooh, you know what? This is a good one. Can I find a nice big image? Here. Folks, this. See that? This is what it's all about. Ladies and gentlemen, man, there's nothing better than this. This is peak. This is the best there is. And I'm lucky because I live every day I go on a hike. Last night after the stream I wrapped up, I took the family, we went hiking in the woods every day, out in the woods every day. Got to go to the woods. Got to do it. Okay. Now let me double back and take a look. Did we have a super chat? Hold up. Per Wikipedia. What the hell was that? Hold up. Reload. Iran live. Okay, this is no longer live. Let me leave this on here for a second. Okay, so super chat. Per Wikipedia, IR-40, part of the Iraq nuclear complex, is an Iranian 40-megawatt thermal heavy water reactor near Iraq, adjacent to the 1990s era Iraq heavy water production plant. And so allegedly, it is non-operational and maybe hasn't been working for some time. Still, gotta blow it up, gotta be careful, gotta blow it up. And thank you. We have another report coming in, breaking news report. There is a Twitter page called the Pentagon Pizza Report, and it monitors in real time every day the pizza orders going into the Pentagon Pizza restaurant. It's Papa John's specifically, and right now, this is as of 10 minutes ago. Both Papa John's and Little Caesars Pizza outside of CENTCOM at MacDill Air Force Base are reporting elevated levels of activity. And you can see here, folks, the pizza per hour is out of control. We haven't seen pizza per hour like this, pizzas per hour, ever. This might be the highest recorded pizzas per hour in all of pizza history. Over at Little Caesars. Little Caesars sucks, by the way. Nobody even likes Little Caesars. Papa John's, we have we abnormally high pizza per hour rate right now. Something weird is going on. I don't know what the deal is, but we gotta be worried about that probably. And then beyond that, we have something else here. I want to show you this. This is as of 1 minute ago. According to Bloomberg, U.S. President Trump's rhetoric against Iran has shifted significantly in recent days as political allies have convinced him that Tehran is close to obtaining a nuclear weapon, as suggested for months by Israel. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina has been a primary voice urging President Trump to consider military action against nuclear facilities in Iran, according to people familiar with the discussions, as President Trump has said to have held multiple calls recently. Trump has held multiple calls recently with Senator Lindsey Graham. Okay. Okay. We love Lindsey Graham. We love Lindsey Graham. You know, in the last 3 years, Lindsey Graham, who is a senator from South Carolina, has been to Ukraine more times than he has been back to South Carolina. You know, the state that he was elected to represent, South Carolina? He has been to Ukraine more times in the last 3 years than he has been back to his home state, the state that he's supposed to be representing. And I'm not kidding. I'm not even lying about that. I looked this up the other day. He loves to keep it going. He loves the warfare. He does. And so I made a video earlier today talking about Lindsey Graham. Actually, Lindsey Graham doesn't just want Trump to bomb the nuclear enrichment facilities. Lindsey Graham wants President Trump to go in, overthrow the regime, American boots on the ground. Lindsey Graham wants boots on the ground, all of the nuclear enrichment facilities blown up, and on top of that, Khamenei and the entire Iranian regime overthrown. He wants all of it. He wants a war on terror 2.0. He wants all in again, do it again, Middle East warfare again, all in. That would obviously be catastrophic. Now, speaking of that, let's go ahead and finish up what Steve Bannon had to say about this. We've got 5 minutes more on this, and I actually want to know what he has to say. I need to unmute my headset. My headset did it again. The headset does it again. And I think we're ready, okay?
That's why, again, the Israelis should finish what they started. I keep hearing they have this capability. It may take them longer. You had Yoram Mazani on here, good man. They'll take them longer. But then put your pilots at risk. Go for it. Loosen it up. If it takes you longer, hey, if it takes you a couple weeks, big deal. They're not going to build a bomb in a couple weeks. Take your time. Do it. If you got to send commandos in, send commandos in. Why do we have to clean up your mess? Oh, because it's going to hit, a ballistic missile is going to hit San Francisco. That's not going to happen.
True. Matt, do you think Lindsey Graham is the best senator or greatest senator of all time? Here's what I can tell you about Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham, and what I'm about to tell you is 100% true, undeniably. Lindsey Graham is one of the senators of all time. That's undeniable.
And everybody knows it's not going to happen. That's just fear-mongering from people that don't respect you enough to actually sit there and try to say, hey, let's reason this thing through. Here's the reason. And then to question your patriotism, particularly people who never served their country a day in their life, done nothing but suck off the tit of this country and veterans. And you're going to question people's patriotism? Is that what you're going to do? Or question someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene that's worked her tail off for the MAGA movement, gone all over the country, done events time and time and time again. You're going to question her, said she's a pipsqueak from Georgia? Who are you? Anybody that took a paycheck from Fox in 21, Murdoch said that we're going to make Trump a non-person. You sat there and you ran Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley and all of them that are never going to be president, never going to win national elections.
If Nikki Haley was president right now, we would have 200,000 American military personnel storming Iran at this very moment. And that's a fact. By the way, that's what would have happened if President Trump had taken that bullet to the brain. If President Trump had been hit in the head, if that bullet was 1 inch to the right or less, we would have Nikki Haley in the White House right now, President Haley, and we would have 200,000 American young soldiers in Iran getting their legs blown off right now. That's what I think. Thank God that didn't happen.
Ever. Just like the collection of clowns you put up in 2016, and yes, they were by and large not with the program and got turfed out and beaten. Although Fox went all in for them, you tried to kneecap Trump in the very first debate. You hated Trump.
Oh, daytime here.
You hated Trump. And to show how much you hate him, you won't even deal straight now. It's just propaganda, and Lindsey Graham and Lindsey. We can play clips. I could do the whole show 1 hour. And you know what? You would be so repulsed by it. Be like that time in Clockwork Orange. Your eyelids are popped open. You got to watch it all the time, over and over and over again, just like in Iraq. Let's have enough respect for the American people. Let's have enough respect for this republic. They say America first, isolationist. No, we're not isolationist.
You're right, Mike.
No, we're not isolationist. I gave 6, 7, 8 years of my life to show we're not isolationist. My daughter did the same thing. We're not isolationist. Don't try to smear us with that, or appeasers. We're not appeasers. But it's easy for you because you're like Murdoch and that corrupt family. You just get the ball rolling. You're the information, you're the propaganda department, and then you just wash your hands of it. Did any of you guys suffer in Iraq? Any of you? Did you suffer in Iraq? The ones that drove this, the Murdochs, you watch Succession, they all broken-hearted? How many times have Murdoch's been over Section 60? How many? How many?
I want to pause that because he's asking the question, did you suffer in Iraq? And there's one guy that comes to mind who did, and Afghanistan. I wanna pull this up. Folks, this is, luckily, thank God, not every U.S. senator is like Lindsey Graham. We have another Republican senator called Tim Sheehy. And I want to show you what Tim Sheehy, who did fight, he's a combat veteran in Iraq and Afghanistan, what he had to say about this. Take a look.
Do you support regime change in Iran?
Regime change can only come from one.
Do you support regime change?
Do you support regime change in Iran?
Regime change can only come from one place. That's the people of Iran. They have to make that decision. We've learned that the hard way in Iraq and Afghanistan. I was a part of both those wars where we chose to change regimes. And guess what? We ended up there in a long time in a war we didn't understand, fighting for something that not all Americans agreed with. So regime change comes from one place. That's the people of Iran making the decision to decide if they want to continue to live under the yoke of a murderous regime, or if they...
Imagine that. Somebody that has actually walked the walk and they talk the talk, they know more about this than Lindsey Graham, who has... I don't even know what the hell he's doing. He's just a warmonger. He's just a fat warmonger. I hate to say it. Sorry, no offense to the fat people, but like, come on, give me a break. Lindsey Graham, nothing makes him happier than the idea of sending other people's kids, other young Americans to go off and fight wars that he never fought himself. That's the truth. That's just the reality here.
Want to overthrow that regime and return to the relative prosperity and freedom that Iran once enjoyed.
So you think the president should rule out regime change in Iran?
Regime change is not our decision. It's not America's
Well, I mean, the president was
choice.
saying today that they could take him out, that he's safer now. I mean, he had that caveat there that obviously is not,
Sure, the president likes to negotiate. The president likes to know that all the weapons are on the table in a negotiation. So,
okay, real quick, Michael P. Thank you very much, Michael P. Thank you. He says, thank you, Matt. You're a gentleman, patriot, scholar, and overall class act. Well, I would be if I wasn't artificial intelligence. I get accused every day. Really, I'm just in a highly elaborate artificial intelligence construct. So designed to deceive you into thinking that. In real life, I'm actually a 5'1" Indian man. I'm an Indian woman. Really, I'm a 5'1" Indian woman, and all of this is my artificial intelligence concoction is what it is. So, hey, thank you. Thank you, though. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you. You knew it. Yeah, I know. A lot of you have been suspecting that for a long time now. Oh, frick, there was something else I was going to show you guys, but I lost track of what it was. Thank you. Thank you. Do I see any other breaking news going around here? No, I don't. But you know what? We never finished Bandit. We got another minute of this. Take a listen.
How many Lachlan? How many James? How many Rupert? Have you been over there? Let's honor this country and this republic. Let's honor its citizens.
Thank you, Michael.
And most importantly, let's honor our dead. by saying this time we're actually going to think it through. And that's what President Trump's doing. And when he comes to the decision, and particularly he's giving them another chance. And now the other chance is kind of mangled because the Israelis and Bibi move this to what they moved it to, and let's have an adult conversation, to regime change or regime destruction. That's what he's pitching the other night. Pitching the other night when he said, this is not America first, America dead. Who in the hell are you to lecture the American people? Who are you to lecture the American people? American people are not going to tolerate it. Not going to put up with it. Who are you to jam us into this situation which you knew you couldn't finish the job? Or if you can, go finish it. You got plenty of things. Say, hey, Bannon, don't know his time. We finish, then go finish it. Quit coming to us to finish it. President Trump may come to that conclusion, but it's not something he would just say out of thing, oh, yeah, let's go bomb them and take care of it. That he's going to do it because he's got to weigh the options now that you've gotten us into it.
It is undeniably true. President Trump, with this entire situation, is showing way more deference than any other president we've had. I don't know, pick a number, 50 or 30, 40, 100, a billion years. I don't know. The point is, President Trump is not being led blind into this. He's not walking blindly through this. If he was, the bombs would have been dropping days ago, weeks ago, months ago. President Trump told Israel to wait. Netanyahu wanted to bomb Israel. Netanyahu wanted to bomb Iran months ago. President Trump said no. Netanyahu, no. Sit your ass down. Wait. We are pursuing a path of diplomacy. Wait. We're going to try to negotiate this out. We're going to give Iran a chance. We're going to give him 60 days. You might notice Netanyahu started bombing Iran on day number 61. He was told to wait. President Trump said, wait. And he did. Now, here's where we are. But if President Trump did not have the temperate, demeanor that he has, then things would be much worse than they are. You think things are bad now? If anybody else was in office, this would be infinitely worse. Infinitely worse. Now, I'm going to scroll through some updates here with you guys. I see this one as of 3 minutes ago. The temperance, that's the word I wanted to use. Trump to receive Situation Room intel briefing Thursday morning. That is tomorrow morning. The president will review intelligence as he weighs military action against Iran. Trump says, I may do it, I may not do it. The briefing comes amid reports of U.S. officials preparing for potential weekend strikes. I'll read that again. The briefing comes amid reports of U.S. officials preparing for potential weekend strikes. That's per Bloomberg and Wall Street Journal. Weekend strikes potential. What else do we have here? Senator Graham says the U.S. must finish what Israel started. Senator Graham chimes in and says the U.S. must finish what Israel started. We're going to read through that here in a moment. There's Boston Inc. That is a big-time super chat. Thank you very much. He says, crazy thought, if Iran was days away from a nuke and the war started last week-ish, what if they're stalling to finish their nuke to launch? Well, this is a conversation we've had a couple times now. You know, if Iran really is days, hours, minutes away from having a nuclear weapon, under what circumstances would they actually use the weapon? The reason why you make a nuke is because potentially you need to use it someday. So if Iran is on the cusp of having a nuke, or they already have a nuke, as we're being told by Netanyahu's admin, then given how screwed Iran is, the Iranian regime is screwed. Like, they're getting ripped apart. They're facing existential crisis. Khamenei within a week might be deposed or dead. They've lost dozens of senior ranking IRGC military officials. They've lost at least 10, 15, 20 top level nuclear scientists. At what point do they say, all right, you know what? We're going to use it. Okay, all right. Everybody's saying we have a nuke. Well, here it is. At what point, right? Because things are looking pretty bad for them right now. Maybe they're feeling a little bit pressed. And thank you for that. These super chats, you guys, I'll say it again, you are way too nice to me. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to read through this here. President Trump has handled the Israel-Iran conflict brilliantly thus far. Israel dominates the skies and has destroyed Iran's military and scientific leadership. They have also done great damage to Iran's nuclear infrastructure. However, the one site left standing, the deep underground Fordow site, must be dealt with to achieve the common objective of making sure Iran's nuclear enrichment program ends. The capabilities possessed by the USA for such a deep underground attack are unique to us and us alone. I just have to, I'm not even saying whether or not we should or Trump should bomb that facility. I just want to make note of something. For months, we have had people telling us, we've had Mark Levin on Fox News. We have had Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire. We have had American senators like Lindsey Graham saying that Israel does not need our help. All we have to do is empower Israel to take care of business. Israel does not need our help. They don't need our boots on the ground. They don't need anything from us. We just have to let them take care of business. That is what we've been told by numerous people, like I said, Mark Levin at Fox News, Ben Shapiro at Daily Wire, numerous times. That's been one of his big talking points for months now. And Senator Lindsey Graham, they don't need our help. Just let them get to work. Okay? Well, guess what? Within a week of this situation with Iran breaking out, now we have to go help them. Now we're being told, not told and requested now, Netanyahu on 2 occasions over the last couple days, and Netanyahu himself has directly asked us to get involved and help them. So which is it? I wanted to go back to that guy's page. Where am I? Okay, yeah, this guy. 11 minutes ago, Israel hit Iran's top oil and gas sites, including South Pars and Tehran Depot. Israel targeted major Iranian energy facilities over the past week, including the massive South Pars gas field and Farjam gas plant. So they're now they're just decimating their energy infrastructure, taking it out. Can I take a better look at this here? Is what is going on. I'm going to zoom in. One of Tehran's largest fuel storage and distribution hubs taken out. One of Iran's largest gas processing facilities on the southwest coast. There's that. Yep. Yep. In fact, can I find that? I like to look at this stuff on the map. I think that was like right somewhere right. Wow, I'm good. Damn, I'm good. Look at that. Wow, right there. That easy, huh? Power station LNG. And so now all of this this energy infrastructure down here on the coast has just been obliterated. Obliterated. This is electrical grid stuff, you can tell. Electrical grid stuff. This is, you got living quarters. Is the restaurant good? No reviews. Damn. You've got your water break there. What else is going on? This is like playing Command and Conquer. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's right. Ooh, campground. Nice. Beautiful campground. Impressive. They're down here working. Look at that. They're down here. They're living down here. They're working down here. They're posting photos on Google. Candid. Amazing. I'm looking for breaking news updates here. Nothing coming out right now. Nothing coming out right now. Okay. So anyway, so all of this has been blown up pretty much. That's like a transport ship. Ha ha ha. And here's the Natural gas transport station. Okay. Okay, so where I can close that Bannon thing now. I think we're done with that. So where was this thing that we were reading? Here it is. And then this is a video talking about this 30,000-pound bunker buster bomb.
You might have heard about bunker busters. It's the type of weapon that can be used to attack a site like Fordo, a site where Iran is enriching uranium. It's buried about 300 feet beneath the ground. There's only one weapon in the world that can destroy a place like Fordo, and there's only one plane in the world that can carry that weapon. That weapon is the GBU-57, a sophisticated bunker buster called the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, or
It's a
MOP.
big boy.
The MOP is 20.5 feet long, weighs about 30,000 pounds, and it can strike a deeply buried target after multiple impacts with pinpoint accuracy. And the only plane that can carry it is the B-2. Israel doesn't have any of these planes or any of these bombs, and that's why they want the U.S. to join their aerial campaign against Iran. You might have...
There you go. Turns out they need our help. They need us to do it. Why do I keep going back here? There we go. Okay. This is unrelated. This happened yeah, okay. We talked a lot about this here. The U.S. Navy has hit its 2025 recruiting goal 3 months early. A lot of people joining the military. The Black Sheep, hey, with the 1999 super chat, thank you. Thank you very much. He says, hey, Matt, thank you for your great coverage. Appreciate you keeping up the good work. We're trying. I mean, covering this is kind of weird, as you might have noticed. Sometimes everything is happening all at once, and it's, what do I talk about? It's too many things. And then there's other times, maybe a little bit like right now, where not a lot's going on. You know, we keep calling it the calm before the storm. Everything happens all at once, and then nothing is happening. So, hey, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. I really do appreciate that. Thank you a lot. Looks like it is just about daytime, morning in Israel, which means it already is daytime in Iran. Iran is a little bit over an hour ahead. Now, let me take a look at this. This is Democratic Rep. Ro Khanna. Let's see what he's got to say about this. He's a Democrat.
You know, Senator Schumer, the leader of the Democrats over in the Senate, from what I've seen so far, has not committed to voting for a similar resolution to yours that is being floated around the Senate. He said today to NBC that Congress would not hesitate to exercise its authority if needed. What do you make of that position?
It was very disappointing. His statement made no sense. One of the things we need to do as a Democratic Party is speak plainly, and this party should stand up against Donald Trump going and invading Iran. Frankly, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and people on the right have been stronger voices than Senator Schumer. Now, he's the one who cheerled us into the war in Iraq, so he doesn't have much credibility on these issues. And I would like the Democratic leadership to support Bernie Sanders and Tim Kaine and say we are not going into Iran and in the House for us to have this vote with Massey and me. The American people are sick of this. It's one of the reasons Donald Trump won when he called.
Every time I see this woman, Caitlin Collins is her name. Is that her name on CNN? I think, wow, this is one handsome woman. Yeah, this is one handsome woman. There's no doubt about that.
Called out Jeb Bush, and he said to Jeb Bush, you're not willing to say the Iraq war is a mistake. This is an opportunity for the Democratic Party to be the anti-war party again.
So are you saying that you're in agreement with Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, and Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Yep.
On this issue, absolutely. I mean, they are talking to ordinary Americans who are saying, you know, let's build our industry here. Let's pour our money here. We spent 10% of the federal debt, $36 trillion, is because of the Iraq war. It was the biggest foreign policy blunder of the 21st century. It set America back in so many ways. And you've got young people wondering, are they going to be called up to serve in a war against Iran? None of the ordinary Americans want this, and they certainly want Congress to speak out. And I think this is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of, are you for peace abroad and building jobs at home, or are you for more overseas interventions? And the one thing I can tell you is the American people want Congress to have a vote on this.
Let's not get this twisted here. The Democrats don't give one shit about making America here at home a better place. Of course, now they're going to start talking about that. You know, almost all of them are anti this involvement in the Middle East. Okay, fair, so am I. But generally speaking, but also they've adopted this talking point, totally disingenuous, totally insincere. Now these Democrats are leaping on the opportunity saying, hey, we're America first. We don't want to be involved. It's like, you are not America first. You are America last. Just because you don't want to be involved in the Middle East, that's great. But let's not forget, all of these people are still America last. These people allowed 50 million illegal aliens into the country. These people shipped all of our manufacturing overseas. These people facilitated the biggest drug crisis, fentanyl, we've had ever. These people have been catastrophic. So now they're trying to latch onto this like America first thing, this like democratic, hey, over here in the Democrat Party, we're America first now. It's like, no, you're not. No, you are not. No one is buying this. You're not going to sell me on that. Breaking news. This is about an hour ago. Explosions reported in Tehran and CRUZ as Israel launches a new wave of strikes. Explosions have been reported in both the Iranian capital, Tehran, and near the city of CRUZ. West of Tehran, we have some pictures of that. Folks, right now, it's one of those moments where pretty much just nothing is happening. Not a lot is going on right now. I think we might just kind of be at that point. I'm gonna take one quick check on one moment here. We're gonna see if Fox News Live. Hold up. Okay. Maybe they have some updates here for us. Well, they are on commercial break. I wonder what is Newsmax talking about today. Let me take a look here. Do we have any live pertinent Newsmax coverage? No, we don't. They're talking about something else entirely. Yeah, I think at this point, pretty much, folks, just nothing is happening. And as we've seen in the past, when we get into the early hours over in Iran and Israel, this is when nothing continues to happen. Most of the action happens in the evening and at night. When the sun rises, things really do mellow out. So I hate to say this, folks, I feel confident that I think things have kind of died down for the night, which means, and also it's right now on the East Coast, it's 10:30, it's over here 7:30 on the West Coast. Folks, I think it might be about time to wrap it up for the day. But here's what I'll tell you. We're going to be back tomorrow. I need to get to work and get another video prepared, get to work, and we'll be back tomorrow and we'll do it all again. We're going to keep on top of all of these breaking news updates. We're going to keep talking about everything that's going on. So thank you all very much for tuning in today. We've had a ton of super chats. Any update on Noam? No, I haven't seen anything about her. I was thinking about that earlier. I've seen nothing about that. Good question, though, and thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for tuning in today. If you have not already subscribed to the channel, consider doing that. That helps a ton. Thank you all very much. And I'm out of here. So I'll see you folks tomorrow. Have a great night. Have a great morning, and we'll do it again tomorrow. Thank you, folks.